Happy Forever Green Festival. By the wine god's bad liver. I hate Forever Green. He faltered, running a hand through his shaggy locks. You know, Logan, there's something I have to tell you. A hard crust of black fungus covered him, and moving was impossible. So was talking. He could only listen. The satyr let out a deep breath. I'm a guy who knows how to have a lot of friends. I'm not so good at having good friends, though. So the terrible 12th is important to me. I might not show it, but it is. Marco laughed a little. I liked you right away. You're funny. That's important. You know what's more important? You're focused, and you're nice. You care about other people. That's rare. He deflated a little, slouching forward, chin resting on one palm. Take me, for instance. I don't even know GK's real name. I guess it's just easier not to care. It's just easier to keep the party going, keep the music playing. Because when the music stops, well, then I have to get real. Then I have to remember. And that hurts, man. You have no idea how much that hurts. At some point, I'll tell you what happened. Maybe you can help me make sense of it. Marco raised his head. Until then, get better, Logan. We need you. Inga might be the brains of the operation, but you're the heart and soul of this team. And, for what it's worth, I know you're worried that Treacle and I are jealous of the symbiosis thing you have with Inga. We're not. We're good. I think we're both resigned to our fates. Logan wanted to reach out, wanted to move, but all he could do was slip back into cultivation, channeling his apothos through his body as it went through monumental changes. He was turning into something. What that something was, he had no idea. He did know that he couldn't lose heart. He had to prove to Marco and Treacle that they weren't destined to fail. After all, the worst student at the school, an E-class cultivator, had just taken a part of B-class dungeon core. At the Shadowcroft Academy, anything was possible. Chapter 22. Logan finally found sleep, deep and dreamless. He'd slept like that before, but not since his time in Iraq. True, he'd worked some grueling hours in his landscaping business, but nothing had compared to coming in after a 3-day patrol, then collapsing onto his lumpy mattress, body worn out, and mind broken from the prolonged stress and anxiety. Those had been difficult days, but he'd never slept sounder. He woke with a start to a warm room, smelling of food, his friends eating. Inga was in her reading chair, with a lamp burning over her head. She had a tray balanced on her lap, with a plate full of colorful cookies and a glass of chocolate milk. Treacle's tray had 3 kinds of grass: red, green, and blue. The Minotaur sighed. I don't like the blue grass, but it's good for me, so I eat it. Every meal is such a chore. Marco had a huge goblet of mead and a big turkey leg. He saw Logan's eyes open. Hey, our guy's awake, and so very yellow. Logan pulled himself up and noticed his hands, which were big and wide with 3 long, thick fingers. They looked like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle hands, except he was the color of a lemon. Apparently, when life gives you lemons, those lemons occasionally dyed you neon yellow. Around him was the black husk of the cast-off crust from his evolutionary cocoon. Logan grimaced. Being a mushroom had its perks at times, but it could also be pretty gross. Sorry, Marco. I'll wash your sheets for you. The satyr wrinkled his goat nose. What? You don't wash sheets? Is that even a thing? Inga sighed. You're so disgusting. Marco waved his bird leg around. Kidding. Kind of. Not really. How you feel, buddy? Logan's yellow feet were off the bed, and they were also very TMNT. 3 thick toes dipped in C-3PO paint. He was wearing a pair of Marco's linen pants. Wait, how could he fit into Marco's pants? Logan slid off the end and stood. He raised his arms. His forearms were thicker than his biceps. Then he noticed the golden ridges of hard chitin lining his body. That hard skin would give his rubbery body some much-needed solidity. Interesting. Certain parts of his body had been reinforced with what looked like additional layers of overlapping plates of fungal mail. The lower portion of his left leg, his left shoulder and forearm, and the knuckles of his right hand. All places that he'd sustained serious trauma back in the real world. It seemed the Iron Trunk transformation had not only made him stronger overall, but had actually turned his greatest weaknesses into strengths. Incredible. He touched his cap and felt the hard ridges up there as well. His head was less round and more flouncy, like he was wearing a yellow sun hat. He gazed down at his friends. I'm huge. I grew like 5 feet. 2 feet, short stuff, Marco said. Not that tall, but I like the new look. I need a mirror. Logan touched his face and felt a little nose and thin lips. He had lips again. Marco shuffled through some drawers and gave him a mirror. Logan instantly recognized the regal yellow mushroom from his visions. It was him, or he was it, at least partially. He also saw that, in some ways, he had his old face back, but now he was a golden yellow mushroom man, thinner than his old toadstool form, but with bigger hands and feet. The change was striking, but not altogether unwelcome. He was less cute toadstool and more fearsome dungeon core, which was certainly a nice change. The gem in his belly glowed as he accessed his matrix for everyone to see. This wasn't the first time he'd shown them his matrix, and it wouldn't be the last. These were his best friends, and every day he felt closer to them, especially after Marco's confession the night before. Logan noticed the rapid growth spore halo, and how much that had helped him. He also noted his current proto-spore cultures. For level 1, he had opal truffles, mucal film, and ghoul snare, with 1 outstanding allotment. For level 2, he had brain caps, with 1 outstanding allotment. He could also now choose a level 3 protospore cultures. Treacle sat eating the blue grass, and viewed the information without comment. Marco was drinking from his goblet when the matrix filled the air. He spit out a mouthful of mead. Your current evolution is Shroomian Acolyte? That was my favorite emo band in high school. Oh my gosh. You're almost impressive. Inga approached the glowing information. Yes, a C-class rank 10. Now he is immune to poison. And yes, I do believe his digestion skill has improved exponentially. Logan chose the digestion ability and read through it with his friends. Iron Trunk Digestion. Digestion converts 10% consumable mass directly into additional apothos. Digestion instantly converts 60% of all apothos with an elemental affinity into pure apothos. Create up to 2 acidic digestion pits in your dungeon to aid in your digestion efforts. Ability gain. Reclamation/reconstitution. Now the fungaloid can consume inorganic matter, such as weapons, armor, metals, and fabrics, breaking them down and reclaiming the items as base usable crafting components. Reclaim 40% of the item into raw material. Treacle stopped chewing. Long stems of the blue grass hung out of his open mouth. Raw materials? Raw materials from inorganic matter? Am I reading that right? Inga clapped her hands together. Bits of sugar and cookie crumbs went flying. Yes, this is amazing. Astounding even. And your skin. It has the beginnings of an exoskeleton. Those ridges will make you far more durable. Logan focused on his harden ability and realized that it had indeed been replaced by a new ability called exoskeleton. He activated it out of curiosity, and the lines of dark gold chitin spiderwebbed across his skin. His whole body widened. He took a step. Yes, he would be a tad slower, but he had his own suit of armor, light but resilient, reinforcing his body without being too cumbersome. Inga wasn't done. I also believe your pollen ability changes with your new form. Logan checked. Symbiosis. As an Iron Trunk cultivator, it is possible to use the symbiosis ability with more than one host. You may pair with multiple dungeoneers, acting as an eldritch patron, or use your ability in tandem with additional dungeon cores, creating a unique relationship where a single dungeon could host multiple cores. Alert. As Iron Trunk cultivator, C-class, rank 10, you have the ability to bond with up to 3 different hosts at the same time. Restrictions. All fungaloids can naturally bond with one prime host, But maintaining a symbiotic connection with more than the prime host is a taxing process that can only be maintained for a limited period of time. Note: when the time allotment elapses, the secondary host will be released, though the prime host will remain infected. Note: to increase your infection time allotments, cultivate more core knots, which will allow for greater focus and more efficient apothos utilization. Prime host equals permanent bond. Prime host plus 1 equals 4 hours. Prime host plus 2 equals 2 hours. Logan read and reread the text. Now that was interesting. It was limited for the time being, but if he could tie more knots, he would be a force to be reckoned with. Even better, he could bind with everyone in his cohort, at least for a little while. Sure, 4 hours was hardly long enough to set up a proper dungeon, let alone run one. But that would change as Logan became more powerful over time. The possibilities were endless. With a grin, Logan moved on to the next ability. Pollenic Affliction. As an Iron Trunk cultivator, the fungaloid's pollen will swamp the eyes, nose, and lungs of their enemies. This cloud of spores has the possibility of disabling or even killing. 10% chance of causing shortness of breath, 5% chance of causing blindness, 3% chance of anaphylactic shock, 1% chance of mortal sneezing. Logan had to joke. So yeah, now I won't have to worry about Sir Benadryl undoing all my evil plans. No one got it. Because, as Inga would say, culturally specific references aren't helpful. Marco tilted his head and mused out loud. Aren't those percentages kind of lame? I mean, a 1% chance of anything isn't very world-threatening. Though, he shrugged, mortal sneezing does sound pretty bad. Death by a chew. Treacle shrugged. A 1% chance isn't zero. As for fungal infections, I used to get athlete's foot as a gnome. My boots would get very sweaty. Not anymore, Marco said cheerfully. Having hooves rules. He clapped his feet down. Inga couldn't stop smiling and shaking her head. You get so many more protospore cultures to choose from, including a level 3. This is very important, Logan. This changes everything. Your powers are significantly more impressive. She paused and glanced down, not willing to meet his eyes. You know, if you don't want to continue our symbiotic relationship, I would understand. Before he could answer, Marco, oblivious, settled an arm over Logan's shoulders. The satyr was still taller, but now Logan felt more like his little brother than his 5-year-old son. This is all great news, Logan, my mushroom mate, my blinding yellow boy. But really, we need to get to the party. A few weeks ago, I had Chef Treegi put aside a pot of coffee for you. There's a fine layer of muck on top. You'll love it. Treacle grabbed their empty trays. I don't much like parties, but it's too early to go to bed. I might as well be miserable in the Golden Serpent Hall. He ducked out of the room. Marco left with the Minotaur, leaving Logan and Inga alone. A worry line creased the skin between the astromoth's eyebrows. Inga, Logan said, I told Rockhart, and I'm telling you. I don't want to do this dungeon core stuff alone. Back on my planet, we had a saying, esprit de corps, which basically boils down to the feeling you get when you're with the team, working together. It's what has kept me going. Her antennae shrank. But if you knew about me, if you knew how often I fail, you wouldn't want me in your team. Besides, I'm so ugly now. That crease between her eyebrows deepened. Logan tried to soothe her. You're not ugly, and even if you were, I'd make you look good in comparison. I'm a yellow mushroom guy with a skin condition. Granted, the skin condition gives me armor, but it still isn't all that easy on the eyes. Bottom line, we're partners. I want us to take the winnowing exam together, if you're willing. Inga searched his face to see if he was serious. When she saw he was, she nodded, and her demeanor changed. Of course we'll take the winnowing exam together. And you were right with all your talk of the law of diminishing returns. Now, let's go watch Marco dance. I find it both amusing and slightly disconcerting. A small smile crept across her face when she talked about the satyr. It was a far tamer version of the look she usually reserved for Professor Neckbet. Interesting, Logan put on one of Marco's Azure Dragon robes, and they made the trek to the Golden Serpent Hall. The place had been transformed, with tall trees of every kind growing straight out of the floor. Candles were attached to their branches, giving the place a nice Christmas tree light. Not Christmassy? A strange band of slug people, playing music on the raised platform at the front of the room. Treacle stood in a corner, disgruntled as ever, while there in the middle, Marco cut a fearsome rug. He was both funny-looking, not caring at all what people thought, and strangely graceful, keeping time, working his arms, bobbing his head, and having the time of his life. The gelatinous knight danced near him. He was an awkward, gooey affair. As Logan and Inga made their way over to Treacle, Ed the Rot Troll came up to him. The huge green thing nodded.
Mushroom. Yellow. Flouncy.
He flicked Logan's cap, sending wobbles across his head.
Me like.
Ed kept on walking. The first cohort stood across the room with Professor Rockhart. Ned and Zed had done a good job of putting Jimmy McMarty back together. The Earth Elemental towered over the rest, and it was comical how the Gargoyle Professor and his favorite band of butt-kissers kept their eyes off Logan and his friends. As if Logan cared. Tetta Cott stood with a bored look on her face. She caught Logan's eye and nodded at him. He nodded back. They both smiled, sharing a little moment. Inga convinced Treacle to dance with her, and they left their corner. Treacle figured he'd be equally miserable dancing as standing, so it didn't matter. And it would make Inga happy. They joined Marco, and the satyr let out an elated yell. Alphonse the Spice Mummy and Yelsa the Lady Ice Dragon joined them. They all danced in a big group, swaying and spinning in ways no human could ever move. Logan was left alone, tapping his three-toed feet. Shadowcroft was going around talking with professors and students, making sure everyone was having a good time, though the tree-like headmaster would sometimes blend in too well with the various types of trees. The old man happily let out a hoot and spread his arms when he saw Logan.
Yes, you have reached Iron Trunk, and a new evolutionary form, Mr. Murray. And my, how yellow you are. Remind me again the name of an Iron Trunk fungaloid.
Shroomian Acolyte, Logan said. Shadowcroft circled him.
Yes, I see your hardened skill has improved, and I'm sure that's not all. We haven't spoken, but I wanted to congratulate you on your many achievements. What you are doing with Inga Thozatherian is remarkable. Really, truly remarkable. You two have all the professors talking, you know. How wrong I was about Fungaloid. But of course, I thought you were a normal core. You are not. You are so much more.
He tapped the side of his gnarled crooked nose conspiratorially. Logan offered him a lopsided shrug. That's what people keep telling me. I like working with Inga, and I love my friends. Honestly, I'm just happy to be here.
Friends.
The smile on Shadowcroft's face dimmed.
Yes, friendship can be a blessing in this world.
A few flowers on his grassy skull withered.
It can also be a curse. I wish you luck in your friendships, the field trip, and the winnowing. We are halfway to the end of the school year, Mr. Murray. Halfway to the winnowing.
Shadowcroft patted his back.
You've come a long way. You're not dead, and so you can continue to do wonderful things.
With that, the headmaster moved on, robes swishing around him as he vanished into the crowd. Logan wondered at the strange encounter. The headmaster had wished Logan luck with his upcoming field trip. It was just a trip to Eritreus to see a real dungeon core in action. That couldn't be that dangerous, right? Logan wasn't sure, but he liked Shadowcroft, so he chalked it up to the headmaster's eccentric nature. Marco came over with a cup of old coffee.
Did someone order coffee? Extra bacteria?
Logan laughed and took the mug. He sipped and enjoyed the bitter spoils of percolator warfare. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, watching the party unfold in all its monstrous, otherworldly glory. Marco sighed.
I love a party. Love those slug guys. They can keep a beat like no one's business.
Logan nodded. I feel bad I didn't get you guys any Forever Green gifts. Marco knocked him playfully with an elbow.
Don't worry. You surviving your guardian form evolution is a gift enough.
You might not see it, but you're giving Treacle hope, and you've given Inga focus. Remember how scattered she used to be? Logan laughed. Yeah, I guess. The two fell in an awkward silence. Logan sipped his bacteria coffee. Marco gulped wine from his goblet. Finally, the satyr chuckled nervously. Okay, so you were awake last night when I got all mushy, huh? Logan nodded. Yep, totally awake. Heard every word. Another beat of even more awkwardness. Marco didn't know how to move forward, but Logan did. He leaned against his satyr friend. It's cool, Marco. We're friends. I don't need to know about your past. We're in this together, and in the end, we'll have each other's backs. The satyr turned deadly serious. This time, yeah, Logan, I'll have your back. As long as I'm here. As long as I'm alive. You and me, man. You and me. They clinked their cups together. Esprit de corps, Logan said with a happy sigh. What's that? Marco asked, cocking an eyebrow. Inga and Treacle were dancing their way over, and Logan knew what that meant. He was going to have to shake his fungal groove thing. The terrible 12th. That's esprit de corps. Chapter 23. Logan enjoyed his victory for 3 days, until the next core calisthenics class. Chadagroth hacked off his left arm with a broadsword, while Magmarty watched, quietly chuckling with satisfaction. The Earth Elemental's trash talk was subdued, because Logan had reduced him to a rocky mound of mushrooms. Chadagroth, on the other hand, seemed bound and determined to prove that Logan was just as worthless as ever. And unlike Magmarty, who was about as dumb as the rocks he was made from, the Abyss Lord was whip-smart. Chadagroth kept his distance when necessary, and always kept an eye out for spore clouds. Often, he would hide behind an invisible wall, while he let his hellion imps do his dirty work for him. The little fiends would come leaping out of the Abyss Lord's flames, reeking of sulfur and gnashing their obsidian black teeth. As a high-ranked B-class dungeon core, Chadagroth could fill the field with his minions. A small army willing to do his bidding, at a thought or flick of the wrist. Logan never stood a chance. And yet, since evolving into a Shroomian acolyte, Logan had picked up some nasty new spore colonies to add to his ever-expanding list of abilities. After consulting with Inga, he'd chosen a level 1 blisterwort protospore culture and a level 2 mushroom set called gem-studded puffballs, which had real promise. Roughly the size of a human skull, the puffballs were a beautiful amethyst color and studded with brilliant multicolored spikes that looked like gemstones. Beautiful, except that they exploded like claymore mines at the slightest provocation, blasting out fragments of crystalline glass. He also unlocked his first level 3 protospore slot, which he'd filled with his first minions. Spore wargs. Those vicious little critters were as mean as half-starved junkyard Dobermans. Even with the spore wargs, though, Logan couldn't hold a flame against Chadagroth. Besides, his warg minions were an ace in the hole. No one had seen them, save Inga, and Logan intended to keep it that way. Never knew when having a trick up the sleeve might come in handy. Of course, Chadagroth pounded him into the ground. Still, Logan wasn't too concerned, because in half of a year, he had progressed to an Iron Trunk dungeon core. If he kept up this pace, he might reach Heartwood by the time he graduated. The next few weeks passed in a blur of work and training. 6 days a week, the Terrible 12th was up early, out to the Akros Coliseum in the bitter cold, cultivating. 6 days a week, they closed down the Codex Athenaeum, studying. Every Monday, Logan and Inga spent the night in the Tartaruca cells, murdering Sir Rosencrantz brandy butter in new and interesting ways. They refined their dungeon, worked and reworked the layout, honed the traps, and drilled down on their fighting style. That last was the most important part. Inga could handle herself in a brawl, but even as a Shroomian acolyte, Logan was pretty squishy in the battle department. Hardin had evolved into exoskeleton, which was nice, but he was still too slow and clunky to do any real damage. Thanks to his level 2 braincap mushrooms, however, Logan could attach spores to Inga's minions and take them over. Learning to do battle as a centipede with 100 legs was an entirely odd experience. During school hours, They sat through Shadowcroft's ponderous, rambling discussions on ethics and duty, and did their best not to doze off during Professor Neckbet's bone-dry history lectures. Well, everyone except Inga. If anything, she was even more smitten with him than she'd been at the beginning of the school year. Professor Crucible's classes were challenging, but also interesting, and Treacle was leaps and bounds ahead of the other students in the class. Professor Crucible had even begrudgingly said, "Nice work, son." Once. Only once. But that was practically an award from him. Rockhart's course continued to be lessons in suffering, lessons that Logan endured with as much good cheer as he could manage. Professor Arquetta took them on field trips to most of the dungeons on Arborea. The Blasted Barrows was one crypt-like dungeon in the low hills to the west of Vralcag. The Bone Vaults were the other. While they were drier than the forest dungeons, there was still enough moisture for Logan to grow his fungi. There were a couple of dungeons, though, which would be brutal for him to tackle. One was the Blood Rock, in the Heckish Hills, while the real challenge would be the Sand Scream, one of 2 desert dungeons. While a handful of fungi could adapt to desert conditions, most couldn't. The Sand Scream was all about the sand and the rock, and the deeper you went, the hotter it got, unlike most caverns, which were a constant temperature. The dungeon was aptly named. You either got sand in your eye, or you felt like screaming because of the heat. There was an Anakin Skywalker joke in there somewhere, but the place was almost too awful for humor. Even the Chaos Oasis, another dungeon nestled deep in the Worldforge wastes, would be easier for a Funkaloid. That place had water and some plant life, though not much. Logan didn't know if his spores would even take to palm trees. Visiting the Arborean dungeons was fun, especially for Marco, who soaked up the lessons like a sponge. But Logan and the Terrible 12th were far more interested in their first off-world field trip. They'd be going with a big group, led by Rockhart and Professor Arquetta, which meant they'd be there with Chatagroth, as well as Ed the Rot Troll. Those 2 couldn't be more different, unless you were talking about Inga and Marco. The more the Astromoth studied, the more the satyr slacked off, until even Treacle was worried. Then again, Treacle was basically the living embodiment of existential dread. Whatever Marco's history, it was clear that he wasn't going to stress about anything. Worse, the gelatinous knight was proving to be a terrible influence on the satyr. GK had a work ethic similar to Marco's, but GK was also a highly ranked B-class cultivator, who would almost certainly pass the winnowing with flying colors. Logan suspected Marco's issues were somehow tied into the past he was so insistent on avoiding. But Marco wasn't talking, and Logan didn't want to push too hard. It was mid-February when the 4 cohorts going on the field trip met at the bi-portal across the lake. They appeared on a weed-filled patch of gray stones that surrounded a silver-colored tree as thick as a redwood. Only it wasn't a tree. On closer inspection, the bark, branches, and leaves were the very tip of a limb that dropped down through a hole in the world. To the west, across the waters of Loch Endless, stood Castle Shadowcroft. The sun was shining on the soaring ramparts, as well as the library windows set in the cliff sides below the main keep. Loch Endless looked especially cold, with little white caps traveling across its surface. All the dungeon cores had come wearing their warmest clan robes. The wind was bitter. The dry red and gold leaves of the giant limb clattered, and Logan kept expecting them to drop. They never did, though. According to Neckbet, the dead leaves stayed connected year-round, but they leaked more to Apothos during the fall and winter months. Logan was spellbound. He wandered around the ancient tree's limb, brushing it with his thick 3-fingered hands. He could feel the Apothos coming off it in waves, ebbs and flows of both Vita and Morta, and so much of it. He drifted over to the edge of a low wall and saw the rest of the limb descending into the swirling mists of wherever they were. As impossible as it seemed, the realm of Arborea was flat, which was terrible in its own way, because it meant that there was a dimension in existence where the flat earthers were at least partially correct. A bunch of students, including the other members of the Terrible 12th, were clustered by the water gushing from the lake. It cascaded over the edge of the world and into the endless abyss beyond. It was a momentous waterfall, so beautiful and so strange. Why didn't the lake drain out completely? And where did the water go? Did it simply fall forever? Logan couldn't even hazard a guess. Across the channel was the Bog Bottom Swamp, though most students at the school, and even most of the professors, referred to it as the Booger Bottom Swamp. Logan and Marco called it the Booger Bottom to annoy Inga. Worked every time. Rockhart clapped his hands together, instantly drawing in the gazes of the milling students like a magnet. Everyone knew that when Rockhart spoke, you listened. Yes, I know. You're captivated by the beauty. But focus. We are going to Eritreus to see a real dungeon core in action. We have no time to tarry. The students gathered around the gargoyle griffin and the other chaperone, Arquetta the Hellgazer. She was decked out in the Vermilion Phoenix's clan colors. Her headscarf matched her dress, both a rich red, while her gloves matched her shoes, the deepest of blacks. Rockhart wore a matching outfit, though in the colors of his clan. The two of them looked like a terrifying monstrous version of doddering old couples who pick matching outfits every day of the week. Was it possible Rockhart and the Hellgazer were an item? That was a strange pairing, though with her love of interior design and Rockhart's odd obsession with fashion, Logan could kind of ship it. Honestly, the whole thing would have been sort of endearing if it was anyone other than Rockhart. Arquetta's headscarf bulged for a second. An unruly serpent, no doubt. But she smoothed out the disturbance with a practiced hand. She smiled from behind her dark sunglasses. Well, this is exciting. She caught Logan looking. Good morning, Mr. Murray. I do like your new form. She motioned to the thick chitin plates covering random parts of him. I will say, your asymmetry is daring. Marco laughed because he'd said something similar. Rockhart cleared his throat loudly and touched the bark of the tree branch. Thanks to Arquetta, you've all taken trips from the Dye Pavilion. This will be a similar experience, though perhaps a bit more turbulent. We'll be going to the slaughter pits of Kavandri Spencer. It's one of several S-class dungeons on Eritreus. Kavandri Spencer? Inga glowed. He's a blade ghoul. He's one of Inkboon's primary sources for the various tortured undead guardian forms. I'm very excited to see him in action. She was nearly bouncing on the balls of her feet in anticipation. And maybe it was well-deserved anticipation, since even Chattergroth and his cronies seemed impressed. They shuffled forward one by one and touched the tree. Logan was near the end of the line, so he watched in fascination as each guardian glimmered briefly in a wave of energy before vanishing, whisked away to another world. He also checked his gear while he waited. Not that he had much gear to check. Unlike some of the other guardians, Chattergroth had a veritable arsenal already, and his rune-etched ebony armor looked like it was made for an underworld god. Logan had a pair of rough linen pants held up by a cracked leather belt. That was pretty much it, although he had managed to craft a simple leather sheath for his pitted dagger in Professor Crucible's class, and it hung on his side. Unfortunately, his pitted dagger looked more like one of Haven Holmes' famed butter knives in his newly evolved hands. Better than nothing, though. Logan double-checked his silver shield, secured to his back, one last time. The shield was more of a buckler in his larger hands, but with its magical force field, it was still the single best piece of gear he owned. Finally, it was Logan's turn to transport. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, but Arquetta's hand flashed out and caught his wrist before he could touch the activation rune. Try to focus on a single spot, the Gorgon professor said. The trip can be very disorienting, especially at your current level. Logan nodded and offered her a quick smile and a thanks. He slapped his hand down on the rune, deeply embedded into the wood. How bad can it be? He thought. A spike of energy shot through his arm and into his body, like a jolt of lightning, and the ground dropped out from beneath his feet, while his stomach leaped up into his throat. One moment he was flying, only to be falling the next, while every color known to man, and several known only to mushrooms, washed over him in a wave of tie-dye and stained glass. His eyes bulged in his head, as his arms and legs stretched and contorted in impossible ways. He flipped, spun, and suddenly was surrounded by funhouse mirror versions of himself. Some short and squat, others tall and winnowy. Others were far more horrifying. Visions of himself with 3 heads, or 100 arms. Versions with antlers, wings, plated scorpion stingers. Eventually, those vanished, swallowed up by the void of creation, and Logan managed to glimpse the vastness of the universe. An endless blanket of crushed velvet, studded with stars, planets, and the swirl of whole galaxies, all interspersed by tubes of chaotic light snaking across the cosmos. And there, like a shadow, was the Tree of Souls, connecting those living worlds, bright with apothos, to each other. Planets like Mercury and Venus weren't connected, but those worlds heavy with life, like Earth, hung from the shadowy tree like ripe fruit. The wild ride of sensation and color ended as quickly as it started, and Logan abruptly found himself standing at the entrance of the famed slaughter pits. It took him a full 30 seconds to realize he was shrieking at the top of his lungs.
"That will be quite enough, Mr. Murray,"
Rockhart growled. He leaned over and whispered into Logan's ear.
"Please comport yourself with a little dignity. If not for your own sake, then for the sake of our house."
Logan snapped his jaws shut and said a silent thank you to Professor Arquetta. At least she tried to warn him. As the world stopped spinning like a top hat, Logan took a moment to get his bearings. It always paid to have some measure of situational awareness. They stood on the rocky crags of a wasteland mountain range. Hateful black clouds ruled the lightning-strewn sky. Thunder boomed like the world was about to break. A vicious wind blew in the foul stink of a Death Valley blood bank, without air conditioning. They stood on a ledge next to a blank rocky wall. Half-hidden stairs, treacherous at best, descended to a foul-looking river below. Next to the river was what looked like a long dead tree, growing up the side of the cliff. It looked dead, but it wasn't. It was part of the Tree of Souls, and it could take them back to Arborea. However blighted the landscape, Logan was thrilled to be on another world, and one so rich with apothos. He felt the 13 apothine energies thrumming in the air, and when he cycled apothos from his core to his eyes, he couldn't help but gasp at the swirls of primal energy blowing in the wind. Painting the air itself, Inga's mnemonic came back to him. "I make coffee and tea for Grandfather Tiberius, and make lemonade under the Velveeta moon." Ignis, Magma, Corrosivus, Toxicus, Fulgar, Glacius, Terra, Aqua, Malus, Luminosus, Umbra, Vita, Morta. It did work wonders. Arquetta had brought an umbrella, which she raised high above her head. "Welcome to Eritreus, though this isn't one of the more scenic areas, I assure you. However, this is one of the most famous dungeons in the entire realm, and the Serpent Shields of Infinity, one of the 5 most powerful dungeoneer guilds across all the multiverse, has sent hundreds, if not thousands, of raiders to their deaths, trying to take the slaughter pits." Logan had learned about the Dungeoneers Guilds in his History of the Tree of Souls class. Serpent Shields of Infinity, the Sunfist, the Sages of the Golden Thread, the Hermetic Order of Davos, the Scarlet Paradox, the Glorious Sunrise of the Golden Dawn, also known as the GSGD. 2 different groups of raiders, both who liked sunrises apparently, had decided to join together. Neither wanted to abandon their name, and so they had embraced the redundancy. There were hundreds, maybe even thousands of guilds, all started by entrepreneurial dungeoneers who had the will and hubris to charge money to would-be raiders in the guise of helping them save the universe from evil monsters lurking in dungeons. Nothing could be further from the truth. Rockhart nodded.
"Yes, we'll be taking the back way to the inner sanctum."
He touched the blank wall, tracing an elaborate pattern with a stone talon. A crack opened, and that crack split wider, until it would allow even the biggest among them, Chatagroth and Magmarty, to pass unhindered. They entered a room filled with crouching hatchet-ghasts, vicious undead creatures, human-shaped, with axes where hands should have been. They had massive fanged maws, but no eyes to speak of. A dozen of them stood amongst the remains of raiders, all long dead. Rusted armor, broken swords, and decaying wizard robes dotted the floor. They didn't attack, but motioned to a twisting corridor that led to another corridor, which went past a gruesome torture chamber lit by flickering candelabras, which led to a long ladder going down, down, down to the second level. The whole place smelled like dried blood and coffin dust. Logan could feel the Morta Apothos gathering around him, battering at his skin, desperately burrowing toward his core. It wanted to be consumed. It was nice, cool, dark. Yes, he could find a nice home in a place like this. The hatchet-ghasts were a little grisly for his tastes, But then he was a mushroom man who digested unwary adventurers in acid pits. At this point, he was well beyond casting stones. Besides, if his time at Shadowcroft had taught him anything, it was that looks meant absolutely nothing. Some of these hatchet-handed horror shows were probably perfectly nice over a couple of pints. Arquetta nodded at the aesthetics. Yes, I like this room. It's classic undead dungeon material, with the minions to match. And don't anyone worry. All the traps have been turned off, and the minions tamed for us. For the raiders... She tapped her bottom lip, a sly grin stretching across her face. Now that is a different story. Through a labyrinth of nightmare rooms, narrow hallways, and broken stepped staircases, they finally reached the inner sanctum of the slaughter pits. The central room was the Buckingham Palace of underground torture chambers. Chains, complete with jagged hooks, hung from the ceiling. There were racks, iron maidens, and rusted spikes everywhere. The central pedestal, surrounded by hooks, knives, and all things pointy, looked like a newly used butcher's block. On all four sides of the pedestal hung long serrated daggers. Each one had a hilt studded with a different gemstone. Those were obvious magic items, and definite lures. A glossy onyx gemstone, powering the dungeon, floated above the grisly altar. From out of the shadows shambled a guardian form of truly horrific proportions. He was a bloated creature, with a big sloping scarred belly, the color of a maggot. Rotten leather overalls, like a 19th century Liverpool butcher's, mercifully covered some of that bloat. Instead of a left hand, he had a collection of knives sprouting from his wrist. He was bald, with terrible slashes across his scalp. His ears looked like they'd been severed with a chainsaw. Rusty barbed wire had been wound around his head and covered his eyes. How did that thing see? Its sense of smell couldn't be too good, since it had a tiny nose resting above a huge mouth. Underneath flabby lips were yellow teeth like a shark, in need of an orthodontist. Any dentist would run screaming. Hell, anyone sane would run screaming. Period. End of story. The big-bellied blade ghoul raised an oversized coffee cup. On it was printed, "You don't have to be crazy to work here, but it helps." He sipped loudly. "Euless, Arquetta, good to see you guys. Do these poor students know what they're in for? Anyone try to talk them out of the life?" Now, Kavandri," Arquetta said, smiling. "Stay positive." "I'm positive that today isn't going to be much of a show, like most days." The blade ghoul sighed, then chuckled. "You little dungeon cores think it's all cocktail parties and saving the Tree of Souls, but it's mostly middle management headaches." Rockhart cleared his throat. The blade ghoul laughed. "Sorry, Euless. I'll stick with the party line. Lo, yond dungeon cores. It is up to us to keep holy the Tree of Souls, and smite unto thee any dungeoneer who comes a-dungeoneering. See? I still know the party line." Inga elbowed Logan in the side. "You're staring." Even with that warning, Logan couldn't stop. The guy was at least 7 feet tall and must have weighed 1,000 pounds. The blade ghoul came forward on huge, slapping feet. He grinned at Logan and sipped his coffee. "Wow, fungaloid. That choice took some sack. I'm Kavandri Spencer. Do you do those opal truffles? My Uncle Elliot makes a mean mushroom soup. I'm basically dead, but the taste of that dang soup brought me back to life for several delicious seconds." Logan's mouth never felt drier. He was both disgusted and a bit starstruck. "You're the blade ghoul who worked with Imelda Inkboon? I'm Logan Murray. It's great to meet you." Kavandri hooked his coffee cup on one of his steak knife fingers and stuck out a big mitt. "Great to meet you, Logan. Seriously, anyone try to talk you out of this gig?" Treacle, standing behind Logan, sighed.
"It was either this or death. Or we could become wandering monsters. Though that might happen anyway,"
he muttered darkly. Logan found Kavandri's hand cold and rubbery. It matched his own, because mushrooms and decay went together like almond butter and vegans. The blade ghoul laughed heartily. "The winnowing. They're still doing that? God's above and below, but Shadowcroft hasn't changed a bit." "How was it working with Inkboon?" Inga asked, wings buzzing. One of her many tales. "Imelda?" The blade ghoul clicked his knife fingers together. We had some great times together. Wine, butter knives. We did the cutlery tour of Haven's home. We didn't sleep for a week. Inga smacked Logan's arm. See? And you teased me about reading that book on butter knives. I stand corrected, Logan said, mystified.
Mr. Spencer, Rockhart growled. Please, you must be concerned. You have active raiders in your dungeon.
Geesh, it's always Mr. Business with you. The blade ghoul charged over, clearly wanting to put Rockhart into a headlock.
The gargoyle moved back and spread his wings. Now, Mr. Spencer, I'm not just another student. In fact, I'm the Academy's Rector Prime.
No way, Kavandri erupted. Skip put you in charge? Well, old Flower Skull has been busy lately, running around, fundraising and recruiting. Marco's mouth fell open. Skip Shadowcroft? We know what the S stands for. Shadowcroft flamed and shouted his way forward to introduce himself to the Blade Ghoul, who took time to meet all the students. He lingered with Arquetta, kissing her hand, which made the Hellgazer chuckle.
That's enough,
Rockhart said a little pointedly. Arquetta laughed. Now you, Liz, you know that Kavandri has always been such a flirt. She then sobered. Kay, we are here on business. We want to show our freshmen how you deal with Dungeoneers. We'd rather not miss a single kill. Kavandri shrugged. Too late for that. I got lucky. Killed one on the first level a little while ago. Plucky bunch, though. They managed to circumnavigate some rooms to get to level 3. Not that I'm worried. If they do manage to survive the 3rd level, there's a big plot twist on the 4th floor. As in my buddy Rosie, an abattoir ogre, who likes to twist the heads off raiders. He sighed, smiled, and wiped a tear from under the barbed wire digging into his eye sockets. Probably won't need Rosie. Presently, I have 24 torture orcs ready to descend on the raiders. Not sure I'll need them, since they're 5 seconds from butchering each other. I hate it when heroes murder each other. I get my fair share of the apothos, but still, it's kinda disappointing. I like doing the slaughtering. I have the knives for it. He motioned to the 4 daggers on his altar. The floating black gem flashed. A holographic scene appeared in the air above them, and Logan was reminded of Shadowcroft's light show back on his first day dead. 5 raiders stood in a medieval kitchen. It was a scorched stone room full of ovens, meat hooks, blood sausages hanging from the ceiling, and bundles of herbs tied together. A fire roared in an enormous stone hearth, and on it, something turned on the spit, juices dripping into the flames. Was it a pig? Logan winced. Yeah, he didn't think so. Picking out the character classes of the Dungeoneers was easy. The first in was obviously a tank, with a tower shield big enough to cover a child, and her thick plate mail glimmering with runes. She was built like a Valkyrie juiced up on gorilla steroids. Then there was a powerful magic user with a gnarled staff, an oiled black beard, and ornate gem-encrusted robes that screamed warlock or wizard. A leather-armored rogue equipped with 2 short swords shadowed the tank, probably searching for traps. Bringing up the rear was a chivalric cleric with chainmail and mace, and a Weasley-looking guy with a mustache, who held a bow with an arrow nocked. Hanging from his shoulder was a lute. Bard. Bingo. These clowns are delusional. Those patches there mock them as members of the Tremble Cloaks. Not even a top 100 guild. These jokers are B-class Azure branch cultivators, with eyes that are bigger than their stomachs. Even if every one of them were A-classes, they never should have come here. This is firmly an S-class dungeon. Kavandri scratched his big, decaying belly and shook his head. That's the 3rd floor kitchen. Notice that body turning on the spit? It's mostly for show. We don't eat the bodies. But the aesthetic of your dungeon is very important. Remember, it's crucial to demoralize the raiders as much as you can. Actually, that's probably the most interesting part of the job. You know, the psychological torment you inflict on these pests. Marco nodded. Yeah, Kay. I keep telling my buddies it's all about the aesthetics of the dungeon. It's the art. Kavandri clacked his knife fingers. Hey, goat boy. Arquetta can call me Kay. For a satyr like you, it's Mr. Spencer, sir.
Sorry, Marco said. And I prefer Goatman.
Sure you do, Junior. The Blade Ghoul laughed. I'm just kidding. I had a satyr buddy who did well. Went the Liber Pater route, and his dungeons were magnificent. He and his garden of living statues killed so many dungeoneers. Kavandri lifted a hand. Wait. Listen. We will not turn back, a voice echoed through the room. But that's Canarum on the spit, another voice boomed in horror. The dungeoneers were shouting, and from the sound of it, they were several bad seconds away from turning their weapons on each other. Chapter 24. Who's Canarum? Logan asked. Kavandri shrugged. One of their party, an Azure Branch Dread Totemist, who didn't duck my level 1 saw trap. I had Petunia grab his corpse. Petunia. She's my torture orc chiefess. Big, mean, pretty. Don't get me wrong. I love Rosie. But Petunia is my little angel. You'll see her in a minute. But let me catch you up. The magic user there is Lin Raced Airjam. He's a vampiric runecaster. He's also the worst. Keeps trying to plunder my dungeon. But the thing is, he has trouble working well with others. I won't list off the names of the other raiders because they won't be around much longer. It's Thursday. The raiders never do well on Thursdays. Keeping track of my stats is the best way to improve and optimize, I say. Marco nodded. Thursday is Friday's Friday, so it's like the weekendiest weekday of the week. The Blade Ghoul hooked a thumb at the Goat Man. Where did you get this guy? 'Cause him? He gets it. He came with a 6-pack of beer, Logan said. Liquor store was having a sale. Buy one, get one Goat Man free. That made Kavandri laugh. Then they were drawn back into the action. The B-class tank was furious, and she stormed into Earjam's face. Canarum was your nephew. The magic user shrugged. Half-nephew, once removed. No blood relation, and not a relative I was particularly fond of. Canarum Airjam was rather dim, and he embarrassed me on my 95th birthday. I feel like I'll be able to move on from this pretty well. Both the rogue and the bard snickered. The cleric, a square-jawed true believer in chainmail, nodded. His soul will find peace in the sainted embrace of Cuthbald the Kind. Cuthbald, whom we all will serve in the end. Kavandri belched. Actually, Canarum found peace in my core. He was a foul bit of work. Embarrassing his half-uncle, once removed, was the least of his many, many sins. And I'm pretty sure Cuthbald the Kind would agree. His cleric is as nasty as the rest of them. Watch. The tank scowled and backed away. She took a fresh grip on her sword and tower shield. Fine, but I want to know which of you jackals took the ghoul tooth we found. Canarum had it, and one of you stole it. The rogue touched his chest and looked shocked. Why did you look at me? Just because I'm a rogue doesn't mean I steal all the time. Just most of the time, the bard chipped in. The rogue tried hard to look innocent, and failed. Most of the time isn't all of the time, you know? You're all cold-hearted ruffians, the tank said with a scowl. That's the last time I trust the Tremble Cloaks to organize a party for me. I'm finally beginning to see why your guild is so lowly ranked. I organized the party, the wizard said snidely. You were chosen to stand in the way. Less talking, tank, and more tanking. We're not cold-hearted, the cleric insisted. We are here to end the evil of this wicked place. It is our job as heroes to rid the universe of such places. Airjam smirked. Yes, right. Heroism. We are here for heroism. Not to grow in power by collecting the apothos at the core of this wretched place. Such wonderful altruistic heroes are we. We collect the apothos, and we collect the gold, the rogue said with a little laugh. The bard wheezed snide laughter. I'm here for the ultimate prize of the slaughter pits, the 4 butchery blades. I could do such interesting things with those daggers. Back in the inner sanctum, Treacle snorted and flashed his nostrils. Those sound like lures to me. Exogenous apothos manifestations. That's taking the bull by the horns, the Blade Ghoul joked. The Minotaur gestured at Logan. The mushroom does the puns. I just like crafting. Logan wasn't in the mood to joke. He saw the raiders for what they were: greedy, self-interested monsters who could easily shrug off the death of one of their party. The fighter was the only one who seemed to have a soul. Possibly, the cleric was okay, but something seemed off about him. Kavandri flicked a knife finger at the rogue. Canarum did take the ghoul's tooth, by the way. And my butchery blades aren't the only lures. I crafted some magical items out of the dentures of this old wizard who bought the farm a few months back. My ghoul teeth are jammed full of vitamins, minerals, and your daily dose of apothos. He paused. And before any of you think the tank is a good guy, she pushed Canarum into the saw blade to save her own skin. That's probably why she feels bad. And that she wasn't the one who looted the dead totemist's body. The 5 raiders left the kitchen and wandered into a natural cave, where more desiccated bodies hung from the ceiling. A central trough, 3 feet wide, running with black sludge, split the cave in half. Marco rubbed his furry chin. You see there, Logan? He's managed to split the attention of the raiders. Are they going to focus on the hanging bodies? Or are they going to worry about whatever's in that trench? Kavandri went to slap Marco's back with his knifey left hand, caught himself, and knocked him with his elbow instead. Nice, goat man. Hey, Arquetta, I bet you love this guy. Arquetta put up a dainty gloved hand. Like him. No love. Just like. I have to be very careful about my wording where our dear satyr is concerned. But you are correct, Mr. Lascarellis. Such flourishes are meant to keep the dungeoneers on edge. Rockhart stood with his arms crossed. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Spencer, but neither are important. This is your hidden door room, right? This is where you strike the spellcasters and missile throwers from behind. Yep. Your range types, Kavandri agreed. Like that bard with the bow. And by the way, that trench is an open sewer. While I love my torture orcs, my Petunia doesn't always smell like the sweet flower she is. Logan saw it. That's why the cleric is holding his nose. The ghoul blade grinned and pointed. Watch now. Several stalagmites tipped forward on noiseless hinges, and long, lean orcs, adorned with rusted metal, emerged. The monsters were armed with cleavers, meat hooks, and bone saws. One of them, a tall pig-faced female wearing an iron bikini, held 2 rusted scimitars. Her hair was white, matted, and greasy. She led the attack. Petunia and the torture orc sit from behind, cutting down the bard in a sneak attack. The gem glowed brighter. Kavandri's guardian form swelled as he drank an apothos from the kill. Yeah, Sorrel Songfingers, your days of raiding dungeons are over. Len raced air jam wheeled, his staff glowing. He cast one hand forward, launching a wave of bloody red magic at the oncoming torture orcs. Meanwhile, Petunia had engaged the rogue from behind, but her scimitars clanked off his short swords. The rogue didn't have much by way of armor, but he moved like a greased pig, dancing forward and back, his blades a whirlwind of motion. The she-orc batted his blades aside, waiting for an opening. After a long beat, she saw it. She feinted right, then lunged forward, driving one of the spikes on her shoulders through the rogue's leather armor. She left him wounded, retreating before he could swing again. With a series of grunts and squeals, she sounded the retreat. Arquetta clapped her hands. See there? The chiefess is pulling back. This is why having floor-level bosses is important. Without leadership, the other torture orcs would have fought to the last man. Orc. But they've done all the damage they needed to do, including a hefty blow to morale. Now, they'll pull back and redeploy to another room. This way, the dungeon core is conserving resources. She sighed and shook her head. We haven't covered minion management as much as I would have liked. See, Euless, sweetie? This is why we need to add another class to the freshman curriculum. We haven't even touched on the formation of floor-level bosses.
Arquetta, darling, Rockhart growled. We've talked about this. Minions aren't critical for first years.
Logan exchanged glances with Marco. Sweetie? Darling? Is it possible? No. No way. Air Gem did not take the death of the bard well. He and the tank yelled at each other more, while the cleric of Cuthbald attempted to heal the rogue. The cleric stuck a needle into the thief, but it must have been poisoned because the rogue's eyes slipped closed, and the black gem radiated dark energy. The cleric rifled through the dead man's clothes, pulled free the ghoul's tooth, and secreted it in a pouch at his side. Kavendry winced. See? Told you. If you didn't see that coming, you should have. Cuthbald the Kind is kind of the god of irony. His battle paragons help people with their pain, by killing them, since the dead don't feel pain. The kindness of killing, Marco breathed. Twisted. The tank came over, crouched, and felt for a pulse. What happened? The cleric shrugged, and offered his most winsome smile. His wounds were too grievous, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. I shall say a prayer that he finds peace in the light of my God. The tank started going through pockets, searching, and then let out a roar. Where is it? Where is the bloody tooth? The cleric shouted back. I don't know. I am a holy battle paragon of Cuthbald. I would never steal. You must believe me. Kavendry made a face. It's true. He murdered and then took the item, which isn't exactly stealing. It's looting. Two totally different things. Hey, do you guys still have to suffer through Shadowcroft's ethics of murder? We like that class, Logan protested. Takes all kinds, the ghoul blade replied with a lopsided shrug. Now, they'll loot the rest of the bodies, and then search the cave because the trench makes them curious. They want to see where it leads, which is not something I would recommend, for any number of reasons. The tank and the cleric did indeed loot the bodies of their friends, until the magic user, Airjam, yelled at them. His face beat red as he commanded that they keep moving. The party followed the trench to the back of the cave. That was when the stalactites fell and impaled the tank. Arquetta quizzed the students. Who can tell me the name of that monster? Inga belted it out before anyone else could. Those are mollusks. Mollusks that form like stalactites, and then fall on dungeoneers. Even if you survive the impact, the mollusks cause acid damage. To be honest, though, I would not have expected them inside a tortured undead dungeon. Always keep them guessing, Kavendry grinned. This time, the cleric did heal the tank, though the wound was so grievous. The tank wasn't healed fully, even when the cleric ran out of apothos. The tank was done. I want the ghoul's tooth. Give it to me now, or I'm leaving. You won't make it to the surface without us, Airjam sneered, stroking his oily black beard, curling the tip around one lanky finger. Watch me. The tank turned and stomped away, armor rattling with every step. The cleric watched her go, and then sized up the magic user. Mr. Airjam, I trust the tank far more than I would ever trust you. Without another word, the cleric turned on a heel and chased after the fighter. Neither was interested in going on, not even to get the coveted butchery blades. Airjam's face turned purple with rage. He shook a fist at the ceiling. Damn you, Kavendry Spencer. I will be back. I will win your daggers and your gem, or my name isn't Linrace Gandolfini Airjam. He twisted a ring on his finger and vanished in a sooty cloud of gray smoke. The blade ghoul laughed. That's what they all say. I've seen him come, and I've seen him go. Good old Airjam hasn't even made it to the 4th level. He gets down to 3, and then uses his gimmicky little ring of astral port to get back to the surface. Those other two, though, might have a tough time of it. Kavendry zoomed out to show the 2 remaining raiders, trudging back to the surface. Oh, so carefully retracing their steps. The pair walked in the circular glow of the cleric's lantern. I've got a few nasty surprises waiting for them. I'll probably let one live. It pays sometimes to let word spread. Remember, it's a balance. We want dungeoneers to come, so we can reclaim their energy for the Tree of Souls. If you make the dungeon too hard, no one will want to make the attempt. But if you leave survivors, it lures them into a false sense of security. They'll say, oh, if that Claude made it out alive, I probably have a decent shot. Fascinating, Inga said, bobbing her head, then jotting down a quick note. Agreed, Arquetta said, arching an eyebrow. Now, would you mind showing us your entire dungeon, Kay? Kavandri agreed, and gave them a virtual tour of the place. The dungeon was massive. 6 levels, over 50 rooms, and the torture orcs were just the level 3 monsters. There was a series of bigger, more horrifying creatures the deeper you went, until you reached Kavandri Spencer himself. His other minions included Rosie, and a band of head-twisting abattoir ogres, hulking hook wretches, and lightning-fast demonic knifelings. The traps were everything from saw blades to living chains, to traps that sent you plummeting down into pits full of the hatchet ghasts. Logan took in the spectacle of the well-crafted dungeons, one of the best on Eritreus. Finally, he raised a hand to ask a question. Kavandri sipped his coffee. "Oh, look, an inquisitive mind that needs some enlightenment. What you got for me, Fungaloid?" "Why the horror show?" Logan asked. "Why be scary? I mean, we're the good guys, right? We're obviously not like Air Jam and those murderous, backstabbing asshats. So why don't we look more heroic?" Chattergroth laughed.
Shut up, Fungus. That's such a level 1 question. We all know you're a dumb noob, but don't embarrass us all.
Kavandri lifted his non-knife hand. "Wait, Prince. And yes, I know who you are. Your father and I golfed back when you were a humanish little squirt, and your father was on his second wife. He's very happy with wife number 3, I'm sure, and very proud of you." The Blade Ghoul scratched his scarred head with his knife hand. "It's a fair question. I mean, I chose Blade Ghoul because I like the aesthetic, and I like the traps. And come on, this place is scary as hell. It's meant to be. A big part of it, I think, is that I want to scare off normal people. People aren't bad. They're a natural part of the universe, and have a place in the grand order of things. I don't want that sort wandering in here by mistake. If this place was all delicious appetizers, puppies, and rainbows, your everyday Joe would come in here looking for hen wings and hot sauce, as well as a pothos. But my slaughter pits? No one without an agenda comes down here. The Dungeoneers say they're making the world a better place by destroying the dungeons, but we know better. I've never killed anyone who wasn't trying to do the Tree of Souls harm." Logan could see the logic. Kavandri had the carrot to attract raiders, but he also had the stick to keep civilians away. Logan had another question. "Do you ever worry about a crown or a mortal crown raider coming down here?" The Blade Ghoul smiled gently, peacefully. "At some point, that may happen. I'm going to give you the truth. My day-to-day is pretty boring. Chat with Rosie and Petunia. Give my hatchet guests some rotten meat. Trim the torture orc's toenails. Sharpen my saws and rust up every inch of metal." Kavandri sighed. "And yet, at the same time, I'm living the dream, baby. I'm a successful dungeon core, keeping the Tree of Souls safe. But if a crown-level cultivator decided to destroy my slaughter pits, it would be a wild ride, man. It would be exciting. I would fight that mother lover with everything I had. And if I died defending the Tree of Souls, so be it. I died righteously doing something I loved." The monster grinned. "And believe you me, I love this place. Every rusted bit of chain, every dull hook, and every last one of my horrific little minions." The entire class went silent. Arquetta reached under her glasses to wipe away a tear. "Kay, you are so inspiring." The Blade Ghoul laughed heartily. "For the love of the wine gods of Sangreta, eh? You have got to talk these poor pups out of the life. It's not worth it." He contradicted what he'd just said with a goofy smile, showing his yellow shark teeth. Logan had known happy old grumps like Kavandri all his life. They talked bad about their jobs, while at the same time loving them. Soldiers were just like that too. A soldier would do anything, go anywhere, take any hill, secure any objective, as long as they could complain while doing it. Would Logan be able to craft such a dungeon with the sole purpose of murdering raiders? If they were anything like that rotten Lin-raced Air Jam and his soulless cronies, he could. The field trip had been eye-opening indeed. Rockhart kept track of the tank and the cleric, watching them as they made their way up the levels, back to the surface. They had to take a route that would bring them close to the back corridor on the second level, If Rockhart timed it right, he might be able to be free of the terrible 12th before the end of the year. While Logan asked his insipid questions, Rockhart pulled Chattegroth to the side. He pointed at the path of the raiders making their way to the surface. When the Rector Prime leaned in close, the Abyss Lord's flames warmed his face.
I can't sully myself with any sort of unfortunate accident. However, my friend, this might be our chance to remove these, I think you used the term noobs, from our school and from our lives.
Rockhart motioned to the hallway with the trick door.
If someone were to accidentally push them through that portal, then they would be tested by the raiders. In theory, if such an unfortunate mishap were to happen to you and your cohort, you could deal with such Dungeoneers easily. Rightfully so, since you belong at the Academy. There are others among our number, however, who clearly do not belong. They are not bad or evil, but they are liabilities. They risk the Tree of Souls by their very existence, and sully the names of their betters. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if their inept stench were cleansed from our clan. In theory, of course. Of course, Chattegroth replied, with a telling smile and a conspiratorial wink. It was obvious to Rockhart that Prince Chattegroth of the Eritreus elite knew exactly what needed to be done, and had zero qualms about doing it. Just as it should be. Rockhart didn't hate Logan and his compatriots. Not exactly. But they didn't belong in the Shadowcroft Academy for Dungeons, and certainly not in the Azure Dragon clan. He was a utilitarian at heart. He worked for the greatest good for the most people, and their removal would be best for everyone. Chapter 25. Logan and the rest of the Terrible 12th walked at the rear of the group. Rockhart had insisted they come last, since they were the most pathetic cohort at the Academy. Logan wanted to stay longer, but they had to get back to Arborea. Logan was ambling with his friends down a straight corridor when he noticed the wall on his right wasn't made of blood-stained stone. It was a wooden wall, with nails and spikes pounded into long planks. It didn't look right. Logan spewed out more spores, and he saw it was some kind of trap. A second later, his fungal vision showed him an invisible wall sliding toward them. That force field was very similar to the ones Chattegroth could throw. Logan was too surprised to call out a warning. The invisible wall slammed into Treacle first, throwing the Minotaur back. He crashed into both Inga and Marco, who hit the wall next to them. Logan managed to trigger Exoskeleton just in time, the ridges on his body hardening around him. The wall had a central pivot, allowing it to spin. All four stumbled into a room off the main corridor. They fell in a pile right at the feet of the tank and the cleric. The two Dungeoneers must have gotten lost and pushed through another false wall. The tank was still wounded from the Phallisk attack, and the cleric was dangerously low on Apothos. Logan thought the Terrible 12th had a chance, especially since he and Inga had been working so closely together. With that said, the tank and cleric were still B-class Dungeoneers, which meant things could go sideways in a heartbeat. They needed to work as a team, and unfortunately, Treacle had taken the brunt of invisible attack. He seemed to be unconscious, and had somehow managed to fall on top of Marco, who was struggling to get out from under Treacle's formidable bulk. The satyr wasn't quipping, so Logan knew things were dire. Logan had his exoskeleton. Inga, with her lepidopteral reflexes, had the instincts of a fly about to get swatted. She was on her feet in seconds. Damn it. Logan and Inga were going to have to face down the Azure Branch Dungeoneers on their own, and since their cores weren't tucked safely away in an inner sanctum, defeat meant death. If the tank and cleric bested them, the raiders would crack their gems and siphon off their energy, and they would die. No second chances, no respawning. Game over. There was room enough to fight, though they had to be careful. Every wall was made of the wooden planks, showing the pointy ends of oversized nails, so rusty just looking at them would give you tetanus. A skeleton hung on one wall, his shabby wizard robes in tatters. The cleric's lantern gave the place a dim light. The tank snarled and drew her sword. I thought we cleared this level. I guess we missed this bug and her mushroom boyfriend. We're just friends, Inga hissed. Inga reached out with her right hand, hurling Moonlance.
Her left arm transformed into a length of razor-edged quicksilver. The blinding attack struck the cleric in the face, burning his exposed skin like acid. "Cuthball, damn you!" The tank charged forward, her face a rictus of hate, her sword aiming to take Logan's head from his shoulders. Logan pulled free the silver shield he'd earned back during his first dungeon run, and summoned a flickering dome of red light. The sword smashed into the energy shield, sending up a fountain of crimson sparks. The attack was a powerhouse, and hairline fissures snaked their way across the energy dome. Chances were the shield couldn't survive another direct hit like that. Logan needed to act now. He dismissed the red dome and let his pollenic affliction flow. A cloud of yellow spores exploded into the air, and the tank swayed, raising her shield arm and wiping at her face. Her eyes were puffy and red, and her nose was releasing a small river of clear goo. The cleric was also in the area of attack, and that guy got unlucky. "I can't see." Logan felt like pumping a fist in the air. His blindness attack had worked. Tears streamed down the cleric's red, blistered face.
"Damn my allergies,"
he wheezed. The battle was far from won, though. It wasn't like the tank was simply going to sneeze and run away. She aimed her next attack at Inga, but Logan raised his thickened arm, and that blade chopped into his chitin. It got stuck in his layers of extra hard fungi. For once, Logan wasn't dismembered. Score! That didn't last long, though. The tank roared and flung him to the side, clearing her blade. Logan flipped ass over tea kettle and smashed into a jagged spike covered in a fine layer of blood-red rust. It bit into his chitin and held him in place. "Cuthball Gibby sight," the cleric barked. A magical light glowed in his eyes. He could see again, but it seemed Cuthball didn't make his followers Claritin clear, because his face was still cartoonishly swollen. The tank and Inga were exchanging a flurry of blows, Inga's blade clashing off the tank's shield, and nearly turning vicious sword swings. Inga was too busy defending herself to cast any of her spells, or get to the insects in her pocket. This was one of the drawbacks of being a dungeon core. Many of their best abilities had to be prepared in advance. Logan tried to pull himself off the nail, but he couldn't get free to help Inga. Worse, the cleric of Cuthbald was closing in, which meant the Astral Moth was about to get double-teamed. The tank raised her shield, golden ponytail swaying, and waded forward. The cleric rushed Inga with his mace raised. A rhythmic clapping echoed off the walls and resounded off the ceiling. The sudden noise, unnaturally loud, made everyone in the room pause. Marco was on his feet, clapping and keeping time with his tapping hoof, even as his goat eyes glowed with spectral black light. He seemed taller, far more menacing, casting fearsome shadows around him like a halo of darkness. Everything about him seemed diabolic suddenly, from the curve of his horns to his leering smile. And that clapping was oddly mesmerizing. A stupid look came over the cleric's face. He stopped and lowered his mace slowly. After a beat, he dropped his weapon altogether and started to clap along. His eyes were blank above his dizzy smile. Unbelievably, he started dancing. Poorly. Logan had seen nerdy groomsmen at Lord of the Rings-themed weddings with more rhythm. "By the gods! What is wrong with him?" the tank shouted, then ducked as Inga nearly took off her head, with a flawlessly executed pivot and slash. Logan finally ripped himself off the spike. He staggered into the fighter, using his momentum to push her away from Inga, giving Inga a split second of breathing room. Inga's untransformed right hand darted into a leather pouch at her belt, and it came out covered in flies. She flung them into the air, then caught the tank's next slash on her left sword arm. The flies circled around the tank's face, biting at exposed skin, burrowing into her eyes and nose, fighting their way into her mouth. They weren't deadly, but they were distracting as all get out. The tank swatted at the swarm and lashed out blindly, with a side kick that caught Logan square in the chest, tossing him aside like a rag doll. His rubbery body, however tough now, simply didn't weigh very much. It wasn't like he had any bones to add density. He landed with his limbs splayed out all around him. Inga was pressing her attack, and doing a fair job. But impossible as it seemed, the tank was still fending off the attacks. They needed an edge, and Logan thought he might just have the trick. His ace in the hole. A couple of them, actually. Logan pushed himself up onto his palms and released a pair of spiked violet spores, each about the size of a peach pit, which pulsed with a gentle light. As they drifted toward the ground, he rained down rapid growth spores, pumping stored up apothos into the purple pits. This wasn't so different from what he'd done to Magmarty, but this time, he wasn't raising up a bunch of opal truffles. This time he was summoning his first real minions, spore wargs. Since the minions were tied to his core, at his current level, he could only produce and control 2 of the creatures, but hopefully that would be enough. The swirling spores burbled and morphed, expanding rapidly as they neared the floor. In seconds, rudimentary limbs sprouted from the pod, followed by a snout and muzzle. In less than 5 seconds, the spore wargs were as large as bulldogs, with the same squat frame, beefy chest, and powerful limbs. Though most fungaloid minions weren't known for being fast or agile, these beasties proved to be the exception to the rule. They were pale, their skin hairless and rubbery. They had no eyes, but enormous bat-like ears that allowed them to navigate through a type of super echolocation. Best of all, their bite was highly toxic and could induce seizures or even temporary paralysis under the right circumstances. Logan had come to learn that they were also oddly affectionate and seemed to retain crude memories even after a death and respawn cycle. These 2 he called Booker and Noodle Doodle, both named after the pups he knew he would never see again. The deadly wargs didn't need any instruction, but leaped forward, claws scrabbling across the floor, as they launched themselves at the tank. With wicked fangs, one latched onto the tank's ankle, while the other jumped, crunching down on the tank's shield-bearing forearm. The tank let out a groan of pain and tried to shake the swinging hound away, but old Noodle Doodle had a bite like a bear trap. She just dangled there, legs swinging, paws scratching at armor, refusing to drop. It was an awesome distraction, and one that gave Inga the opening she needed. She spun left in a flourish of wings and hurled another moonlance, slashing across the tank's exposed face and eyes. The fighter screamed and recoiled, temporarily blinded and beset by Logan's hounds. Inga darted forward and leaped up, legs cartwheeling through the air as she flipped over the tank and landed behind her, before driving a silvery sword arm through a vulnerable joint in the tank's armor, deep into the flesh beneath. Inga pulled her arm free, covered liberally in blood, but the tank just kept right on fighting. That Valkyrie could take a beating. She was a B-class cultivator, though. So, even tired, she was easily 10 times more powerful than any of the dungeon cores in the room. "I have had just about enough of this," the tank shouted with a growl. She brought her foot straight up, then slammed it down with a thud. Brown light rippled out, the stone floor underfoot quaking and creaking, razor-sharp spits of rock shutting up. The rock lances missed Inga and the others, but poor Booker, clinging to her ankle, wasn't so lucky. The hound took a spike through the throat that nearly decapitated him. "And now for you," the tank said, turning her furious face on the remaining dangling pup. She twisted at the hips and drove her sword into the creature's torso, dispatching it with pitiful ease. So much for that. Marco still had the cleric ensorcelled, which was good, but they needed to find a way to take this damned tank out. Inga was giving it her all, but it didn't seem to be enough, and with Treacle still firmly out cold, it was up to Logan to even the playing field. The question was, how? Trying to respawn the spore wargs wasn't realistic. They took too much of his usable apothos for that. But Inga's spike flies had grown considerably larger since she'd first summoned them. They were now each the size of a quarter, and there were easily 30 or 40 of them. Now that Logan could work with. He'd never used his brain caps outside the simulated dungeon, but there really was no time like the present. "Keep him dancing, Marco," Logan called out. The satyr laughed. "Obviously, you've never partied with me before. I don't ever stop. My father used to tell me I had a real problem. But who has the problem now, huh?" Yeah, Logan didn't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. He put the goat man from mind and sped over to the cleric's lantern. At the same time, he exhaled a wave of braincap spores into the air through his frilled gills, right where Inga's spike flies were coalescing, growing bigger and more fiendish. Logan used the last of his apothos reserve to create rapid growth spores, and he added them to the fungi that were already latching onto Inga's insects. Small ghostly green mushrooms bloomed from the back of each spikefly. Exhaling and clearing his mind, Logan took control of the tiny critters. It was harder to do in real life than it had been in the simulated dungeon, but their time practicing had paid off in spades. The flies finally reached maturity, and they looked like flying devil-headed thorns. Big softball-sized flies with huge eyes, whirring wings, and spikes sticking out in every direction. No legs. Their attack style was simple. They dive-bombed their enemies and slammed into them, like living throwing stars. The spike flies then puked digestive acid onto their victims. It was gross, but effective. As a fungaloid, Logan could appreciate gross and effective. Logan turned off the cleric's lantern, plunging the place into darkness. However, the spike flies were infected with his brain cap mushrooms. Glowing green lumps of fungal growth covered their black bodies, giving them some of Logan's powers, including his ability to see in the dark. Logan could also take over one of them, and suddenly, he was seeing through the eyes of a spike fly. It was dizzying, showing him a world of whirling movement in basic colors, but with enough clarity that he could discern the difference between a dungeon core and a dungeoneer. The battle paragon was still clapping along, but it was clear he was about to try to cast a spell to light up the room. He never had the chance. Logan used the spike fly he was controlling and slammed it into the chest of the cleric. Half of the flies followed suit. Smack, smack, smack. The barbed insects punctured the cleric's armor, skewering him on their horns. As for Inga, she too could see in the dark. She noiselessly moved to the side and leaped up again, wings keeping her aloft. The tank's armor was far too thick to penetrate directly, but her face and neck were exposed. Lining up her blade, Inga dropped all of her weight down, driving the tip of her sword at an angle through the tank's neck and deep into her chest. With a thought, Logan directed the rest of the flies to hit the tank from the rear. The tank fell forward onto her face, as dead could be. A cloud of apothos rose from her corpse. Vita mixed in a cocktail of malice, morta, and terra. Treacle was a malice and terra cultivator, so Logan focused on the morta energy filling the room. As he'd done 1,000 times before, he drew the streams of energy into his center. There, it mixed with his core, adding to the knot. He wasn't the only one to eat. Inga's gem glowed with a lunar light as she took her fill, though it would take some time to cultivate the sheer glut of energy. Except, Logan wasn't getting very much apothos. After taking out 2 B-class dungeoneers, he should have been rocketing up in rank, but he would be lucky to even get a single rank off of these kills. Then it occurred to him. Neither he nor Inga were in charge of the dungeon. Kavandri would get the lion's share of the kills, since they were in his domain. One of the walls swiveled open, and everyone's favorite blade ghoul stepped forward. "Hey, guys. Funny that you tripped into my trap room at the same time as the raiders. But dang, you took care of them in a hurry." Kavandri knelt and turned up the cleric's lantern. "You guys don't mind if I keep their bodies and equipment, right? It's nice to have a couple extra corpses to throw around here and there. And I love me a good knick-knack or 3. However, I will give you a little something-something. You earned it." He bent down, rifled through the cleric's pouch, and removed the ghoul tooth. From the pocket of his leather butcher's apron, he removed a little tin, which he shook, smiling at the rattle. "You get the cleric's goodie, but I'll throw in 3 more. I imbued them with Morta Apothos, so they should be perfect for a couple of you guys. Watch out, though, because they pack a hell of a punch, believe you me. There's a reason why the tank was so hot to get her hands on one." Inga took the tin and stuck it in a pocket. Idly, Logan wondered if there were fly larvae or baby centipedes in the pocket. He promptly decided it was probably best not to think about that. Also, Logan was a little wary of swallowing teeth. That was rather disturbing. But then, pretty much everything that had happened since being eaten by the Reaper box was disturbing. The wall to the corridor opened on the central hinge, and Professor Arquetta stood there, sunglasses tipped, her headscarf writhing. "Oh, there you 4 are. Goodness. Is Treacle okay? What happened?" Logan knew what happened. Chadagroth had forced them into the trap room. Somehow, the Abyss Lord had timed it perfectly so the raiders would kill them. But what proof did Logan have? None. None at all. The blade ghoul bent and touched the Minotaur, who was slowly coming around.
Well, that was terrible,
Treacle moaned.
Did I break a horn? I hope not. That would be so depressing. I like having a matching pair, and my life has so few pleasures in it.
Marco went over and helped their friend up. Inga scowled. An invisible wall pushed us into this room. At the same time, these two found us. We managed to best them, but if they'd been at full power, we'd surely be dead. Unlikely, Kavandri said. I didn't catch all the fight, but I caught enough. They never had a chance. Not only were they not the sharpest tools in the shed, but you dungeon cores working together would have given even Lin-raced Air Gem a run for his money. He nodded conspiratorially. These are monsters to watch, Arquetta. The professor slipped her sunglasses back onto her face, before adjusting her bulging headscarf. I agree, Mr. Spencer. But you didn't have any random traps, did you? Every bit of torture, every trap in my dungeon, is meticulously planned, eh? You know me. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm glad we didn't lose any students on this field trip. Remember last time? He winced and shook his head. Ouch. The professor frowned. We try not to focus on the students who die. She turned cheerful. Well, all's well that ends well. Come on, you four. The blade ghoul waved enthusiastically. Bye, guys. If you see Air Jam outside, make sure you kill him good. He turned to take care of the fresh corpses. Logan and his friends returned to the corridors, stairs, and ladders out of the slaughter pits. Logan did take a moment to punch Marco lightly on the arm. Nice going back there. For a second, while you were casting that maniacal dancing spell, you looked like a true dungeon lord.
That was awesome,
The satyr smiled.
It was fun using some of my other abilities. Other than drinking, of course. I'm just glad that Nataraja's wretched rhythm worked. There was a percentage chance that the cleric would have ignored me. That would have been embarrassing. Clapping like an idiot while you two were cut down. Not sure I could have lived with myself.
Those last words came out with a little more emotion than the satyr probably would have wanted. Well, the important thing is that your spell did work, Inga called over her shoulder. You saved us. You're something of a hero in my book. Though, Logan's spore wargs were quite impressive as well. Treacle sighed.
Not only did I get knocked out, but I can't get that damn rhythm out of my head.
He patted his thighs as they made their way out of the slaughter pits. The terrible 12th found the rest of the group standing on the rocky ledge of the bank door. Chattergroth didn't even throw them a glance. The Abyss Lord stood with an arm around his undead girlfriend, chatting with the rocky Jimmy McMarty. Tet, though, had another look for Logan. She tilted her head, widened her eyes, and shrugged. He nodded, and she nodded back. Maybe she knew more about what had happened. Logan would ask her once they got back to the relative safety of Shadowcroft Castle on Arborea. He was learning, though, that the life of a dungeon core was anything but safe. Chapter 26. It took 6 weeks for Logan to talk with Tedicott alone. The Catwoman was always either out of sight, in her room, or with the first cohort. And if he went to her room, or asked to talk with her in private, that might raise all sorts of red flags and put her in an awkward position. Something shady had definitely gone down at the slaughter pits, and Logan suspected Chattergroth was behind the incident. Logan had seen the Abyss Lord use a variant of the invisible wall spell more than once during their core calisthenics class. But outside of that, he had no real proof, and the last thing he wanted to do was make Tet's life more difficult. Logan finally timed it so that he and Tet were alone in the Codex Athenaeum together. He found her in periodicals. She had swung across a bottomless chasm using one of the ropes. A real rope, not a snake mimic. Logan had learned about the snake mimics the hard way, during his 3rd trip through the library. Tet was perusing the magazines. Dungeon Core Quarterly, Monsters Weekly, The Inside Tree, which were bound into books on the other side of the pit. Hey, Tet, can I talk to you for a minute? Logan asked from the edge of the chasm, since swinging across was always a serious health risk. He was willing to do it, sure. but not if she was going to turn him away without an answer. She turned, her eyes flashing.
That might not be a good idea.
You knew this was coming, Logan said.
I did.
That admission was followed by a heavy sigh. Logan checked a dangling rope for teeth before swinging across. He was strong enough to swing across without losing a limb or falling. He did wobble a little on the dismount, certainly enough for him to get a low score from the Russian judge. But he'd come a long way since he first started at Shadowcroft's. As a lowly toadstool, he wouldn't have been able to pull off that little display unassisted. Not in a million years. He straightened and brushed his palms against his rough linen trousers. Look, I know how awkward this has to be for you. We're not friends. You run with the top-ranked cohort, and I run with the last. I know what you and the rest of the first think about me and my friends. So, I'm just going to get to the point and forgo the small talk. I'm here about Shadowcroft. What did you see that day at the slaughter pits? You threw me a look. Maybe it was pity, or maybe I just imagined it. But me and friends nearly died back there. So if you know something, I'd appreciate you talking to me.
Bold,
Tet said, offering Logan a ghost of a smile.
Direct. Does that tend to work on most women in your experience?
She asked, quirking a manicured eyebrow. Logan shrugged. I've been told it can be a little off-putting, but I thought you might appreciate it, since neither of us have time for games. Not with the winnowing coming up. So, do you know anything? She paused, canting her body and staring side-eyed at him.
You're a curious creature, Logan. Small, weak, yet indomitable in ways that I can appreciate. And I can appreciate direct talk when it's necessary. As for the information I have, I imagine it's less robust than what you'd like, but I'll share it all the same.
Tet turned. Her ear twitched, and her tail flicked. She crossed her arms.
The truth is, I don't know anything for sure. Shadowcroft did leave us for a few minutes. He said he needed to run an important errand. You guys were gone when he returned.
She offered a lopsided shrug.
I figured he was messing with you. He's the type to bully the less fortunate.
Logan squinted.
What can I say? We're the terrible 12th. But we're getting less terrible all the time. We've noticed, the Catwoman replied evenly. As I said, you are indomitable in ways that I can appreciate. Ever since you destroyed McMarty, we've been taking the four of you more seriously. And yesterday, what did you do to that poor Doomhound?
Gem-studded puffballs, Logan explained. It's warm enough that I started growing them near the bleachers before class. I lured the hound in, and my mushroom grenades did the rest. Tet offered a wicked half-smile. Her sapphire green eyes lit up with an amused light.
This ability to rapidly grow your mushrooms has drastically helped you. And I've noticed you're a lot tougher than you were at the slaughter pits. You got some sort of tincture there, didn't you?
Maybe, Logan said coolly, not wanting to tip his hand. In fact, those ghouls' teeth had knocked him up 2 ranks. He was sitting pretty as an Iron Trunk cultivator, rank 8. He'd benefited the most from the Blade Ghoul's gift, since it was Morta Apothos, and that was one of his 2 primary affinity types. He also processed it far better than his friends, thanks in part to his increased digestion ability. Unlike the others, he could instantly convert 60% of the incoming Apothos into pure Apothos, which gave him an enormous leg up. Inga, on the other hand, had been so nauseated from the ghoul's teeth that she hadn't been able to eat for 3 days. Even Marco had to take a night away from the bottle to recover. Treacle had wandered around, belching, chewing cud, and looking miserable. At least, more miserable than usual. Even though they'd struggled with the ghoul's teeth, the terrible 12th had been riding high since their victory on the field trip. They'd taken down 2 Azure branch cultivators, and though they didn't get much of the Apothos, taking out real-life Dungeoneers just felt good. No one else in their year had managed to accomplish that. Not even the venerable first cohort. So, Logan and the terrible 12th might have been the worst, but they also had bragging rights of sorts. Even Marco had been taking his schoolwork more seriously, and not just Professor Arquetta's dungeon design class. He was crafting better, eliciting fewer sighs from Crucible, and even paying more attention in Rockhart's traps, pits, and pendulums class. He still slept through Neckbet's history lectures, though. Logan couldn't really blame him. Tet looked too skeptical to even roll her eyes. You don't need to tell me a thing. It's none of my business, and it will remain none of my business. What else are you wondering about? She asked. Since we have this special time together, do you have any more questions? Logan wasn't sure if she was being sarcastic or not. She seemed simultaneously flirty and deadpan, but it was worth rolling the dice in case she was being genuine. It had taken him 6 weeks to get the Catwoman alone. It might not happen again, and there was a good chance he'd either die or be a casualty of the winnowing. He might as well get to know her. Okay, Tet, what do you think about being part of the first cohort? You're what, an A-class like Chattergroth? Please, he wishes he were A-class. Everyone thinks he's an ascended jade leaf, but he's B-class, rank 1. Though, she shrugged, he probably will hit A-class by the time finals are through. As for me, I'm a B-class, rank 3. When I evolve, I'll be a greater scorpion Hemet Najer. She caught her tail in her hands. My tail will transform into a stinger. It will be much bigger and much deadlier. Half cat, half scorpion? Logan nodded. Pretty cool. I think I just become more fungal. So I got that going for me. Tet actually smiled and relaxed some. To answer your question, I like being among the elite. I've trained my entire life to attend this school, you know. That wasn't the case with you, was it? Uroth barely has any apothos, if my studies into your world are correct. Logan shot her a finger gun. You're not wrong. I didn't even know about the Tree of Souls. The fact that she'd researched Earth at all was interesting. Maybe she was more interested in him and the Terrible Twelfth than she let on. Tet's ears twitched. And yet here you are, progressing, evolving, becoming a champion in your own right. She paused to take him in. I grew up in the spectral deserts of Eritreus, a wasteland on a continent far from Haven's home. I heard the butter knives there are amazing, Logan joked. Neckbet can be such a bore. This time the Catwoman did roll her eyes. Logan took a second to clarify something he'd been pondering. So, Haven's home is what, exactly? The largest city on Eritreus for dungeon cores? What is the big Dungeoneer city? No one seems to talk much about that. Tet answered with a shake of her head. Aurora is the grand city of the Dungeoneers, home to the 1,000 guilds and the Castanus dynasty. It lies on the Golden Harbor, across the Dawn Sea from my ancient home, Kemet Kemal. I visited Aurora once. I went as a disciple of the Coptic champions to see the greed, the selfishness, and the chaos. The Emperor tries to keep order, but the dynasty is weak as an aging Trahela. The real power lies with the guilds. Everything is carved up into warring fiefdoms vying for power. The result is chaos enough for the mercenaries, cut purses, and cutthroats to have their way. It's all bright and shiny on the surface of things. A paradise, a utopia. But when you scratch the surface just a little, you can see the rot beneath. When I saw their lawless evil, it was clear what I needed to do with my life, and with my eternity. I spent every waking moment working, always working, so that I'd be a good enough cultivator to get into Shadowcroft. Actually, the only reaping dungeon on Eritreus is in the spectral deserts of Kemet Kemal. The very idea blew Logan away. Wait. He pressed his thick fingers against his temples. Let me get this straight. You went willingly into that reaping dungeon knowing that, best case scenario, you'd be murdered horribly, so you get a guardian form and come here? All victories require sacrifice, Tet said. Logan blinked. Wow, that's super metal. No, she replied, shaking her head. My primary affinities are Morta and Terra. There isn't any metal involved. That's more up McMarty's alley. Not what I meant. It's just like, you're the ultimate goth chick. You were part of a death cult for crying out loud. Tet shrugged it off. You must understand something. The Coptic champions have nurtured the best and most powerful disciples from across the multiverse to become dungeons of note. There are 2 great lines of guardians on Eritreus, my people, and the Diabolus Diaboli, based in Haven's home. That's Prince Chatagroth's line. He thinks the Diabolus has the most powerful cores, but he's mistaken. More Coptic champions have become Heartwood and Crown cultivators. To Logan, it seemed like a lot of posturing. Then again, back on Earth, in politics, sports, and art, dynasties always rose. Even in the military there was competition. Army versus Marine, Coasties versus Navy, Chair Force versus everyone else. And it got even worse when you got down to the battalion, company, and platoon levels. This was no different, he supposed. And the existence of the old guard didn't stop upstarts from making a splash. Tet turned, perused the shelf, and pulled out a collection of the tree inside from several years back. She ducked as a poison dart came shooting out. Logan wasn't so lucky, but he did get a hand up just in time to catch it in his palm. Tet blanched. You need to get to Ned and Zed. Madame Gammy tips her darts with Coptician viper venom from my own temple. It's okay, Logan said. I have poison immunity. He plucked out the dart and tossed it over his shoulder. Madame Gammy wouldn't mind. She would just craft more, since they were endogenous Apothos manifestations. Tet swung back over the chasm. I must go, Logan. This has been a nice diversion. In the end, however, I am a solitary creature. The Coptic champions train their disciples to be that way. I will stay focused. I will stay at the top of the leaderboard. I will get my own dungeon, and I'll protect the tree. She went to walk away, hips swaying, tail twitching. He grabbed a rope and swung back over with her. Mind if I walk you out? He asked. Tet smiled wryly. I suppose we can let the diversion continue for a little while longer. We can't be friends, though. I don't mind a diversion every now and again, but I do mind distractions. I'm too mushroomy to be a distraction, and I'm friends with Marco, and he is like the Greek god of distractions. Tet's eyes narrowed. I don't know what Greeks are, so I will agree and smile politely. That wry smile never left her face. After Tet checked the book out, she and Logan walked to the stairwell of true seeing. At one point, they stopped to look at one another in the mirrors around them. Tedicot's true form was human, a 20-ish-year-old woman with dark skin and a Cleopatra haircut. Her eyes were the same as in her cat form, like emeralds. She smiled. I must admit, you were rather handsome before you became fungal. Logan brushed a hand over his floppy yellow cap. Oh, I don't know about that. I rocked the fungal look. And before, I wasn't immune to poison, so I consider this an upgrade. You are not wrong there, Tet nodded. That is precisely why we needed to shed our former bodies, so that we could become more than human. Immortal in a way, though different from the immortality the Dungeoneers seek. She trailed off, falling into comfortable silence as they ascended the rest of the stairs. Eventually, she bid him goodbye with a raised hand and departed, bound for the Azure Dragon's dormitory wing. Logan, still reeling a little from the conversation, walked through the Golden Serpent Hall, letting his feet guide him while his mind worked. A few bushy treegees were cleaning, and the tree-like kitchen staff were putting away the day's coffee. It wasn't as old as he liked, but Logan went over to grab a cup all the same. He was hard-pressed to pass up coffee of any variety. Cup of joe in hand, he wandered outside to the Dye Pavilion. It was a warm spring night, a little humid, which he liked now. He sipped the old coffee, and then inhaled, taking more life energy from the chicken in his room. It was getting fuzzy. That would be Mucor mucida, a type of mold, delicate and delicious, like nightmare cotton candy. His thoughts restlessly circled Tet like a ship, caught in a massive whirlpool. She had trained her entire life to get into Shadowcroft. Logan had stumbled into their situation after a few beers and finishing a bloodthirsty video game. Life was weird. The afterlife was weirder. And yet he felt grateful for meeting such good friends and having such an interesting experience. He felt connected to the school, the professors, even the other students. Like Tet, for example. They weren't friends. She'd made that abundantly clear. But maybe they could be under different circumstances. Idly, he wondered if there was any chance of romance. Then he had to pause. How would he be able to kiss the Catwoman? Neither had the lips for kissing. No romance. Not only was it wildly impractical, but it would actively get in the way. He needed to focus on the here and now. Tomorrow night, there was an all-academy meeting in the Golden Serpent Hall. Rockhart would be explaining the leaderboard and the winnowing in more detail. Logan both dreaded it and was excited about it. That basically summed up his experiences at the academy, though it was far more excitement than dread. As he killed his coffee, his mind wandered from Tet to Chattigroth. Even with the very limited info he had, it was clear as good Kentucky moonshine that the Abyss Lord had tried to kill them. Well, that chucklehead was going to have to learn to live with disappointment, because Logan and his friends weren't going anywhere. Chapter 27. The next night, Logan sat with his friends near the back of the Golden Serpent Hall. Naturally, the first cohort sat in the front, close to Skip Shadowcroft and Professor Rockhart. The headmaster and the rector prime stood on the dais of the main hall, presiding over the evening's proceeds like a battalion CO, and the sergeant major, giving the weekend safety brief. Shadowcroft was as regal, if absent-minded, as ever, while Rockhart looked like he was ready to smite the next person to look at him wrong. Logan had filled his friends in about his conversation with Tet. Their reaction surprised him. Marco laughed it off, just like he laughed off pretty much everything else. Treacle sighed, and said it was only a matter of time before they were killed. Inga shrugged. She looked at the situation in a completely logical manner. They would become so powerful and earn so many points for the Azure Dragon clan that Rockhart would eventually love them as much as he loved the first cohort. Then both the Rector Prime and Chattigroth would leave the Terrible 12th alone. Either that, or they would all die. And then the point was moot anyway. It would be a steep hill to climb, but Logan agreed. Part of him, though, wanted to tell the headmaster, or another professor, maybe Arquetta. But what proof did they have? Tet wouldn't want to get involved. Shadowcroft raised his hands, and the entire hall quieted. He said what he always said.
Welcome. You've all come a long way. You're not dead, and so you can continue to do wonderful things.
That basically summed up the academy. Don't die, and do wonderful things. Well, Chattigroth's attack hadn't killed them, so wonderful things Logan would continue to do. A light gleamed under Shadowcroft's robes, bleeding from his gem, and he threw that light out across the room to show a large display. Each of the 4 clans was listed. The Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Phoenix, the Crystal Tiger, and the Onyx Tortoise. Underneath the names were numbers, all swirling around. Marco made a face.
What's this? It looks like a combination of unhealthy competition among our fellow students and math. So much math.
Inga's antennae stuck straight out. There was fury in her black eyes. Marco, you have to pay attention. That's the leaderboard. While Shadowcroft praised various students, cohorts, and clans, Inga went over the basics in a muted whisper. For Logan, it was a review. Then again, he hadn't been out drinking in Vrolkag with GK most every night up until recently. There were 4 parts to the leaderboard scores, each worth roughly a quarter of the overall score. 25% were teacher evaluations, sometimes referred to as the intangibles. This could really help you or hurt you. For example, Arquetta loved Marco, and so that helped him, the Terrible 12th, and the Azure Dragon clan as a whole. However, both Rockhart and Crucible couldn't stand the satyr, to say nothing of Rockhart's loathing of Logan. This was the most subjective aspect of the leaderboard, and professors were watched carefully. If Rockhart had given Logan glowing marks just because he was in his clan, Shadowcroft and the other professors, especially the clan leaders, would put a stop to it in an instant. Thankfully, no one would be accusing Rockhart of playing favorites with Logan. The other parts of the score were far more objective. 25% of the leaderboard score was based around a category called the Raw Strength Index, which took into account overall strength compared to the other guardians in your year. Each level of cultivation was worth 10 points. Each rank was another point. For example, Logan was an Iron Trunk cultivator, rank 8, which meant he himself was worth 22 points. Once he was rank 7, he would be worth 23 points. A bruiser like Chattergroth was worth almost twice that, since he was a high-ranked Azure branch cultivator. Chattergroth had started out at the top of the leaderboard, and his position hadn't wavered even a little. Another 25% of the leaderboard score, however, was based around a category called the Improved Strength Index. Logan never stood a chance on the Raw Strength Index, but in this category, he shined like the rising sun. Each level gained gave you double points, then triple, then quadruple, and so on. Logan had started as an E-Class, or Deep Root Cultivator, rank 10, the absolute bottom of the barrel. He'd leveled up 12 times to get to be an Iron Trunk, rank 8. Shadowcroft was quick to point that out.
Ah, yes. And one of the most powerful examples of optimism meeting grit is our resident fungaloid, Logan Murray. He started as little more than a dirt digger. And yet look at his progress.
The tree man beamed in satisfaction.
Why, he has earned the Azure Dragon 190 points through his relentless efforts at self-improvement. Most impressive.
The Terrible 12 clapped, as did a few of their friends from other cohorts in the Azure clan. But very few added to the applause. Rockhart himself was scowling, and he shouldn't have been, since he was the Azure Dragon clan leader. Shadowcroft smiled so much he grew a few new skull flowers.
Yes, it is amazing how determined the Terrible 12th are. And yet they are no longer at the bottom of the barrel, so to speak. They are ranked 11th in the Azure Dragon clan, and one up from the bottom across the school. Perhaps they might need a different name.
Never, Inga shouted, in an unexpectedly loud voice. We're terrible. Terrible for raiders. Terrible for our enemies. Terrible for anyone who crosses us. Marco and Treacle sat with their mouths open. Logan laughed. That's right. We're the Terrible 12, and we're here to stay.
Perhaps,
Rockhart stepped forward.
And yet, 25% of your grade, of our standing, of the leaderboard, is your performance in the winnowing. As you know, the 4 worst students in each clan, regardless of cohort, will be expelled. These wretches will be forced from our vaunted academy, regulated to wander the endless worlds as dungeonless monsters. An outcast. A creature too weak to serve the Tree of Souls as a true guardian. True, you will still be able to do your part in stopping raiders, and yet you will do so with only a fraction of your power, with a gem easily taken, destroyed, and cultivated. Shadowcroft threw up his hands. The display showing the various numbers and clan ranking winked off. Please excuse me, students. It appears I have a bit of a crisis I must attend to. Rockhart will take it from here. Again, my dear students, as long as you live, you can do wonderful things. He promptly turned on a heel and hurried off the dais, and out the front door. Rockhart's own gem winked on. He took over seamlessly. As you can see, the Azure Dragon is ahead by 200 points. However, that can all change with the end of the year evaluations and poor performances in the winnowing. As of now, here are the standings. The Azure Dragon equals 2,158. The Vermilion Phoenix equals 1,909. The Crystal Tiger equals 1,856. The Onyx Tortoise equals 1,855. Logan liked that his clan was at the top, and that his cohort wasn't at the bottom. Actually, the last-ranked cohort in the Azure Dragon was known as the Franklin Four, and it was full of dungeon cores Logan didn't know. A brood witch with 8 spidery legs jutting from her back, a pyro ifrit known as a wishcaster, a green-skinned toad king, and some sort of iron golem with wards inscribed over every inch of his metallic skin. Logan had no idea which one was Franklin. They had slipped into last place, mostly because Logan had been leveling like crazy. There are 2 parts of the winnowing,
Rockhart continued. There is the placement exam and the final exam. The placement exam will take place in the Tartaruka cells. You will have 6 hours to set up a simulated dungeon, which will be proctored by myself and Zen Ikgix, the venerable threshing tortoise. The exam is straightforward and rather simple, though it will put everything you've learned this year to the test. You will be facing a classic raiding party of 5, a standard tank, another fighter class, a cleric, an unspecified variety of spellcaster, and a rogue. Those are the basics, but the actual character levels will be randomized. There will be 3 C-class raiders and 2 B-class raiders. You will have to destroy them to pass. Who here has booked time in the Tartaruka cells? Everyone in the room raised their hands, except for Marco and the gelatinous knight. That wasn't so promising. Logan could have sworn Marco had logged some time in the simulation dungeon. Rockhart nodded, and made sure to throw the slackers a well-earned glare of disapproval. We will be using the introductory settings, so the simulated raiders will be far less intelligent than any dungeoneers you will face in real life. Even Sir Rosencrantz Brandybutter will be that much less clever. Not that he was particularly clever to begin with, during his tragic and ill-begotten life. Logan turned to Inga. Wait, I'm sorry. Brandybutter was alive at one point? She nodded. The apothos of the raiders was collected, enchanted, and turned into simulations. The classes can be changed, and the stats adjusted at will, but each one is based on a real raider who was unfortunate enough to be captured. So you're telling me they're ghosts, Logan said flatly. We've been fighting ghosts all this time? Inga nodded and shushed him, clearly not as interested as she should have been. Rockhart was in full lecture mode now. Those who do well on the placement exam will be rewarded with a draft of red lotus juice. He revealed a cloudy glass bottle, with a flourish. The bottle itself glimmered with ethereal light, and the red liquid within the bottle seemed to burn with pent-up energy. Inga's antennae went wild. That could really help us. I'd rather have beer, Marco said with a dopey grin. Rockhart silenced them all with a lingering stare.
Yes, the tincture is powerful to be certain. But the benefits of doing well don't end there. Those with the best scores will get first choice when it comes to picking the actual dungeon used for the winnowing. The world is a hard and unforgiving place, and Shadowcroft mirrors that reality. Do well, and you will get to choose any of the 13 dungeons on Arborea, the one most favorable to your guardian form. The top scorers will also get extra time, 9 hours instead of 6 to prep those dungeons, and to alter them and outfit them in any manner they deem appropriate. And you do well to choose wisely, since you will be facing real dungeoneers.
Did I hear him right? Logan asked.
Yes, you heard me right, the Rector Prime spat. We are abducting real dungeoneers as we speak, stolen from across the multiverse. That is what called Shadowcroft away. The final exam will be in a real dungeon, with real threats. And there is a good chance if you fail, you will die with the cracked gemstone, and your apothos will be devoured by these supposed heroes, who will return to their various worlds. The dungeoneers will be fighting for their lives, not mere simulations of the cell. As for you all will be fighting for your place at this school. Again, you might survive your final exam, but if your scores put you at the bottom of your clan, you will not survive the winnowing. His eyes shot to the terrible 12th and seemed to linger for a little too long. Expulsion shall be the reward for your failure and weakness. You will become a wandering monster. You will have no minions, no home, no hope. That idea hit Logan hard. Tedakant might be a solitary creature, but he wasn't. Being alone, without friends, wandering forest paths of some forgotten world, would be hell for him. He raised his hand. Rockhart sneered and folded his arms. Yes, Mr. Murray? Logan stood. I'm assuming Inga and I will be able to take both parts of the winnowing together. Whispers, laughter, and gasps erupted from the student body. Rockhart hushed them all with a violent look. That would help you, Fungaloid. But what of Inga? She is a promising dungeon core. Do you even know what you are suggesting?
Inga stood next to him and grabbed his hand.
I know exactly what Logan is suggesting. We've spent the year working together. Yes, I'm a promising dungeon core, but I also know an opportunity when I see one. It would be my honor to throw my fate in with Logan Murray.
Logan felt a knot of emotion fill his throat. Chattergroth burst into laughter, and so did the rest of his cronies. All except Tet. The Catwoman merely looked at Logan, shaking her head. He didn't care. He nodded at Inga.
We'll do this together, if you're sure.
Inga's brow furrowed as her antennae shrank, and she anxiously bit her bottom lip.
Sometimes I'm not too terribly good on tests. Performance anxiety.
Of course we're doing this together, he said, letting confidence fill his voice. It may have been unearned confidence, but he learned that one of the most important aspects of leadership was giving people hope. And nothing inspired hope more than confidence. He did have to wonder what she meant about not taking tests well, though. Would she find the nerve to tell him?
Chapter 28. It took another month for the students to get through all the material in their classes, and the teachers to work through the seemingly endless sea of students who needed to take their placement exams. The staff ran the Tartaruga cells 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to get through the whole school. For Logan and his friends, it was largely business as usual. Cultivating in the Akros Coliseum in the morning, perfecting the boundless wheel technique, studying in the Codex Athenaeum at night, and doing their best to survive Rockhart's core calisthenics. The stony-faced professor had become even more vindictive since their trip to the slaughter pits, pushing them to the very limit of their capabilities. Obstacle courses, duels, new monsters, even an inferno pit designed to roast Logan alive. He had to constantly circulate a pothos along his meridians and through his skin, or risk being burnt to a cinder. Yet instead of breaking Logan and the others, it only pushed them to excel. Logan had climbed his way up to Iron Trunk Cultivator rank 7, and even Marco had reluctantly started to give half a damn. The satyr still spent far too much time getting blackout drunk with the gelatinous knight, but his attitude had shifted since the field trip. Seeing a real dungeon core in action had seemed to spark something in him. Either that, or the fight against the Dungeoneers. Either way, he was taking their morning meditation seriously. The boundless wheel hadn't really been working for him, but he'd stumbled upon a different technique, called Drunken Master Falls Down Well. Not a joke, an actual technique. That seemed to do the trick. Marco was also putting in extra hours at the library, and had even started fiddling around with dungeon designs with Professor Arquetta. Logan was feeling better than ever about their chances, both as individuals and as a team. The opposite seemed to be true for everyone else at Shadowcroft, though. Once the rest of the first year started taking their placement exams, an air of darkness and stress filled the hallways and dormitories. Even though the weather was warm again, the chill of spring rains turning into the furious blaze of summer sun, everyone was working too hard to really enjoy it. Also, rumors ran rampant. There were stories of dungeon cores who completely failed, botched their placement exams so badly, they never stood a chance in the upcoming winnowing. Other gossip told of students who did so well it spelled doom for one cohort or another. It was hard to get to the heart of those rumors, but one thing was certainly true. The standings on the leaderboard seemed to change nightly. Logan and his cohort checked their DCGs for the schedule. And of course, the terrible 12th would be going last. First Marco at 6 a.m., which was a recipe for disaster. Then Logan and Inga, as soon as the simulated dungeon was cleared and reset, which generally took an hour. Then Treacle would go dead last, a sign that the gnome lord turned minotaur insisted was a bad omen. But then he sort of thought everything was doom, gloom, and bad omens by the bucketful. The days leading up to the exam were hard, and some cohorts had a hard time staying focused. Not the terrible 12th. Marco was handling the stress relatively well. Yes, he'd been spending time with the gelatinous knight, drowning out his worries. But he'd also worked in the library, sketching out the dungeon for his exam. Meanwhile, Treacle spent untold hours at the World Forge, crafting gear. Logan and Inga hunkered down on strategy and cultivation. There was very little chance that Logan could advance to rank 6 before the exam, but he certainly tried his best. Any extra bit of apothos he could access might mean the difference between success and failure for the pair of them.
Time seemed to pass in a herky-jerky fashion, both too fast and too slow all at once. The day of their placement exam dawned bright and hot, turning Arborea into an oven, which Treacle also insisted was a bad omen. It only got progressively more bizarre from there. Logan had been tossing and turning all night, restlessly worrying about both his own survival and that of his teammates. Although the placement exams and the winnowing were individual tests, with individual results and consequences, the Terrible 12th had spent nearly every waking moment together. Working, studying, bonding. Logan felt responsible for each of them. So, at 5:15, Logan headed into Marco's room, fully expecting to have to drag the satyr out of bed. Only to find the goat man not only awake, but alert. A book spread out on a narrow wooden desk, while he gently finger-picked at a lyre he'd crafted. Stranger still, Marco was sober. The satyr seemed remarkably clear-headed. He'd skipped drinking the night before, which never happened, and excited about the exam. Over breakfast, which consisted of a loaded omelet for Marco and decaying vegetables for Logan, the satyr confessed that he and the gelatinous knight had actually been studying for the past month, instead of drinking. Marco had been too embarrassed to ask for help. Besides, Logan and Inga were so busy, he hadn't wanted to impose. And trying to get Treacle to leave that damned forge was the next best thing to impossible, though the Minotaur had helped him craft the lyre. Still, GK was rather accomplished, so long as he was sober, and Marco felt like he actually had a decent chance to pass. Unfortunately, Marco's good attitude had vanished when he stepped out of the Tartaruca cells several hours later. The man looked deeply shaken, his hair wild, his eyes strangely hollow. He mumbled a few vague words to Logan and the others before taking off to Vralcag. He left what remained of his broken lyre lying on the floor. The tests were proctored by the professors, so students couldn't watch what happened. Since Marco wasn't talking, there was no way for them to know what had gone down inside his test. Logan wanted nothing more than anything to chase his friend down and demand some answers. But he had less than 40 minutes before his own exam began, and he couldn't risk taking off for Vralcag. Everything was riding on this, and Inga was depending on him. He wanted to help Marco, but not at the expense of his other friends. After sharing a few quick words with Treacle, the Minotaur lumbered up the stairwell of True Seeing in pursuit of the satyr. His own exam wouldn't start until around 8 p.m., so he had the time. Logan's thoughts were still lingering on Marco when Professor Rockhart appeared like an avenging specter, ushering them into the Tartaruca cells with a sneer. Doing some simple deep breathing techniques, Logan cleared his thoughts, banished his worries, and became fully present in the moment. They had to jump in and get to work. Logan and Inga were used to rushing through their hour each Monday night, barely having enough time for Brandy Butter to run through their creation. 6 hours of prep time seemed positively stress-free by comparison. But they had far more to do this time around, Logan reminded himself as they worked. They weren't going up against a single dungeoneer, but 5, all of them far more powerful than anything they'd faced before. Thankfully, he and Inga had already shop-worked this scenario 100 times over, and knew exactly what to do. At this point, it was just grit and elbow grease. After assuming control of the simulator, Inga broke off to carefully build the inner sanctum, while Logan created the antechamber that had killed Sir Rosencrantz Brandybutter so many times before. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, was an adage Logan still adhered to. From there, they added a minion room, a funnel with a kill room, and a non-standard trap room, which was nearly an exact copy of the swiveling walls chamber that they'd stumbled into in the slaughter pits. Logan also added a trapdoor in the ceiling, which would send 3 giant centipedes cascading down into the room if the raiders weren't killed by the spiked walls or the grenade mushrooms. While Logan and Inga had improved drastically over the past months, they still didn't have a ton of apothos to play with. They both had many brilliant ideas, but they didn't have the space or resources to craft them all. Every creation, every crafted item, took precious energy from their gem cores. So, they kept the design simple, but efficient, as all good tools were. Sure, it would have been nice to have something a bit more elaborate, but a meat cleaver did its job well enough, even if it wasn't particularly fancy. They positioned the entrance at the top of a corkscrew staircase that would dump interlopers into a hallway that split off to the left and right. That was Inga's idea. She wanted to see if they could split the party. Logan was against it, but partnerships were about both teamwork and compromises. She wanted the T-juncture, so he conceded. The hallway to the right led to a small room with an enticing lure set out in the open. A gleaming silver sword. The sword wasn't magical. Neither he nor Inga had managed to inscribe runes yet, but it was an exogenous manifestation that would fetch a pretty penny. The only problem was, there was an artfully concealed trapdoor, which would send the hapless heroes plummeting into a kill room full of gleaming spears of spun moonglass, sharper than any scalpel. However, if they somehow survived the fall, there was a narrow corridor that led to the antechamber, with a mucal film floor and the two mushroom-filled alcoves on either side of the short hallway that connected to their inner sanctum. The sanctum itself was filled with Inga spikeflies and Logan's spore wargs, all tucked away within a veritable forest of fungal growth, which included ghoul's snare and blisterwort. Logan didn't have the juice for that forest, but Inga did, and she willingly donated the energy. Placing the majority of their minions in the inner sanctum was a risk, but it was also something the Dungeoneers wouldn't expect. Their presence not only protected the room, but if things went south, they could also summon the mushroom dogs and flies to help in the antechamber. They could even flood the narrow corridor that led to the kill room with their minions. Logan was hoping the Dungeoneers would take the left hallway, which connected to another staircase. That led to a snaking hallway filled with blind corners, switchbacks, and the conveniently placed swivel-walled trap room. Eventually, the hallway doubled back, through the minion room, then around to the front end of the antechamber. In essence, they had 5 rooms, including the sanctum, which wasn't that many. What they lacked in space, they made up for in triggers, traps, and minions. And given that Inga was Inga, they had contingency plans for their contingency plans. Once they got their setup taken care of, it was mostly a matter of waiting for the mushrooms to grow. Logan helped that along with a little aid from rapid growth, but he used his power sparingly, since he wanted to save as much apothos as possible for the battle itself. Rationing supplies was one of the pillars of success in tactical warfare. It was late afternoon. They still had nearly half an hour to spare, and Logan was amped up and ready to rock and roll. Inga, though, kept sighing. Well, as much as she could sigh, as a shared entity inside their respective gem cores, which floated over the pedestal. Their guardian bodies waited patiently in the antechamber's alcoves, hidden by huge opal truffle mushrooms. Logan's fungaloid form still wasn't all that impressive, but he did what he could with what he had. He was wearing a pair of rough-spun pants, thin leather boots, and a leather bandolier that offered virtually no protection at all, but secured his ruby shield. The shield on his back, combined with his fat fingers, made him comically look like a mutated turtle, of the teenage variety. He also had his rusty dagger sheathed at his side, but that wouldn't do much against a real Dungeoneer. Eventually, he'd need to get some actual armor, and a weapon that wouldn't induce laughing fits when raiders saw it. But that was a worry for another day. "Are you ready?" Logan asked. Instead of answering that question, Inga lost it.
"Very well, Logan. You don't need to pressure me. I'll tell you about the Stringentia Strigiform's exam."
This was one of her most violent non-sequiturs to date. He kept calm. "Not sure I was pressuring you. I was just growing some protospores, kicking it, relaxing a little, before we take the most important test of our lives."
"Kicking what?"
Inga sent that thought with a great deal of annoyance.
"Never mind. It is probably one of your backward world's idioms. No matter. You know when Tet said she trained her entire life to prepare herself for the reaping?"
"Yep. Like a pianist with a tiger mom. Another culturally specific reference from my backward world. Go on, Inga." He tried to make a joke, to lighten the mood, but it didn't help. Still more sighs.
"Well, this was never a part of my plan. The only reason I'm here at all was because I failed the single most important test of my life. Once upon a time, I was the Grand Archivist of the Eastern Area Archive. As you can rightfully imagine, such a position made me incredibly wealthy, famous even. But I wanted to be so much more. I had my sights on the coveted position of Imperial Bibliognost, a Libro Generalissimo of the sacred tomes of books, perhaps the single most coveted position on Toriopa. It takes decades to accumulate the knowledge to pass the Stringentious Strigiforms exam, which is the only way to become an Imperial Bibliognost.
She snorted virtually.
It is a grueling exercise in alphabetizing, synthesizing, indexing, and collating information across the world, across history, across reality itself. It is a working knowledge of the Brusalka Concordance.
This she followed up with an even bigger snort.
I don't have to tell you how many people have been driven insane by trying to remember even the first volume of the Brusalka.
Logan wasn't going to argue. But talk about culturally specific. He simply agreed, and then let his consciousness float through the halls, stairs, and rooms of their dungeon. It was almost time. While he drifted, he listened.
When we first bonded symbiotically, you saw me enter into the sacred tome of books, yes?
Inga asked. Logan remembered the cave entrance at the top of the mountains, with the other owl people perched regally on hanging platforms.
Yeah, I did, and it looked as intimidating as hell. Worse than you can imagine, Logan. I didn't emerge for 3 days. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. Instead, I worked. Worked my fingers bloody, alphabetizing and cataloging. I believe I did more in less time than any exam candidate before me. It was a triumph.
She seemed to preen at the words, despite not having feathers anymore.
Right up until the very end,
she finished, deflating.
You see, in the end I had to select a specialized field of study, and because I'd excelled beyond all imagining, I had 46 different areas to choose from. And I couldn't. The idea of picking only one area of study forever crippled me, Logan. It crippled me. I spent the rest of the exam reading through all the possibilities. I ran out of time and failed the test because I couldn't make a choice, which technically meant I'd failed. The most important test on my world, of my life, and I failed.
What happened next? Logan asked. He'd figured something like that had happened. Inga could be so scattered at times. If Inga had been in her body, she would have been crying.
My superiors were shocked. All the archivists on Toriopa were shocked. It shouldn't have happened. I should have been better. And yet there I was. A failure.
Could you have gone back to your old job? He asked.
No.
Inga didn't send any more to him for a long time. He waited. He wanted to make sure he was listening, and that he cared. He moved his fungal form out of the opal truffles in the alcove, and went to Inga's astromoth body. He took her hands in his. Inga gripped his thick-fingered hands.
An acolyte of the word may only take the Stringentious Strigiforms exams once. Many do not survive the attempt. But those who survive and fail are cast out from the ranks of the archive. Knowledge is a powerful tool, the most powerful, and only the humble should wield it. Overestimating one's own abilities is the height of hubris, and proof that such an individual is not worthy of the knowledge of the archive. I could go back to my home, to my family, but I would never be allowed to set foot in any archive again. The thought of failure was more painful than you can imagine. So many of the elite on Toriopa were counting on me. I disappointed them. Then there were all these people who were so jealous of me. Remember, not only was I rich and successful, I was also a beauty queen, with my fine beak, my elegant plumage, and my well-shaped talons. My enemies took this opportunity to ridicule me. But worse even than that was the thought of never having access to my books again. That was unbearable. Shadowcraft has the finest library of all the dungeon academies. So I decided I would rather live in a monstrous form with the light of knowledge than live as a queen in the darkness of its absence. Using my vast stores of information, I found the nearest reaping dungeon. And the rest is history, as our people say.
How did you finally decide on your guardian form? Logan asked. She answered morosely.
I spent a year analyzing the various dungeon cores available to me. I still feel like I rushed the decision.
She went silent, obviously upset. Honestly, Logan was impressed by her story more than anything. She'd crushed her test, and even after failing to make a choice, she was dedicated enough to learning and growing that she was willing to die for it. That was dedication. Still, his thoughts didn't matter right then, because clearly she thought of herself as a failure. Logan wanted to comfort her, but he wasn't sure how. So he told her a story. Listen, my Uncle Bud failed at more things than anyone in the history of failure. He wanted to be a doctor, but he failed organic chemistry. Twice. He wanted to be a lawyer, but he couldn't pass the bar. He took it 3 times. He wanted to be an Air Force pilot, but he was colorblind, and between you and me, a bit too girthy. The point is, Uncle Bud found his home in business, and when I started my landscaping company, he helped me even though he thought mowing other people's lawns was beneath me. Then it was my turn to fail, over and over. I lost clients. I killed lawns. I lost not 1 but 2 lawnmowers because I didn't change the oil. And every time I wanted to give up, Uncle Bud would say that you fail your way into success. For him, that meant changing careers. For you, that might mean changing everything.
I understand most of what you said.
Again, she was quiet. Listen, I'm sorry you didn't pass that exam, he said after a time. But I'm not sorry that you wound up at Shadowcroft. And come on, Inga. People like Tet worked and prayed to get into this school. For you, this was your plan B. You're amazing. I'm so glad that you agreed to join up with me.
I'm glad too.
Her guardian form smiled.
Still, I'm nervous about tests now. What if I break under the pressure like I did then?
There's a difference, Inga. You aren't alone now like you were then. And I may not be a Grand Archivist, or even the sharpest tool in the shed. But if there's one thing I can do, it's make a snap decision. That's why we make such a good team. And that's the reason we're going to crush this thing. She sniffled.
I suppose having you here does make me feel better. I never had to be a Grand Archivist alone. We always had a team. And I don't want to be a dungeon core alone.
Neither do I. Chapter 29. Rockhart's voice boomed through the simulated dungeon.
All right, Logan and Inga. Your 6 hours is over.
Both dungeon cores returned their minds to the gems floating over their pedestal, which was surrounded by an underground mushroom forest. Some of the fungi were decorative, but others had a definite sinister purpose. Strands of purple-black ghoul's snare covered the ground, especially near the entrance, where Logan had sprouted a ton of blisterwort. The blisterwort was a fairly innocuous-looking mushroom, with a thick white stalk and a spotted red cap, like something out of a fairy tale. But if an interloper accidentally brushed up against those crimson caps, they would find out they were in a Grimm's fairy tale, instead of a Disney one. Thanks to his symbiotic relationship with Inga, both she and her minions were immune to the negative effects his mushrooms dished out. Just one of the many perks of the bond. The blisterwort uniformly covered the walls and floor of the short hallway that connected the sanctum to the antechamber. If the raiders made it that far, he wanted them in pain. And if they started hacking through the towering toadstools in the sanctum, the ceiling was a carpet of black spike flies, ready to descend in an instant. Their inner sanctum was likewise packed full of insects and fungal fun. The Rector Prime still didn't like the idea of the astromoth lowering herself.
Inga, are you sure you want to throw your lot in with this fungaloid? I wouldn't normally ask, but you have so much potential. It seems a shame you're about to waste it.
Her response was immediate.
Don't be tiresome, Professor. I know what I'm doing. If you had any sense, you'd see that.
Very well. Then let your fate be his, Astral Moth. The placement exam begins now.
Rockhart's grumbles were lost as the 5 adventurers appeared at the entrance. Sir Brandybutter was there, but he was so different now. An archer instead of a cavalier mage. Clothed in studded leather armor, he looked like a middle-aged Robin Hood, with a beer belly, a scraggly white goatee, and a longbow. Brandybutter was joined by Arfgar of the Hill People. Even at a quick glance, it was clear Arfgar was the tank of the party. Huge metal plates covered his chest and back, all tied together with leather thongs. He gripped a stupidly large single-bladed battle axe. He also had a series of gleaming daggers, sheathed on an oversized belt. Both men were C-class, middle-ranked fighters. Powerful, but not terribly so. And Brandybutter knew it.
Drat, my powers are minimal. My intellect is restricted, and I fear that I shan't prevail.
Arfgar raised his axe.
Find me skull to split, old man. Me bathe this dungeon in the blood of my enemies. Me rejoice in the lamentation of the women.
That made Logan laugh. Wow. Some references are not so culturally specific. Inga's thoughts were full of smiles.
This is excellent news. The fighters are C-class, which means this won't be a melee-heavy scenario. That is incredibly lucky for us, since we are terrible in close-quarters combat. Even better, Arfgar is dumb even with his intellect turned up, though he has far more charisma than poor Brandy Butter, who looks silly without his plate mail.
The other C-class raider was a harbinger of Illumina Pate, the Bald Phoenix, a type of cleric class that could deal damage, but mostly focused on healing and defensive spells. Her real name was Lindarvel Lenathandix, but the students just called her Feathers, due to her ornate golden plate mail armor, sculpted to look like the magnificent plumage of her patron god. A long cloak, also covered in red and gold feathers, trailed down her back, swirling about her ankles as she moved. She fought with a mahogany cudgel sculpted to look like a bird taking wing. The two B-class dungeoneers were a rogue and a spellcaster. Daggers McFinn didn't try to hide the fact that he was a thief. His leather armor was black and sleek, and his soft shoes allowed him to walk without making a sound. His short sword and dagger were perfect for backstabbing, and he'd brought a short recurve bow perfect for taking out unwitting targets at range. The other raider was the real firepower of the group, the magnificent Morty Mercutio Mimsy. Though honestly, Mimsy looked more like a creepy uncle than a mighty sorcerer. He had thinning brown hair, a wispy beard, and robes that were more monkish than wizardly. He had a sheathed dagger hanging from his belt, which struggled to keep his prodigious gut in check. He looked doughy and non-threatening, but as with everything at Shadowcroft, looks could be deceiving. Logan saw the problem right away.
Daggers McFinn, even with his introductory settings, is going to sniff out our traps in a heartbeat.
Looks like we'll be fighting after all, and dodging spells. Mimsy might not look like much, but an Azure Branch mage is nothing to laugh at. Inga agreed. Arfgar beat on his metal chestplate with his axe.
Arfgar says we should split up. Me go to the right with Small Man and Feather Girl.
Brandy Butter pinched his nose. Taunt, Arfgar. We will not be splitting up the party. Even in my reduced state, I know that.
Cover more ground that way,
the barbarian insisted, brows furrowing as he scolded. Daggers McFinn rubbed his chin. Splitting up, eh? I get to take what loot I found. How about I go right, and the rest of you go left? I can walk in shadows. I can move silently. I am the night. Brandy Butter sighed. Oddly enough, my good man, I am the day. Is that why I never see you at any of the meetings? Speaking of day and night, Inga, Logan said to his comrade, both you and I can see in the dark. That means we need to turn off the lights as quickly as possible. For now, the adventurers stood in the torchlight at the dungeon's entrance. Mimsy took one of the torches out of its sconce, while Feathers cast a spell to make her cudgel glow. Whether we split up or not, Illumina Pate will guide us and protect us upon this venture, Feathers offered enthusiastically. Dagger shrugged. No splitting up. Gods, but you lot really are dumb. He pinched the bridge of his nose in irritation. Listen, without me, none of you will ever survive, and I need you armor-wearing morons to keep me from getting my skull caved in right and proper. So, we all stick together, and I'll get my loot the old-fashioned way. When one of you rubes die, I'll go through your pockets. Now, let's head out, eh? He made a get-along-with-it gesture with one hand. Fighters first now. Don't be cowardly. The barbarian snarled in the face of the rogue.
Arfgar will do this one thing for you, small man. But Arfgar is leader.
The rogue winced. Perhaps Arfgar can find some mint. I hope this is a minty dungeon. After a bit more bickering and back and forth, the party set out as one, following the forking path that angled left. Much to Inga and Logan's disappointment, Daggers McFinn proved to be an exceptionally competent thief, who found their swivel door in a matter of seconds. See? Right there? That's a trap. If one of us gets too close, the wall swivels out, spikes us, and then Bob's your uncle, but down went Dungeoneer.
Bob is not uncle, Arfgar roared. Uncle is Emer. Emer is good, uncle.
Brandybutter shook his head sadly.
This quest, my comrades, doth weary me. I long for the sweet release of death.
Sounds like something Treacle would say, Logan sent.
Concentrate,
Inga returned, attention entirely fixed on the invaders. The raiders retreated and started down the hallway, which led away from the trap room. After snaking this way and that, it doubled back and wrapped around to more stairs, which ended in the antechamber. However, Logan knew the final fight might take place in the inner sanctum itself. That would hurt their grade, since the whole point of the dungeon was to keep the raiders away from the pedestal where their gems floated. He and Inga needed to take out the rogue, or the spellcaster, since they were the most powerful cultivators in the group. The spellcaster would no doubt deal the most DPS, damage per second, but he was probably also as fragile as a porcelain tea set. He'd make an excellent target, though dispatching daggers first would open up the rest of the party to the nasty assortment of traps they carefully laid out. Logan grinned, an idea forming in his head. We can't waste resources. Since we couldn't bring the raiders to the trap, I say we bring the trap to the raiders. Again, Logan felt like the dungeon was a part of him, an extension of his body, like an extra limb. He reached out with his will and undid the secret ceiling in the swivel wall trap room. With a thought, he reached out to the centipedes waiting within, already covered in braincap spores. Logan took control of one fungal servant. Slipping into the inhuman body was always strange at first. Everything moved wrong, and alien thoughts buzzed in the back of his head. Thankfully, the feeling faded after a moment, and he skittered over to the gem-studded puffballs waiting in the trap room. They were beautiful amethyst orbs, covered in glittering multicolored spikes, resting atop delicate black stems. Deadly treasures that could maim or kill with equal ease. Carefully, so carefully, he calmed the quivering spheres to stop them from exploding. He then moved the centipede under them, transferring the deadly puffballs from the wall to the chitinous back of the bug. This was ultra risky, but in the end, he got lucky. None exploded. Inga saw what he was doing. Yes, wait until they are distracted, and then hit the raiders from behind. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The 5 would-be heroes entered the minion room at a crawl, the rogue searching for traps, while the others scanned for deadly monsters and/or seductive treasure. This was where the adventurers would face Inga's newest set of minions. They were invisible in the bright light filling the room. Not only did the raiders have their light sources, but a central fountain of gleaming white marble glowed with a blinding light all its own. A red glint topped the tumbling water. Marco had suggested the water feature. The satyr had an uncanny eye for elegant dungeon design. Above the interlopers, clinging to the ceiling with spindly legs, were dozens of tsuki ants, each about the size of a kitten, though no one in their right mind would want one of those nasty little buggers curling up in their lap. In bright light, the ants couldn't be seen, but in darkness, they would glow with an otherworldly lunar light. The creatures waited motionless, thanks to Inga's perfect control. At higher levels, they could become smaller and more plentiful, with diamond-sharp mandibles capable of piercing even spell-enchanted metal. Even at Inga's level, though, they were difficult to deal with. Misdirection was everything. When raiders concentrated on the burbling marble fountain, the insects would strike. Arfgar stood spellbound, watching the fountain gurgling, the light dancing in the water.
Pretty fountain,
he crooned like some giant armor-clad baby, staring at a fancy crib-mobile. This all seems rather curious to me, Brandybutter started. The Tsuki ants attacked at Inga's command. They dropped under the assembled raiders, and while Inga aimed for the rogue and the spellcaster, Arfgar took the brunt of the assault. He danced around, fruitlessly swinging his huge axe with one hand, swatting at the biting creatures with the other, desperately trying to free himself from their deadly mandibles. Once they fell, once they started squirming, the ants could be seen. With a roar, Arfgar dropped his axe to the floor with a clatter and started to pop the ants with his bare hands. After a moment, he slammed a booted foot down, sending out a massive earthen shockwave that knocked more ants free. The other Dungeoneers leaped in to help him. Brandybutter rapid-fired his bow. A look of distaste plastered across his face Daggers McFinn didn't draw his bow, but he hardly needed it. The man could move like the wind. He waded across the floor, slashing with his short sword while simultaneously flicking blades of pure apothos from his offhand, impaling the ants at a dizzying rate. Any time the pinching creatures closed in, he leaped through the air like an acrobat, landing safely behind either Arfgar or Feathers. Not very heroic, but extremely effective. The magnificent Mimsy kept his torch raised, even as he conjured blazing violet bolts of power, which he cast with uncanny precision. Ants exploded like fireworks, sending chunks of charbroiled carapace flying. Those pieces of smoking ant peppered both fighters, slashing open bare skin. But Mimsy didn't seem particularly bothered by that fact, and kept right on casting. Feathers, though, was the real MVP of the party. "Grand Phoenix of little plumage, scatter our enemies so we might slay them," she crowed, head thrown back. Her cudgel flashed, and a ring of blinding golden energy exploded out from her, not affecting the party members, but violently hurling the ants into a corner of the room. A lance of flame as thick as a telephone pole from the good old Mimsy finished most of them off. Any that happened to escape met their fate at the end of a conjured knife blade, or Arfgar's crushing mitts. The barbarian ripped the very last ant apart.
"By the high hills of my people, this was too easy. Me want glory, not bugs."
Daggers frowned. "Agreed. Bugs don't have treasure. What exactly is the point of raiding this dungeon again?" Brandybutter rolled his eyes. "Well, for one thing, my good chap, there, at the top of the fountain, is a gemstone." He wasn't wrong. Suspended above the waters by flows of magic was a blood ruby the size of a golf ball. And from the rumors I've heard about this place, there are opal truffles in this dungeon to boot. I enjoy such delicacies in my Nana's omelettes." Arfgar roared, veins bulging in his neck and temple.
"Me hate mushrooms."
"Heathen," Brandybutter muttered with a grimace. "Opal truffle cream sauce, a nice wide noodle, some wine, and any number of lustine wenches," Daggers nodded. "But let's see about this gemstone first." He padded forward on perfectly silent feet and plucked the gem from the top of the fountain with nimble fingers.
"See?"
Inga sent.
"We needed that lure there."
If Logan had possessed lips, he would have smiled. This was only going to help their grade. While the raiders were distracted, Logan focused, sending his consciousness back into the overgrown centipede, who had a very special delivery for those raiders. Chapter 30. Logan was grateful for every Monday night he'd spent using his braincap spores to inhabit the bodies of Inga's centipedes. Moving all those legs in unison was a tricky bit of business, but he'd taken the same lessons he learned during physical therapy and applied them to the creature. Now, it felt almost as natural as walking on two legs. He slithered forward, the rough stone floor sending minute tremors racing up his many appendages. The centipede's vision was rather lackluster, all things considered, but the vibrations he felt painted a picture of their own. He could sense the heartbeat of each dungeoneer, could feel their feet shift, and sense each of their positions throughout the room. And thanks to the gnarled brain caps growing from the centipede's back, Logan also had access to his fungal vision, which allowed him to see even in the dark. He crept forward, slow, steady, and patient, not wanting to draw attention to himself before the time was right for his ambush. At 5 feet out, he reared back, his mandibles silently opening and closing, in anticipation of the kill to come. He carried 2 of the gem-studded puffballs, cradling them like eggs that might break at the slightest provocation. He hurled both puffballs directly at Daggers McFinn with his many-jointed arms. Then, without a moment of hesitation, Logan launched his insectile form at the magnificent Mimsy. He bowled into the sorcerer in the same instant that the puffballs landed. They exploded like frag grenades. One puffball was a direct hit, vaporizing Daggers McFinn where he stood, turning him into little more than pink mist and gory armor. The other sailed past Daggers and smashed against the base of the fountain, sending out a wave of glittering shards of glass in every direction. They weren't powerful enough to penetrate Feather's plate mail, but Arfgar and Brandybutter weren't so lucky. Logan expected to get a dose of apothos from the kill, but then he remembered this was just a simulation. He had to be content with the kill. As for Mimsy, Logan wrapped his body around the spellcatcher's legs using his momentum to bear the sorcerer to the ground. Mimsy let out a terrified squawk, shocked at finding himself at the mercy of such a creature. He seemed too flabbergasted to cast a spell. Logan didn't wait for him to gather his bearings, but rather lashed out with his mandibles, clamping down on one of Mimsy's forearms, slicing through fabric and drawing hot, metallic blood. He reared back, clawing at Mimsy's vulnerable face with his spike-tipped legs. He blinded the sorcerer in one eye and left a deep gash across his forehead. But just as he was preparing to end the spellcaster, he felt the heavy pounding of footfalls, followed by the sharp edge of steel biting into his neck. Things went momentarily dark, and a heartbeat later, Logan found his consciousness back in the inner sanctum. Wow, that had been one heck of a rush. Although he hadn't killed Mimsy, the sorcerer was in a bad way. Arm bleeding freely, face shredded, legs peppered with fragments of glass. Logan felt extremely satisfied with the battle. Better, the action wasn't over. 2 more centipedes, waiting in the wings, charged in, beelining toward the downed spellcaster. If they could end Mimsy here and now, this would pretty much be a wrap. Logan held his breath, his guardian form tense as he waited. He let out a disgruntled sigh as Feathers darted in from seemingly nowhere, positioning herself between the incoming bugs and the downed caster. She moved with speed and intensity, easily batting away the bugs with her glowing eagle cudgel. Brandy Butter was also back on his feet and was launching volley after volley of arrows. Many of the feathered shafts bounced harmlessly off their chitinous exoskeletons, but one skewered a centipede through the center, pinning it against the far wall. Arfgar charged, axe raised high. He brought the blade down in a wicked arc, finishing off the pinned centipede, while Feathers killed the other one with a lance of brilliant golden light. With the insects dead, the barbarian strode over to retrieve the ruby, lying in the bloody mess of what once was the rogue.
Thief wanted to loot us. We loot him.
The giant barbarian pointed at Feathers.
You heal wizard.
Not a question, but an order.
We go. See? Arfgar in charge.
We should go slowly, Brandy Butter cautioned, pulling a piece of glass from his arm. We lost our thief, and this dungeon is obviously more than it seems at first glance. Arfgar didn't agree. He gave the archer a sneer, and then strode down the corridor, strutting like he owned the place.
Inga saw the injustice. If only we had put our trap room along that hallway.
Don't worry, Logan sent. They're on their way to the antechamber. We'll let them go past into the inner sanctum, then hit them from behind. They've already shown that they aren't too good with surprise attacks.
If they get to the pedestal, we'll fail.
Inga sounded scared. She had a right to be. Their best bet was to cut down the sorcerer and Feathers the harbinger, since Arfgar and Brandy Butter weren't as bright or as powerful. Speaking of which, both fighters entered the antechamber, while the servant of the bald phoenix was still busy patching up Mimsy back in the minion room. Brandy Butter saw the alcoves full of mushrooms, and he glanced down to the mucal film covering their pit trap. He grimaced. Good heavens! Those opal truffles have given me a level of excitement that I cannot contain. It was almost painful watching him embrace his stupidity. Although it seems counterintuitive, I must press forward. True, this floor looks suspicious, but the allure of the truffles is simply too powerful for me to resist. Such a shame, really, that I am so daft. He strode forward, while Arfgar watched, not even attempting to stop the foolish archer. Brandy Butter tumbled through the mucal film, impaling himself on the spikes below. 3 more centipedes attacked with hungry fervor, mandibles chewing through his armor, and taking his life. Logan didn't bother inhabiting them, since the kill was over as quickly as it had started. Mimsy and Feathers entered into the antechamber, to find Arfgar with his axe raised.
See? Mushrooms bad. Mushrooms always bad.
The magnificent Mimsy cast a spell to divide himself into 3 different casters, all doughy and non-threatening. All 3 of the pudgy wizards raised their hands and flung javelins made of light into the centipedes clambering out of the pits. All 3 of the bugs met their end with the perfectly aimed flashes of deadly magic.
Me wanted to kill giant bugs,
Arfgar thundered, staring daggers at the sorcerer. Mimsy shrugged, the 2 copies of himself merging seamlessly back into the chubby mage. Give it time. I'm sure you'll have your chance yet, friend. He eyed the alcoves where Logan and Inga's guardian form stood motionless in the tangle of fungal growths. The wizard raised his torch higher, squinting to get a better look.
Well, there are only 3 of us left, but the inner sanctum looks like it's on the other side of those alcoves, just through the mushroom forest there. Though I'd bet every copper to my name that there are more creatures waiting for us in there. If I had to guess, I'd even wager that's probably where the dungeon guardian is hiding.
Arfgar sneered at the spellcaster and stomped forward without a care in the world.
Me no afraid.
He strutted along the right side of the pit, Logan's side. Logan made sure his fungaloid form didn't move. Not a twitch. Mimsy was mostly right, but there was one crucial detail he'd missed. He thought there was only a single dungeon guardian. That was a mistake. Logan was going to make sure those 3 raiders stayed mistaken.
Inga, change of plans. Stay hidden. You'll know when to attack.
Logan leaped out with a mighty cry. He brandished his rusty dagger and waved the ruby buckler, which glowed with a dark scarlet light.
Arfgar of the Hill people,
Logan roared.
You will not plunder this dungeon. I am the Shroomian acolyte of this realm, and I will smite you.
Sounded a little stilted, but he wanted the stupid barbarian focused on him, and a little monologuing seemed like the best way. A magnificent Mimsy struck Logan with a dispel magic spell. The ruby shield's light winked off like a flashlight with a dead battery.
Huh. Hadn't seen that one coming.
Arfgar grinned. He dashed forward like a whirlwind and brought his battle axe careening down. Logan tried to backpedal, but he was far too slow compared to the C-class brawler. The axe landed, slicing and dicing Logan as efficiently as one of those hibachi chefs. In seconds, Logan was little more than a pile of limbs and rubbery flesh. Admittedly, not his best moment. Logan's guardian form lay completely useless on the ground. However, it was all part of the plan to make the raiders overconfident.
Easy dungeon, boss.
Arfgar stepped over the ruins of Logan's form. Mimsy and Feathers followed the barbarian right past where Inga waited in her alcove. The minute they walked past, she shot out behind the caster. She raised her hands while her entire body radiated a blinding light that stunned the raiders for 1 key second. Inga drove her sword arm directly into Mimsy's chest. The sorcerer let out a surprised cry and fumbled his torch, which immediately was snuffed out in the dank fungal growth covering the floor of the short hallway. Feathers turned, ready to engage, but Inga was already on the move, darting inside Feathers' guard, using her lepidopteral reflexibility. The astral moth batted the eagle cudgel out of the cleric's hand. In seconds, the place was plunged into darkness. Logan let his gem core gleam on the pedestal, casting just enough glimmer to offer some hope to the barbarian tank. Oblivious to the trap, Arfgar rushed toward the gleam, since he had the brain of a gnat. The barbarian had breached their sanctum, but he was only able to take a single step before he was stopped. The black and purple ghoul's snare coating the floor activated, tendrils of fungal growth shooting out, wrapping like pythons around Arfgar's legs. At the same moment, Booker and Noodle Doodle came hurtling out from beneath a pair of swaying toadstools. Both jumped and latched onto the barbarian's arms. Arfgar's woes were just beginning. The spike flies descended, striking the blinded Arfgar from the left and the right. He never had a chance. Once he was dead, the bulldog-shaped spore wargs bounded over to the badly wounded Mimsy. The wizard was frantically trying to cast a spell when the wargs bowled him over. Not only was his magic disrupted, he was sent face first into the blisterwort covering the walls. Since Logan wasn't doing much good lying in literal pieces all over the floor, he forced his mind into Noodle Doodle's body, co-opting the doggo's senses. The world blurred on the edges as his point of view was radically shifted. Suddenly, he stood on 4 sturdy paws, only 3 feet tall. His canine mouth was open and salivating.
"Illumina Pate!"
Feathers cried out.
"Hail the magnificent Morty Mercutio Mimsy with your balding love!"
Her armor glowed golden, and that gold light filled Mimsy's chest. He might not be bleeding to death, but from this close up, Logan could tell the guy didn't look good. The Harbinger wasn't done casting spells.
"Now, my lovable phoenix of the pure skies, thin my despair and give me a weapon of light."
Logan canted his doggy head and watched as a new cudgel appeared in her hand, this one gleaming gold, and spitting sparks like a 4th of July sparkler. Inga stepped back and wrapped her wings around herself. From out of thin air, silken thread swept around her, encasing her in a 6-foot cocoon of gossamer thread that covered her completely. Inside, dull moonlight pulsed, growing brighter and brighter. There was plenty of light to see the magnificent Mimsy's ruined face, swollen so that once again his eyes were closed. Even more gross, the blisters were starting to fill with pus. His hands were equally useless, huge balloons of red, angry skin. He tried to talk, but he couldn't form words. Was it just the blister wart? Or did he get unlucky with the bite from the spore wargs? "I will heal you again, wizard," Feathers called out. "But first I will slay these vile mushroom dogs." She turned her back on Inga's cocoon. The cleric swung her cudgel and bashed away Booker, quickly turning him into a quivering pile of meat. But Logan was quicker. He dodged left, avoiding the attack, and took cover behind a towering opal truffle. His heart was racing, and his tongue lolled out as he panted. After a beat, he turkey-peeked around the corner and saw that Feathers was once more focusing on Inga. Her shimmering cocoon had doubled in size, but she was still defenseless. Logan needed to buy her time. With a howl, he broke cover, lupine legs eating up the ground as he hurled himself like a missile at the armor-clad Harbinger. Feathers turned on a heel and thrust one hand out, letting loose a bolt of golden glory. Logan feinted and juked, narrowly avoiding the blast. He leaped, his powerful legs carrying him high into the air, as his jaws opened wide. Feathers' enchanted cudgel whipped through the air, smashing into Logan's skull with a sickening crunch that killed Noodle Doodle in the air. The spore warg body flopped to the ground, and Logan's consciousness returned to his gemstone, giving him access to the dungeon as a whole. Although he hadn't even laid a single claw on Feathers, Logan had done his job. The cocoon split, and 12 feet of angry, heavy metal caterpillar came spilling out. This was Inga's metamorphosis ability at its best. She was an armored worm, clothed in the same silver metal that she used for her chrysalis swords. Both her back spikes and her mandibles looked like chrome sharpened into razor-sharp points. Feathers held up her puny stick, but the caterpillar smashed her like a pesky fly, crushing the Harbinger beneath her steely bulk. Feathers was dead in seconds, and the spellcaster followed shortly, as Inga's mandibles finished off what the spore wargs and blisterwort had started. Logan couldn't believe the carnage. Then he remembered, unlike him, Inga had chosen a powerful guardian form, and this was why he teamed up with her in the first place. Sure, he could grow a bunch of mushrooms, but for pure physical power, that was all Inga, all the time. Inga inched her way into the sanctum and wrapped herself around the pedestal in a gorgeous, if creepy, display of victory. Logan watched the tableau she created. Their gems glowed, creating shadows in the mushroom forest, even while her crumb caterpillar body glowed, ghostly and grotesque, covered in the blood of the raiders. Professor Eulis Rockhart watched the Astromoth's victory dance for the 10th time, with an uneasy feeling in his stony belly. He sat at his pristinely clean desk, in his perfectly ordered office, near the top of the Shadowcroft Castle. His office was packed with books, statues of his ancestors, portraits of former students who had become Heartwood-level dungeons, and of course, the paperwork that went with being the Rector Prime of the best dungeon core school in the multiverse. Everything had its place. Excellence required order and discipline. Rockhart was alone for a moment, though he'd been meeting with other professors all day long, to go over grades, to evaluate students, and to review footage from the placement exams in the Tartaruka cells. The exams were finally finished. The last student, Treacle Glimmerhappy, had run his course over an hour ago. Rockhart should have been relieved that the testing was done, but he wasn't. He'd been shaken. Nothing had prepared him for Inga Thozatharian's dance. It was impressive, as was the sanctum itself, with its fungal threats and those spike flies. Both proved deadly. Yes, technically, Arfgar of the Hill people had made it to the inner sanctum, but he'd been killed almost immediately. All in all, the dungeon had been mediocre at best, without much style or pizzazz, except, of course, for that sanctum, which was the stuff of nightmares. Far more impressive was how the two dungeon cores had used their resources. Their strategies had been impeccable, especially killing the rogue first. Their performance had been exemplary and troubling. Could he be wrong about these poor Apothos-starved students? Without a doubt, Logan Murray had helped the Azure Dragon clan on the leaderboards. The Fungiloid had proven himself, again and again, as being a most worthy opponent. He'd passed the threshing, and even defeated the Dungeoneers in the slaughter pits, which was no small feat. After that, Rockhart had pushed them to the limit in core calisthenics, forced them to endure a grueling level of training, all in a bid to break the terrible 12th. Yet exactly the opposite had happened. They'd grown closer together, worked harder, and exceeded even Shadowcross's expectations for the quartet. And yet Rockhart couldn't let go of his utter disdain. True, the terrible 12th had improved, but they shouldn't have come to Shadowcroft in the first place. Shadowcroft needed to recruit the best and the brightest. What should happen if word got out about Logan and the others? Their unorthodox tactics could result in the besmirching of the vaunted Shadowcroft name. It was unseemly and unbecoming for a school as prestigious as this. Perhaps it would even push potential candidates to consider other, inferior schools. That he could not abide by. Still, he was reluctantly coming around to the possibility that he'd been wrong about Logan, and most certainly about Inga. If there was one he hadn't been wrong about, though, it was that disgusting satyr, Marco. His performance had been a disgrace. A knock at his door brought Rockhart out of his reverie. He waved a hand, opening the door with magic. The clan leaders all rushed in. Professor Arquetta of the Vermilion Phoenix, Professor Suresh the Merciless from the Crystal Tiger clan, and lastly, Professor John Toothbite of the Onyx Tortoise. Arquetta's headscarf bulged with her excitement, and she kept having to adjust her sunglasses. John Toothbite's normally dead shark eyes actually glittered enthusiastically. Even the haughty and distant Suresh the Merciless appeared to be blown away. The tiger-headed man kept twitching his ears, and by the tree, the Rakshasa was purring.
"Did you see what those two did?" Arquetta cried. "And we both know Daggers McFinn was unusually adept today. Still, it was a complete murder, and I dare say Inga could have taken on another few raiders. Yes, Logan had to sacrifice his guardian form, and yet if these had been real raiders, he would have been able to heal himself, because each kill would have given him a pothos. Plus, his possession of the minions was brilliantly executed. That bit with the spore work at the end was inspired."
Professor Ronald Crucible ambled into the room.
"I have to disagree, Miss Hellgazer. The Mushroom Man was diced up into Eritrea Stroganoff."
"Aye," John Toothbite agreed. "Besides, is it fair for the pair to be running a dungeon together? They have plucked to try it, but it bends the rules, if not breaks them altogether." Suresh the Merciless nodded his feline head.
"I agree. And why are we even talking about these less than stellar students? Your other Azure Dragon students did very well, did they not?"
Rockhart didn't need to comment. All of the first cohort had passed the placement exam. Prince Chattergroth and the others rightfully knew they could easily take out the raiders in their inner sanctums. And they did, personally, with very minimal risk. In a way, their performance had been dreadfully average. On the other hand, Logan and Inga had utilized every resource brilliantly. Crucible frowned so deeply his forehead wrinkled into green hills.
"None of us had doubts about the first cohort. They're fine. They did fine. I'd like to mention how well I thought one Treacle Glimmerhappy did. Nothing fancy. Just a finely crafted dungeon. That's what we need more of."
Rockhart had to admit that the Minotaur's dungeon had also been superior. He created a number of ingenious traps that had wiped out half the party before they reached the inner sanctum. Treacle had grown by leaps and bounds over the past few months, spurred on by Logan's exemplary leadership. However, the final battle had been close. Treacle's sanctum had been a death trap of whirring gears and random saw blades buzzing out of the floors. The last two raiders, Sir Mediocritus and his wizard friend Halsey the Sad, had won their way to the sanctum's pedestal. Treacle had fought them off with the last of his minions, 2 Ugnaught calflings. The short minions, half calf, half machine, had overwhelmed Sad Halsey while Treacle plunged his battle axe into the skull of Sir Mediocritus. Suresh stopped purling to growl. The Minotaur did passably well, I suppose. I would like to return to this Logan creature and his moth girlfriend. They're just friends, Arquetta chimed in. Rockhart sighed and shook his head at the Hellgazer. Suresh pressed on. I care nothing for the romantic lives of our students. I'm more worried that this might become a precedent. Dungeon corps working together. It is a travesty, Rockhart. A travesty. Why would anyone want to work together is beyond me. Nevertheless, it is happening, and on your watch, no less. He paused and regarded his claws. Perhaps you've gone soft, Rockhart, old boy. Maybe Shuttlecroft will consider a new Rector Prime come next year. Of course Suresh would use this as an excuse to angle for position. Rockhart and the Rakshasa had history. Centuries of hatred, infighting, and rivalry. Yet, and Rockhart almost couldn't believe this, he found himself agreeing with the blustering, image-obsessed halfwit. Such teamwork was unheard of, and potentially dangerous. Arquetta, as always, stood up for Logan and his ilk.
People, remember, we are less about rules here than about results. We haven't had a fungaloid in generations. Mr. Murray is utilizing one of his unique abilities, and both he and Miss Therian are benefiting. Should we not reward cleverness, however unorthodox, at this institution?
Rockhart showed Professor Arquetta any number of courtesies, for various reasons. This time, however, he lost his patience.
If the fungus can't stand on his own 2 feet, he doesn't belong at Shadowcroft.
He slammed a fist down on his desk, rattling a stone ink pot.
And neither does Marco Lascarellis, for that matter.
That last comment was a definite dig at one of Arquetta's other favorite students. She winced.
Yes, I fear you are not wrong on that count. Marco has proven to be gifted in some areas, but a complete disaster in others. And his time is running short. He's at the bottom of the Azure Dragon clan, is he not?
He is,
Rockhart agreed with a curt nod. Crucible let out a sigh, that turned suspiciously into a growl. The ogre stood at the back of the room, leaning against a big bookshelf stuffed with tomes.
That was the goat lad, wasn't it?
Toothbite laughed and waved his anchor arm. No kills. Not a single kill. I ask ye, have we ever had a student who did so poorly? Arquetta's cheeks colored under her dark glasses.
Now, from a stylistic standpoint, his dungeon was excellent. There was a unified theme, a consistent aesthetic. Art has the power to kill.
Crucible let out another annoyed growl. Arquetta turned.
Do you have something to add, Ronald?
The ogre nodded.
Yes, I do. The Goat Boy's dungeon was pretty. Pretty might kill you on a Saturday night in Vrolkag, but it won't kill a raider. If we're talking about who needs to go, that Goat Boy is it. And what is your stance on Logan and Inga sharing the victory? Rockhart asked.
Ronald Crucible was known for his unbiased opinion. In fact, if it hadn't been for the placement exams, the crafting professor wouldn't even be in the castle. Crucible shrugged.
Whatever works. If Murray and Therian have figured out something that works, good. The Goat Boy hasn't.
Goat man, Arquetta muttered. Rockhart gazed at the faces of all the professors. Other than Suresh, none of the professors seemed to care much about Logan and Inga. On the surface, that made the Rector Prime's job easy. He would award the students who did well, and punish the students who didn't. At a deeper level, though, Rockhart knew the truth. He cleared his stony throat.
Marco's performance is an embarrassment. We all agree on that, at least. Not a single kill. For his final exam, he'll only have 4 hours to prepare his dungeon, and he'll get the last pick. Also, I'm going to make sure he faces seasoned dungeoneers. As for Murray and Therian, he paused, clicking his stone nails on the desktop. I will give them a single draft of the Red Lotus juice for their accomplishment. They ran a single dungeon, so they will receive a single reward.
But what about their final exam?
Arquetta asked. She tilted her head and pouted, a sign he was well familiar with. If he went against her, there would be hell to pay. Again, for a variety of reasons. Fine, he growled under his breath. The two will get the works. 9-hour prep time. First pick of dungeons. But by the Tree of Souls, I'm giving them raiders that will truly challenge them. Perhaps this was a fluke. The winnowing would prove one way or another whether they deserved a place in his school. Chapter 31. That Saturday, after the last of the placement exams, it seemed all of Arborea was shut down. Breakfast was a ghost town. Lunch was leftover breakfast, and Logan was going to skip dinner completely. Logan had no idea where the academy staff were, but the majority of the students were either sleeping after the exhausting tests, or they were out in the Giru forest, drinking and celebrating at the Wayfarer Inn. That or tearing it up in Vralcag. Heaven knows that was where the gelatinous night was. He'd passed his placement exam easily. No surprises there. The big surprise was that Marco wasn't with him. Marco had vanished after epically failing his exams, and no one seemed to have a clue just where he was holed up. Logan, Inga, and Treacle had spent that entire Saturday looking for the lost satyr. The three started a systematic search of Arborea, checking all his common haunts first, the bars, pubs, and inns, then moving on to increasingly more unlikely locations. The towering trees of the Giru forest, the burning furnace of the World Forge, even the white-capped mountains of the Grimjor Bluffs. No sign. They feared the worst. Honestly, Logan couldn't blame the satyr for wanting to disappear. Marco hadn't just failed the placement exam. He'd sent his personal ranking plummeting to the bottom of the leaderboard. The terrible 12th had slipped back into last place, which made the Franklin Four happy. Marco had done so poorly that the Azure Dragon clan had even fallen out of first place. Rockhart was beside himself with rage, and the first cohort threatened to serve barbecue goat that night for dinner. Well, at least Chadagroth and his lackeys had. Tet clearly thought the competition was insipid. By twilight the following day, Logan got lucky. He finally found the lost satyr staring out over the Bog-Bottom Falls, near the bi-portal that had taken them to Eritreus. It had rained that afternoon, a warm early summer shower that left the trees dripping and the air heavy. As a fungus, Logan loved the humidity, but he would have liked it about 10 degrees cooler. He was in his linen pants and short shirt. The sun was setting into the fog of this pocket dimension. The sky was a gorgeous red, streaked here and there with the bands of orange and neon pink. In the shadows, it was cool. Near the Tree of Souls, the entire world vibrated with energy as the day came to an end, the sun shutting its eyes on the world, making way for darkness. Marco rested on the stone wall overlooking the roaring falls. He was kicking a tune out with his hooves against the rock. Next to him was a big green bottle, a golden chalice, and a wicker basket. The bottle wasn't a shock. The fact that it was full, however, was another matter entirely. Marco hadn't touched a drop, as far as Logan could tell. The fungaloid walked over and plopped down next to his friend, not saying a word. The water of the lake was dark as it tumbled over the literal edge of the world. Then it became a white froth, before disappearing into the abyss, swallowed by the void. On the other side was the bog-bottom swamp. Every so often, the trees, drooping with moss, would rustle as some monster pushed its way through the black water. Logan kept quiet, letting the silence say everything that needed saying for the time being. He wanted to let Marco know he was there, but he didn't want to push him to talk. Besides, that swamp looked so inviting. Fungaloids had an affinity for delicious marshes. After a while, Marco finally stopped kicking his hooves against the stone and uttered a sigh. "So, Logan, you're all quiet. It's freaking me out. What are you doing here?" Logan nodded his floppy yellow cap. "Just taking in the sights. Like you, I guess. I like it out here. I could totally rock a swamp dungeon, I think. Or is that rot a swamp dungeon, as in rotten roll? It's a long way to the top, if you want a rotten roll." He grinned and shook his head. "Either way, it suits me now." Marco smiled, though his eyes remained sad. "Shadowcroft said puns would be a problem. Long live rot?" "Long live rot. Logan agreed. Carpe carrion. Seize the decay. I think that might just be my new motto. He reached for the bottle, uncorked it, and took a sip. It was strong wine, dark and red like fresh blood. Did you know that alcohol is more about yeast than bacteria or fungi? Though I consider yeast to be my cooler second cousin. More people like beer than they do mushrooms.
Funny,
Marco said. Logan offered him a thin smile. Saying funny and not laughing means it wasn't that funny. The satyr couldn't help but chuckle for real. Then he sipped from the goblet. Logan's heightened senses told him it wasn't wine, but plain old water.
You know, Marco said, I grabbed that bottle from Vralkag last night. I figured I'd come out here, get drunk, maybe throw myself over the waterfalls and see if I'd fall forever. Normal Friday night. No big deal.
Sounds like a big deal, Logan said quietly.
Yeah, probably.
Marco set the goblet down with a clink on stone.
I couldn't do it. I like the party, Logan. I'm all about the party. On Sangreta, we have wine gods and beach parties, and it's all so much fun. We enjoy life. Me sitting here alone? There's no fun to be had in that. I just couldn't bring myself to drink the wine. Didn't even want to.
He shook his head sadly.
Worst party ever.
How come you didn't come find us and talk to us? Logan asked.
I meant to.
The satyr turned to look at the Tree of Souls, the single branch piercing the flat world of Arborea. A stone wall surrounded the sacred wood.
But I couldn't leave. Sitting here, I feel the tree. I feel how connected we all could be. Every time I stood up to walk to the portal, to go and find you guys, I ended up back here. This dungeon business is important. I see that now, though I didn't when we first started. I understand so much more. I guess I absorbed more of Shadowcroft's stupid ethics of murder class than I'd realized. Unfortunately, my enlightenment came too late.
It's never too late, Logan replied. Marco threw his horned head back and let out a frustrated grunt.
Don't play that game with me, Logan Murray. This is not the time for any sort of cheerleader speech. I'm screwed. Take one look at the leaderboard, and that fact is completely self-evident. There is no way I can create a dungeon in 4 hours, with my cultivation abilities, in the worst location on Arborea. You know I'm going to get the Sand Scream in the World Forge Wastes. The Sand Scream, Logan. There's sand, there's me, screaming.
In his gut, Logan knew Marco was right. Unless you were Tetakat, or another Egyptian-themed desert dungeon core, the Sand Scream was a brutal place to craft a dungeon, and Rockheart was pissed beyond belief at Marco. Rockheart would ensure that Marco had the worst possible dungeon for the final. Despite that, Logan still wanted to launch into a cheerleader speech. He wanted to talk about his combat experience, or the fact that he progressed so far at Shadowcroft, or that they'd survived the Dungeoneer attack in Kavandri's slaughter pits. He wanted to tell Marco that anything was possible. Now wasn't the time, and this wasn't the place. So instead, he simply nodded and sipped more of the wine, wincing. The alcohol can't kill my spores, but it sure is killing my stomach. I'm pretty sure you could use this to clean a carburetor. He paused and glanced down at the bottle. I suppose that's what Inga would call a culturally specific reference.
Inga, Marco said sullenly. She hates me now. But you have to know something, Logan. You have to know I tried. I truly did.
I know, Logan replied. You've been different since the slaughter pits. And from what you told me, those nights we thought you were out partying, you were actually studying with GK.
Never party with someone who is smarter and more responsible than you. Always drink with stupid people you feel superior to, he said, in all seriousness.
Too late. I'm best friends with Inga Thozatharian. Marco exhaled long and loudly.
You got me there. For most of the year, I figured GK was as hopeless and messed up as I was. Nope. All along, he was the secret genius. He passes easily, and I'm at the bottom of the barrel. It figures. I shouldn't be surprised. Yet somehow I still am.
Logan let a beat pass. Listen, we saw you trying. All of us did. And I know I can speak for both Treacle and Inga. We want you to keep trying. We have 2 weeks before the final exams start. You'll get another chance. We can work with you. Maybe help you find a way to survive this thing. The satyr gave him an annoyed look.
And there's the cheerleader speech.
Guilty as charged. My punishment? More of this stuff. He sipped more of the wretched wine. Also, what is this stuff?
It's Enrico Cagster's finest vintage, known as liver kill. It's designed to kill you, slowly, especially on Monday mornings. Bottled last night in Vralcag. It's basically fermented Coptician viper venom, aged in bone vault coffins. Cagster might have eaten grapes while mixing it up, though I'm pretty sure grapes aren't involved at all.
Marco sat back, bracing himself with his arms, and gazed up at the swirling red of the sky.
I thought things had changed after the slaughter pits. I mean, I helped defeat those raiders. I kinda saved you, Inga, even Treacle.
You did save us, Logan said. But this isn't about that, is it? It's about your past. Marco turned and gave him a sly smile.
Ah, my mysterious backstory. The roots of my tragic self-destruction, and the source of all my miseries. I like drama. Perhaps it's time you finally heard about my dramatic redemption arc. If you're up for it, that is.
Give me a good redemption arc any day of the week, Logan said. Marco turned away and ran a hand through his tousled hair.
It's all such crap. Why I'm here? What happened? It's dramatic, but it's also stupid. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the story of Marco Lascarellis. Dramatic, but stupid.
The satyr sat in silence a long time. Logan looked down between his feet, at the water running under them, headed toward its own destruction. The metaphor was kind of too on the nose. No wonder Marco had sat there for so long. The satyr finally braced himself and started talking, fast, like he knew if he stopped, he wouldn't be able to start again.
And the story begins, ladies and gentlemen, with the Forever Green Festival on the peach beaches of Sangreta. The sand was peach, the drinks were peach, we ate peaches. It was all peaches all the time. And one young handsome man, Marquis Marco Lascarellis, the life of the party, was there, with his friend Emilio, although best friend is more accurate. They were mates. They were brothers. No, closer than brothers. I have brothers, and I never felt for them what I felt for Emilio. We were friends until the end. Until the very end. At the big holiday party filled with peaches, Marco and Emilio happened to run into some old university acquaintances, the Duquesne brothers, and some of their cousins. We all go way back, though I never cared much for the Duquesnes. Anyway, they talked about the Calavera caves down the coast, and the riches therein. So much gold. Fame awaiting the bold and the brave. A den of wicked, monstrous things that needed slaying. And before you can ask, my little mushroom friend, the Calavera's caves were actually one of Shadowcroft's reaping dungeons. And now that I've spent 9 months learning about dungeons, I can definitively tell you a Toad King ruled there. The Duquesnes painted me an exquisite picture of his cruelty. He raided the nearby towns, they said, burned vineyards, pillaged crops, ate the choicest cows and dumped out the rum. At least according to them. Though now I understand that was just the story they used to justify their raid. It wasn't true. How do I know? We'll get to that, Logan Murray. We'll get to that.
Marco took a moment to sip his water, while Logan took another swallow of the liver kill. Enrico Cagster should be put in prison for crimes against humanity. The satyr took in another breath, and rattled off more of his story.
After too much peach wine, our bumbling hero reluctantly agrees to join the raid, and finds himself in the Calavera's caves. He comes out of a blackout, and there, dead on the ground in a pool of his own blood, is his best friend in the world, Emilio Joesho Credenza, the Duke of the Emerald Coast. Did I mention I was royalty? I mean, I was disgraced royalty. but I still got invited to all the nicest Forever Green festivals.
I'm sorry, Logan said.
You and me both, brother,
Marco said, in a lost little voice.
Never raid dungeons drunk. Both me and Emilio knew how to use a sword. We'd be trained, and we knew some simple spells. But we shouldn't have been there. We weren't powerful cultivators, or members of one of the Dungeoneer guilds. The Duquesnes put in for membership with the Serpent Shields, but got shot down with a form letter. I think raiding the caves was their way to prove they were good enough. Obviously, they weren't. We weren't. The Duquesnes said I tried to save Emilio from bullywogs. Those are Toad King's minions, but I don't remember any of that. It's all just this ugly black space in my mind. All I know is that I failed my best friend in the world. Then, it got worse. I couldn't leave the dungeon. The Duquesnes said if I tried to bail, they'd kill me and blame it on the dungeon. I had no choice. But I knew the bullywogs weren't bad. I found one, wounded, and he begged me to stop my friends. They weren't my friends. I never liked the Duquesne brothers, or any of their kin. Then the bullywog talked about the Tree of Souls. I'd heard stories, never believed them, until right at that moment. Long story short,
he inhaled, held the breath, and closed his eyes.
I helped the Toad King wipe out the raiders. I turned on them, killed Denzi Duquesne, but not before he stabbed me, right there in the inner sanctum. I did so well that I wound up here, by accident.
Like treacle, Logan whispered. Like me.
You're right, Marco agreed. And as your reward, you don't have to take another sip of the liver kill.
The satyr got to his feet, walked away, and then came back. Logan peeked into the basket. It was full of cheese, crackers, and grapes. The satyr had packed a picnic, but hadn't touched a bite. Logan stood next to his friend. It was getting dark, the air wet and cool. This was fungal weather, all right. Marco turned and looked Logan right in the eyes.
I was devastated over Emilio. I didn't want to be a dungeon. I didn't want more flippin' school. I was never good at school, you know. Only the parties. Yet here I was, determined not to take it seriously.
Logan could argue that point. Marco had gotten up early, day after day, to cultivate. He'd hung out with the Terrible Twelfth at night, in the library, before he went to party in Vralcag. It was clear that some part of Marco did want to do well. It was only his sadness that held him back. Marco finished his story.
Things changed after the field trip, though. I save you in the slaughter pits, so I think to myself, maybe I can do something to save the Tree of Souls. Maybe my life can mean something. So I try. I commit for the first time ever. I'm doing it for Emilio. I'm doing it for you guys because, come on, Logan, I love the Terrible Twelfth. Then, I fail.
He slumped forward, broken and defeated.
Miserably.
What happened in the Tartaruca cells? Logan asked. He shrugged and shook his head.
I got lost in the art. I made this gorgeous dungeon, intricate, elegant, with a unified theme. Aesthetically, it was perfect. Professor Arquetta reached out to me, you know? She told me she appreciated my efforts. She also warned me that next time, it has to be function over form. Though it won't matter. I'm done, Logan. There's no way I can build a decent dungeon in the Sandscream in 4 hours.
Logan searched Marco's face. A million thoughts hit the fungaloid's mind at the same time. He pressed his lips together and stopped himself from grumbling out loud. He then sank back down, drumming his heels against the stone wall. Logan opened the basket, took out a piece of cheese, and unleashed his digestive spores on it. It grew into a fuzzy little snack. He popped it into his mouth and chewed. Marco stood over him.
Well?
Logan kept chewing. He took out another piece of cheese and went to town. The satyr tapped his foot.
You can't just sit there eating. For one, what you're doing to that fine cheese is disgusting. For another, I just told you my situation is hopeless.
So are you giving up? Logan asked.
I should.
But are you? Logan tried to steal cracker. The cheese was better. Marco waved a finger at him.
Oh, so that's the game, is it? You want me to give myself the cheerleader speech? This is the real cheerleader speech?
That's up to you, Logan replied, around a mouthful of delectable cheese. Marco grumbled and narrowed his eyes.
Well, I'm one step ahead of you. What would I say if I were you, huh?
He tapped at his chin.
I would say, we have 2 weeks until the final exam. Between you, Inga, and Treacle, I'm thinking we might figure out a way for me to survive the final.
You're right, Logan nodded. That's exactly what I'd say. But you need to believe it. I can't believe it for you. So, what's it going to be? Do you believe? He huffed and folded his arms across his chest, goat ears twitching madly in annoyance.
Fine. I believe. I'm not giving up. Also, for what it's worth, cheese is mostly mold anyway, so what you're doing isn't that impressive.
Logan grinned. Best cheerleader speech ever. 2 weeks wasn't much time, but with the sober Marco, anything was possible. Chapter 32. They had 15 days to prep their final exam dungeons. That evening, the studying started in earnest, and it didn't stop for a solid week. They barely left their seats in the back of the Codex Athenaeum, and the piles of books grew steadily higher around them. Seeing Inga attack this problem was truly epic. She went through indexes, concordances, and encyclopedias. She paged through bound copies of Dungeon Core Quarterly from the past century, looking at blueprints, dungeon schematics, and any piece of trivial information that could mean the difference between life and death. She read the latest copies of Monsters Weekly and the Desert Dungeon Review, where she found an interesting article called Making the Most with the Least. Logan, Marco, and Treacle helped her by cross-referencing different dungeon strategies, focusing not only on the dungeon satyr guardian form, but also researching lesser-known varieties of the satyr. The Pan Piper, the Horned Trickster, the Ember Tail, and the Winter Dancer. Madame Origami allowed them access to some questionable materials with questionable titles. Quick Core Creation by M.E. Velocity. A Better Abyss Faster by Andale Getright. And then there was Dungeon Shortcuts the Elite Don't Want You to Know by Venthi Foxa. Those books were trash. Absolute dumpster fires. Madame Gammy herself suggested a book that came bound on the spine of a millipede. This book would crawl back to its shelf every night, which was both irritating and disgusting, though admittedly ingenious. It was an old classic called The Art of the Dungeon by Diplox Poda, an S-class insectile dungeon lord who had been killed 5,000 years ago. But even the information in that book wouldn't help them. Logan wondered whether there was something they could do with Marco's core to get him access to more Apothos. He'd significantly improved his energy flow using the Drunken Master Falls Down Well technique, but it wasn't enough to make any sort of real difference. The following Sunday night, Treacle was studying up on how Marco might be able to change the sand into something more useful. There was a book called Lemons to Lemonade, Trials of Transmutation, which might allow the satyr to tweak the dungeon habitat. Logan was eyeballs deep in another book on core cultivation for party-based guardian forms, and Inga had a big dusty book called Tons of Tinctures and Pools of Potions. Improve your core with magic and more. This was another questionable book by someone named R. Hope Eternal. Inga had grumbled at all the exclamation points. She also mentioned that the author regularly used the interrobang, an exclamation point paired with a question mark, which made her physically ill. An unforgivable sin, she insisted. Marco sipped coffee that he'd sneaked inside his silver flask. Treacle chewed cud. It was noisy, but it kept the Minotaur awake. Logan closed his book and rubbed his eyes. You know, from day one, I've thought of how I can use my symbiosis ability to bring in Marco. The three of us working together should be able to pass the final without a problem. I just don't have the Apothos. We'd get like 4 hours, and it wouldn't be enough.
4 of us,
Treacle said, over the sound of his chewing. Marco's mouth dropped open to show his big teeth.
What's that, my bull guy?
It would be the 4 of us working together.
The Minotaur swallowed and smacked his lips.
Logan can do up to 3 cores given his level. I remember reading that after he advanced. Plus, Inga and I have been talking about it. I don't want to be left out.
Even Logan didn't see the sense in that. Why, Treacle? You're doing amazing on your own. Treacle shrugged, keeping his lips sealed about the matter. Marco remained flustered.
I've thought about asking you, Logan, but come on. You can't risk yourselves like that for me. No way, no how. You're doing enough as it is. Besides, it's irrelevant. Logan and Inga have been working together on their dungeon all year, and he can't bring me on long enough for it to matter.
We could try giving Marco the Red Lotus juice, Logan suggested for the 10th time. And Inga said what she always said.
The Red Lotus juice is powerful, granted, but its effects vary based on the user's guardian form. For a satyr, it wouldn't be as powerful as it would be for Treacle, for example.
That figures.
The Minotaur made a face.
The irony is not lost on me. Still, I wouldn't accept the gift.
For me or Logan, it would help,
Inga said.
but it wouldn't be enough. Although...
She paused, eyes wide, mouth agape.
Wait, hold on.
Hush.
The word was followed by an arrow that flashed over their heads and slammed into the wall, quivering from the impact. Madame Gammy appeared in the stacks like an avenging angel, a bow in her paper hand. She frowned her folded paper face into even more creases. Inga blanched.
I am so sorry, madam. I'm shocked at my own outburst.
Madame Gammy nodded at them, and then folded herself sideways and disappeared back into the shelves. Logan felt the excitement growing. What is it, Inga? What did you find out? She lifted tons of tinctures and pools of potions.
The answer is not in this book. This book is terrible and has too many exclamation points. Not to mention those terrible, terrible interrobangs. But it does talk about contraindication when it comes to core enhancers.
Marco blinked and his lip quivered.
Contra-indictment what?
Contraindication,
Inga said.
It's how medicines, potions, and other magical properties interact. By my sharp beak. It's a long shot, but we have to try.
She leaped up and went fluttering off on her moth wings. Marco wrinkled his nose.
She doesn't have a beak, right? Am I missing something?
She's from an owl-like race. You know, the Okatori, Logan said. Treacle was rubbing his hairy cow chin.
You don't think she's onto something, do you?
Marco closed his book with a sigh.
I'm clueless.
Inga didn't just come back. She came back with half the library. Her spike flies helped her carry the weight of a dozen dusty books. She slammed them down, toppling several other piles of books in the process. One exploded in a cloud of dust. She didn't even seem to notice, which said exactly how excited she was. She loved books more than almost anything else in the universe. She'd literally died to have access to books. Inga waved the dust away, already madly flipping through pages.
The Red Lotus juice is very particular on how it works with guardian cores. Bad for satyrs, good for minotaurs, but very good for astromoths and fungaloids. Best yet, if you're a mushroom-based dungeon core, and you've already enhanced your core, say with ghoul's teeth, then you might be able to tie another knot.
She went through the index of a book, closed it, found another, closed it, and then grabbed a third. Her antennae waved and quivered in manic excitement.
The Red Lotus, when used in conjunction with the knot intensifier, will give the user additional power, especially for fungal-based dungeon cores. That's you, Logan. This will work. You can drink the Red Lotus, tie another knot, and that should, in theory, give you the ability to infect Marco with your symbiosis spores for longer.
And me,
Treacle said sullenly.
Like I said, I want to be infected as well.
Marco shook his head.
No, never. I won't allow it.
Inga put the delicate tips of her fingers together. Honestly, the more power we have, the better. Remember, Logan gains a passive portion of the energy we cultivate. He siphons it through his hosts. So the more hosts, the more power for him and all of us to pull on.
That didn't silence Marco's protests.
We can't all four take the final together. Shadowcroft and stupid Rockface would never agree to that.
Logan raised his thick yellow hands. But we've already set the precedent, Marco. Rockhart tried to shoot this down when Inga and I tried it, but we got a pass. This is exactly the same, just more. If it was just Rockhart, you're probably right. But with Shadowcroft, they'll let us. They'll have to. Inga removed the glowing red vial that contained the red lotus juice. First things first, we have to make sure this will work with Logan's core. It should. But we can't go to Rockface, the Rector Prime, without knowing for sure. Logan took the vial and shuddered. If it hurt as much as the ghoul's teeth, he'd be looking at days of agony. He'd do it for his friend, though. It was either that, or Marco would die. Not on Logan's watch. He popped the bone cork with his thumb, and the sludgy red liquid let out a hiss and a curl of steam. Very encouraging. Here's to you, Marco. Here's mud in your eye. Logan downed the vial. It tasted like pink cotton candy. What's mud in my what? The satyr asked. Logan wanted to explain, but suddenly couldn't talk. He could barely breathe. The red lotus juice might be sweet, but it hit his core like an atomic bomb. He probably should have waited, but the sooner he started working on processing the energy and tying another knot, the better. Who knew how long it would take? He could feel the pulse of the juice vibrate through the gem in his belly. The magic flamed red and angry around his core, like an infection in an open wound. Inga saw how hurt he was. Quickly, let's get him back to his room. I'll reshelve these books. Marco's voice came out urgent. But Inga, that will take hours. Not for me, Lascarellis. Not for me. She said those words like the grand archivist she was. Logan felt treacle picking him up. Logan's spongy yellow body weighed next to nothing, especially compared to the Minotaur. In short order, he was in his bed in his attic room. Marco stooped to avoid hitting his head on the ceiling and opened a window to let the cool night air in. For Logan, the minutes felt like hours, while the hours stretched into days. He was in a fever dream, the world spinning around him, his body shivering and burning in turns. He never left his room. It was surreal, seeing the daylight in the window melt into darkness, only for the sun to rise again. A single candle flickered, more for his friends than for him, since he had his special sight. Mostly he laid on his bed, though occasionally he mustered the strength of will to sit on the floor, in a meditative pose. The terrible 12th checked on him constantly. It felt like Logan had dipped his dungeon core in hydrochloric acid, then fried it up in a Taco Bell fryer, heavy on the hepatitis A. One day turned into 2, turned into 5. He didn't really sleep. He didn't eat. Couldn't even bring himself to digest. The energy in his system was its own meal, and he needed complete focus to consume it. If he hadn't gotten so good at Boundless Wheel, the extra energy would have burned out his core, like a bag of popcorn in a microwave once the pops stop. Then add 5 minutes. Boundless Wheel helped, but he also had his digestion ability. With digestion, he could immediately convert 60% of all apothos with an elemental affinity into pure apothos. It was an amazing trick to have up his sleeve, though the sheer amount of energy was still overwhelming. Night after night, the heady hallucinations of the familiar silverbark forests grew more intense. At first, there were only flickers of silverbark spires, towering mushrooms, and the green foliage covering the ground. The days passed in fits and starts, and he found the real world vanishing for hours at a time. In his mind, he walked the glimmering white path he'd painstakingly forged while processing the cultivation bloom. But as he processed the red lotus potion, absorbing more and more of its potent energy, the path began to change. With every pass, the color slowly shifted, becoming a little pinker, then a washed-out red. Each pass also became progressively harder. By the time the path was a solid crimson, it felt like pulling a monster truck through the silverbark forest. It was both exhausting and frustrating. Most frustrating of all, though, was that once the color had finally stabilized, the path itself changed, twisting in a place it had never twisted before. Still, part of him figured he'd just walk the new pattern like he had last time. Maybe it would be an uncomfortable day or two, but he could do that. No sweat. Yes to the sweat. After 5 days, he'd managed to complete about half of the new arc. Before, it was like pulling a monster truck through silverbark. But following those new twists was like pulling an M1 Abrams tank through quicksand. Barefoot, blindfolded, and with only the aid of dental floss. Frustration quickly turned to low-grade madness. The saving grace was the forest itself. It was so beautiful. Those tall spires of fungal growths reaching into a sky milky with stars. Smaller crystalline mushrooms caught the light and glowed like captured rainbows on emerald grass. The dirt of the trail was soft and fragrant, like potter's soil, a rich earthy scent. Above was the infinity of the multiverse, all possible worlds, surrounding every type of star, all connected to the shadowy branches of the eternal tree of souls. That connection, that beauty, kept him walking, even when he was only moving an inch at a time. At one point, Logan had dug down into the soil and uncovered bark. The silverbark fungal forest was growing on the tree itself. The power was rich, and he felt so in tune with reality. The visions offered him some needed respite. In many ways, it was better than sleep, and far better than the torture of waking, especially Marco. Logan kept the boundless wheel spinning. That kept the energy flowing. But to forge the rest of the path and tie off that final knot, it was torture, and time was running out. They had to let Shadowcroft and Rockhart know they were going to take the final exam together, as a cohort. Why was dealing with the Red Lotus juice so difficult? Because it's out of your league, Logan reminded himself. It was just like Inga had said. He was dealing with energy that was meant for people at higher levels, dungeon cores that would have already used magic items to tie a knot in their core. No Iron Trunk cultivator, in the history of Shadowcroft, would have scored so high on the placement exam if they had been working with a partner. The Red Lotus juice was meant for high-ranked Azure Branch cultivators, like Chadagroth. Inga insisted that even she would have had the same reaction. That would have been fine, if they weren't on a time crunch before their final exam. Marco felt terrible, of course. Treacle, though, took it in stride. Just more of how life was miserable, and failure was inevitable. That didn't help the satyr any. Friday night, Logan's 3 friends stood over his bed in his attic room, while he passed in and out of consciousness. Treacle kept scratching up the wood of Logan's ceiling. Inga crouched over the foot of his bed. Marco sat on the floor near his fungi-covered headboard. Marco moaned. "I'm so sorry, guys. Logan never should have drank that dumb potion."
That's apparent.
Treacle chewed cud.
Treacle,
Inga said, exasperated.
this is not the time to be negative. We have to remain positive. Logan would want us cheering him on.
The Minotaur swallowed his cud.
Yay. Go, Logan. You can do it.
It was the flattest, most unhelpful cheer in the history of pep rallies, letter jackets, and beer bongs. Logan couldn't respond. He was focusing on breathing, cultivating, and trying to get back into that peaceful vision of his silverbark forest. His friends continued to talk, planning out their combined dungeon, and hoping that Logan tied another knot. If this worked, then in theory, that would permanently increase his Apothos processing power, which, again in theory, would allow him more symbiotic bonding time with his teammates. Logan focused his thoughts, shutting out their chattering voices. Suddenly, he found himself under the swirling galaxy light, with the silver fungal towers rising up from the soil covering the Tree of Souls. He was so tired, and though he'd made significant progress along the new path, he still had a good 3 feet to go. 3 feet to connect the new section of path to the original. 3 feet didn't seem like much, but these were the hardest of all. But he couldn't give up. Not now. Not after how far they'd come, and how much they'd all sacrificed to be here. He gritted his teeth and pushed against the terrible, invisible resistance holding him back. Every inch felt like it sapped the last of his strength. How would he find the energy for the next step? He couldn't think about the steps. That was the answer. Instead, he focused on his friends, on his why. His Uncle Bud used to say that if your why was big enough, nothing could stop you from achieving it. He couldn't dwell on the difficult, but on the reason why that difficult thing was worth doing. Step. He thought of Treacle's pessimism. What if they were able to pass their final exam? Would that change the Minotaur's attitude? Step. He thought of Inga failing the Stringentious Strigiform's exam. Her life had been destroyed, and yet she believed enough in him to join him. He risked her life and her fate, and he couldn't let her down. Step. He thought about Marco, about the sad, drunken tragedy of his life. The satyr had grown, matured, and Logan wanted to do this for Marco. He wanted them to win, together. Marco had mourned his friend, but he'd also felt the Tree of Souls, the beauty of being connected to the source of life itself. Step. And that was the biggest why of all. Logan needed to do this because the Tree of Souls was bigger than him. He knew he could protect the tree, and that he could help restore Apothos to Earth. He could save his world from withering and dying. If that wasn't worth the pain and the hardship, then nothing was. Logan steeled himself. It was time to solve this problem, tie another knot, and be the hero. He gritted his teeth and pushed, not just with his physical strength, but with the strength of his will, intention, and determination. He pushed with his whole being and completed the final step, connecting the path into one beautiful whole. The result was immediate. The red blazed gold, a bright yellow color, a bit brighter than his skin, but not much. He stood there, glowing, and suddenly, the multiverse wasn't light, with the shadow of the Tree of Souls reaching through reality. It was the tree that gleamed silver, and all else was shadow and darkness. The tree vibrated with all the Apothos in the universe. It was aware of Logan. He felt the presence of this living thing, gigantic, unfathomable, and ancient, and he felt its gratitude. In a blink, it was gone, and he was back in his fungaloid form, lying on his bed. His eyes winked open. No headache, no pain, nothing but a feeling of being the most powerful being in existence. That was laughable because he was only an Iron Trunk cultivator, rank 6 now. He didn't get extra goodies, but he did have Apothos to spare. Hopefully, enough to pull them all together. He pulled up his Guardian Matrix and noted his spore cultures. Level 1 Protospore cultures. Opal truffles, mucal film, ghoul snare, blisterwort. Level 2 Protospore cultures. Brain caps, gem-studded puffballs. Level 3 Protospore cultures. Spore wargs. He then toggled over to his symbiosis ability, muttering a silent prayer under his breath. He scanned over the description until he got to the restrictions section. Alert. As an Iron Trunk cultivator, C-Class, rank 6, you have the ability to bond with up to 3 different hosts at the same time. Restrictions. All fungaloids can naturally bond with one prime host, but maintaining a symbiotic connection with more than the prime host is a taxing process that can only be maintained for a limited period of time. Note: when the time allotment elapses, the secondary host will be released, though the prime host will remain infected. Note: to increase your infection time allotments, cultivate more core knots, which will allow for greater focus and more efficient Apothos utilization. Prime host equals permanent bond. Prime host plus 1 equals 10 hours. Prime host plus 2 equals 6 hours. Logan shot up, leaning against his palms, and couldn't suppress his grin. Guys, I did it. It nearly killed me, but I tied that knot like a kindergartner lacing up their sneakers. Sneakers? Marco said. Kindergartner? Treacle said.
He's speaking nonsense. We have our Logan back.
Inga tried to dance, but instead she stumbled against Treacle, whose horns put more scratches in the sloping ceiling. Logan hauled himself up. What day is it? Friday night, Marco said. And notice, I'm not in Vrolkag. I'm with you, in a cramped attic room which smells basically like a graveyard. A delicious graveyard, Logan countered. What time is it? It's past 10, Inga said. Logan winced. Rockhart isn't going to be happy to see us. Treacle came up with an odd joke.
I don't know. I'm very handsome.
Bovine eye candy, Marco yelled. Come on, let's go ruin Rockhart's night. Chapter 33. Professor Eulis Rockhart studied the 4 troublesome students, who stood before his desk at an inappropriate time on a Friday night, with an inappropriate request. He was already in his housecoat for the evening, lush slippers covering his stony feet. Yet here these miscreants were, disturbing his routine.
The 4 of you. A single test. Your final exam together.
He gritted his stony teeth until he could taste the dust.
Why? He growled.
The yellow-headed mushroom man squinted. Because we're in this together. Marco messed up his placement exam, and we don't want him expelled. Or dead. It would probably be death for him, and that's unacceptable. Where I come from, we have this saying, no soldier left behind. Marco's part of my squad, and I won't leave him. Period. End of story. Marco scratched his head between his horns. Let me just say for the record, I agree, Professor. This is a terrible idea. If I didn't like life so much, I would be very against it. He shrugged. Logan does have this way of pulling you into things, though. He's oddly charismatic, for a mushroom. Rockhart held up a stone claw.
That is enough from you. You will not talk any more. Not in my presence. Nor will you, Fungaloid.
He glared at Logan.
As bewildering as it is to me, Inga chose long ago to tie her fate to you. And while I fear she is a lost cause, I still have some hope she'll come around. Actually, my question was directed at the Minotaur. Why?
Treacle Glimmerhappy stood, somber and serious as a heart attack. The fact that the Minotaur was always somber and serious as a heart attack was one of the things Rockhart liked about the man. His cohort looked at him as he cleared his throat, coughed, and then said in a loud, powerful voice, Because I like Marco Lascarellis. I find most people tiresome. I find most of life tiresome. But this satyr has a certain spark. Maybe one day, I could be like him in some small way. If that spark dims, or if it is snuffed out, then perhaps my own uncertain spark will dim and vanish. Tears glimmered in the black eyes of the astral moth. The goat boy had a surprised look on his face, and Logan was smiling at his Minotaur friend in silent encouragement. Rockhart found it all nauseating. The whole affair. Emotional and, an even worse transgression. Entirely impractical. Sentimentality had no place at the Shadowcroft Academy. Lascarellis was a loose end, and a liability. He deserved failure and death in equal measures. Had Treacle Glimmerhappy learned nothing from Rockhart this year? The mushroom pest turned. We're in this together. Despite this ridiculous scheme, the fact remains that you don't have the power for a sustained bond with 3 other dungeon cores, Mr. Murray. Rockhart had studied up on the fungaloid's strange symbiosis spores. They were as unprecedented as they were vexing. This whole situation was intolerable. Inga snorted out an awkward laugh. You're telling me. Normally, you're right. But the red lotus juice works well on an already modified core. It nearly killed him, but Logan has spent the last week tying another knot. He's boosted his power, tripling the time frame of the multiple core symbiosis. He can bond with up to 3 cores for a total of 6 hours, long enough for us to design and run our dungeon. Rockhart stood up from his desk, roaring. I tolerated you 2 taking the exams together, but I will not let this travesty continue. All 4 of you are insane. Insane. Treacle popped a clump of grass into his mouth and crunched as if he didn't have a care in the world. Why was this promising Minotaur throwing his life away? Why were the others in the terrible 12th willing to sacrifice themselves for this goatish fool? The Rector Prime couldn't stop himself from shaking. Well, we'll just see what Shadowcroft has to say about all this. He couldn't possibly agree to this nonsense. It's been pointed out by other professors that it's not fair to have multiple dungeon cores running dungeons. You're quadrupling your power. Please, let us consult Shadowcroft as soon as possible, Inga said coolly, folding her hands together primly. I would very much like to know his thoughts. From his class, and I quote, The Shadowcroft Academy, above all, is a utilitarian institution, focused on what works, not what's in style. The insolence of the astral moth infuriated Rockhart further. He swept out of his office, never mind that he was in evening wear, and tromped up the steps, to the very top of the castle. The terrible 12th followed in his wake. The Rector Prime didn't pause as he stormed through the waiting room outside the headmaster's office. He didn't even knock. This was madness. Madness and foolishness in equal measure. Shadowcroft could have ended the Fungaloid shenanigans, and he hadn't. That meant he approved. Because nothing, not a single thing, happened at his school that the headmaster didn't know about. Shadowcroft's desk dominated the room, strewn with ivy and linked to the Tree of Souls itself. Behind was his pedestal, where his gem spun slowly. The headmaster himself sat in a chair next to his crystal terpsichorean, who was sleeping in a plush little red chair. The dancer obviously needed the rest after a long day of pirouetting, but she woke with a yawn at the intrusion. As for the rosacea fly snag, she was awake in her pot, watching her tree when master read with a look of adoration on her flowery face. The fly snag's fangs looked particularly sharp. She flung the intruders a nasty glare. A reading lamp hung over Shadowcroft's shoulder, illuminating his book with candlelight. Reading glasses were perched on his wooden nose. Shadowcroft didn't seem a bit annoyed, likely because he had known this debate would end up on his doorstep.
Ulysses,
Shadowcroft was smiling.
I heard your enthusiastic shouting and your passionate footsteps. Careful, friend. Don't crack your gem core over this. We'll suss out this matter like we always do. We're alive, so we can do wonderful things.
Rockhart stood in the middle of the room, arms crossed, wings folded back like a stately cloak. Behind him, Inga and Treacle looked vaguely uncomfortable because they were disturbing the headmaster on a Friday night between exams, which was stressful for everyone, especially the person in charge. Logan and Marco, however, were their usual arrogant selves. They didn't know their place in the grand scheme of things. That was their real problem. They thought of themselves as special snowflakes, when really they were as replaceable as the numerous cogs Treacle used to build his fanciful machines. The satyr raised a hand and waved.
Hey, Skip. Kinda cool to know your first name. I'll call you Headmaster or Mr. Shadowcroft, don't worry. But I had to call you Skip at least once before I die.
The mushroom stood with his hands on his hips. A power stance. It was ridiculous, because the Fungaloid had little of his own strength. He was shamefully relying on his friends for everything. Headmaster, I want to use my symbiosis power for the final exam. All 4 of us would like to take the exam together. We've talked about it extensively, and we understand the risks. Either we all pass together, or we all fail.
Or we die,
Treacle pointed out in a morose voice.
Remember, death is an option.
Or we die, the Fungaloid agreed. But we die together. We are the terrible 12th.
And sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard.
The headmaster gestured to the image of the clan rankings shining from his gem.
Without help, it seems likely Marco would fall prey to the winnowing.
He seemed genuinely concerned. A skullflower drooped. Of course he was concerned. Shadowcroft loved his students. He played the kind headmaster and left all the unpleasant tasks to his Rector Prime. Rockhart would never complain. Their work was important, vital, for the good of the universe.
We have the winnowing for a reason,
the Gargoyle Griffin insisted.
If Marco cannot rise to the occasion, he should fall. It is our way, has always been our way. You know this as well as I, and have approved the deaths of thousands of students. But he has risen to the occasion,
Shadowcroft replied serenely, arching a leafy eyebrow at Rockhart.
His entire demeanor has changed since the field trip to the slaughter pits. And even more importantly, he has acquired friends who are willing to risk their lives for him. It is impressive.
No, no, no. Rockhart saw this was a losing battle, and that Shadowcroft, ever the utilitarian, would side with Marco Lascarellis and his wretched comrades.
If we allow this sham, Rockhart said, then we will be brutal about it. They will be given the sand scream. They will have 4 hours to prepare. Then they will face the most difficult dungeoneers we've captured. That includes the Jade Leaf spellcaster. Normally, we would reserve that for Prince Chatagroth. But if you combine the ranks of the Terrible 12th, all 4 of them, it would be almost equivalent to a rank 1 Azure Branch Abyss Lord. Suffice it to say, the Terrible Twelfth would be given no mercy.
Shadowcroft rose, his stately robes billowing out around him. Both the crystal terpsichorean and the rosacea flysnag gazed expectantly at their master. The headmaster combed twig-like fingers through his mossy beard.
A splendid idea, I think, and pragmatic. 4 cores have access to a variety of skills, and with their apothos pooled, that does give them a certain advantage. Some of these professors won't think this is fair. But what is fair, Ulyss? Raiders band together all the time to attack dungeons that are beyond their individual abilities, and dungeon cores are murdered in return by dungeoneers several times their level. It seems to me that Logan and his cohort are simply doing what we taught them to do, using their abilities to the utmost to protect the Tree of Souls. You are right, though. We must show no mercy. I want them to succeed, but it is true that there must be an impartiality to it. Your terms, old friend, seem like an excellent crucible in which to forge these 4.
He rubbed his hands together.
Hold nothing back. Understand, old friend? We will try them, and perhaps they will fail and die. But what if they don't? Well, it is a grand experiment, worthy of the finest dungeon academy in the multiverse.
Ulyss kept silent, but the wheels in his head turned and turned and turned. Hold nothing back. Shadowcroft knew everything that happened here, Rockhart reminded himself. That also meant the headmaster knew exactly what the Rector Prime had forced the Terrible Twelfth to endure throughout the year, and hadn't made a move to intervene. Reading between the lines, it could be reasoned that Shadowcroft wanted Logan here, but that perhaps he still held reservations. If the Fungaloid died, Shadowcroft would merely shrug and move on. Such was the way of the Academy. Victory through strength. Better a few dead students than a lost celestial node. Marco raised a hand.
Rector? Shouldn't you be happy about us doing well? It does help the Azure clan and the leaderbred.
Leaderboard,
Treacle corrected. The satyr thrust a finger and said,
Points.
as if that explained everything. Rockhart ignored the fool. He lived for the Azure Dragon clan, yet the standing of his clan paled in comparison to preserving the sanctity of the school. The gargoyle raised his hand to show 4 claws.
4 cores, 4 hours. They will face 6 heroes, and I will not be overseeing their exam. Zen Ikix can do the proctoring. I refuse to be anywhere near this travesty.
The Rector Prime turned on his heel and stormed out of the room, wings flaring out behind him. He knew what he had to do. The final exam started on Monday. With 13 dungeons to use, they went through the students far faster than the placement exams. The school buzzed with the thrill of the exams. Students chatted in the Golden Serpent Hall, discussing how they'd undone the evil plans of the raiders, or toasting fallen cores who'd been killed. It happened every year. It was part of the winnowing. Freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors all died. Of course, the freshman class lost the most. This year, Rockhart would see that Logan, Inga, Treacle, and that insufferable fool Marco were among their number. 48 hours later, on the eve of the Terrible Twelfth's final exam, Ulyss Rockhart used the dye pavilion to whisk himself to the entrance of the Chaos Oasis. Its sandstone corridors were empty for now, the various traps and minion rooms quiet and lifeless. At the bottom, in prison cells, were the most powerful dungeoneers. The raiders didn't have their weapons or their armor, and their cores were temporarily crippled with powerful elixirs, so they couldn't cast spells or use any of their cultivated powers. The grimy men and women glared at Rockhart. They saw him as the evil monster. The gargoyle griffin strode up to the bars of a cell. He glanced around at the 6 wooden beds, their mattresses thin, but their blankets clean. There was food and water for them, even some wine, because the Academy wanted the would-be heroes healthy for the trials to come. Iron sharpens iron. The only way to improve was to be pressed. At the back, sitting at a table, was Lin-Raced Airjam, the cowl of his cloak pulled up to conceal his face. He was a Jade Leaf Raider, the very same vampiric runecaster who'd failed to plunder the slaughter pits. Kavandri had captured the impudent dungeoneer and delivered him by hand for use in the finals, but Rockhart's real quarry slept on one of the beds, purring softly. A type of catman, called the Feryx. Tetsukia Tearclaw Kratris was a B-class Azure branch cultivator who hailed from Kitterzob. The fur-covered war sentinel could cast a myriad of deadly spells, as well as fight with his long claws. Tetsuka had a Terra and Malice affinity, like Rockhart himself. The perfect dupe. He had the markings of a jaguar, gold and black, with cat ears, no hair, and feline features, though he wore pants, which were very, very red. Too red. He needed to die. The midnight-haired rogue of the party approached the bars. He wore fine silken clothes, with muted colors, so as to emphasize his bright smile. "Well now, monster. I'm Flynn Corey, and I've been told by a tall tree sort of person we can win our freedom if we plunder a dungeon. I'm assuming it'll be this dungeon. Can you offer any more details?"
"It won't be this dungeon," Rockhart said. "I'm here to discuss something with Tearclaw. Wake him for me. Now."
Not a request. The Catman rose, swept his legs to the side of the bed, and stood. With a flick of his hands, he exposed his enormous talons.
"I am here. I will talk with the gargoyle."
He padded across the floor to the bars in silent feet. Flynn Corey grinned. "Please, Mr. Gargoyle, tell me something. When we go a plundering, will we get our effects back, and will our cores be restored to full strength? We won't have much of a chance if we feel like hell."
Rockhart nodded. "You will have all your spells, your skills, and all of your armor and weapons. Now, stand back. If you don't, I will kill you where you stand."
Rockhart knocked some dust off his arm, and the dust grew into his rockling bone breakers, a dozen of them, in seconds. The gem in his belly glowed with a dark light, as Rockhart felt the pathos drain out of him to create his faithful underlings. Flynn winced. "I'm guessing you're a jade leaf cultivator at least, maybe even a heartwood." Rockhart was rather flattered, though the man was far from his mark. He was a high-level A-class cultivator. He had been stalled out at rank 2 for the last decade. Gaining even a single rank at his level was a chore of years, part of the reason it rankled so to watch Logan advance by leaps and bounds. Even if Rockhart could make it to rank 1, the chances of advancing to S-class were minuscule. That shift required more than mere power. There was a mental and spiritual component to it that few ever understood or overcame. It required revelation to forge the knots necessary to complete the task, which was the very reason there were less than 50 S-class dungeon cores in all the known multiverse. Shadowcroft was certainly among their number, as were the other Dungeon Academy headmasters, though it was rumored he was actually an SS-class crown cultivator. Whether that was true or not, no one could say for certain. Shadowcroft only laughed whenever someone asked him about it. "Tell me the dungeon we're facing isn't going to be an S-class dungeon," the rogue said. "How's about a bit of bloody good news, eh, my rocky friend?" The man was smarmy. Normally, Rockhart would have wanted to watch him die slowly and horribly. In this case, he had definite plans for Flynn Corey and the rest of his ilk.
"Don't worry, Mr. Corey. The dungeon you face won't be an S-class. There will be 4 C-class dungeon cores, all working in concert with one another. If you succeed in plundering the inner sanctum, you'll get all their apothos and your freedom. I wish you well in your endeavors."
Flynn scratched his head. "Really? Multiple cores in a dungeon? I've not heard of such a thing."
"And you won't ever again," Rockhart growled, opening the cell door. "Not if I have a say in the matter." His rockling bone breakers led Tetsukia Tearclaw Kratris out of the prison, down a hallway, and then down a set of steep stairs to the very bottom of the oasis, where a swampy room full of alligators waited, a central pedestal rising out of the swamp water. It was nice having 13 dungeons on Arborea. They always had plenty of cells for their captives. For now, the pedestal was empty. It would stay empty, so no one would get suspicious about why Euless Rockhart was at the bottom of the Chaos Oasis. The Rector Prime's rockling bonebreakers latched onto the Catman in a flash, gripping his legs and arms in their stony grip. "Why have you brought me here?"
Tetsukia asked in a silky voice, unafraid.
Rockhart approached the Catman. "To kill you, obviously."
He drove his stony claws into the heart of the Catman. Tetsukia was dead in seconds. Rockhart inhaled the dead raider's apothos, while his own gem gleamed. As a gargoyle griffin, he could alter his shape, and while he hadn't used his stone mimic ability in eons, becoming a copy of Tetsukia Tearclaw was easier than he would have thought. His bone breakers all grinned at him. One came forward with a shirt for him so he could cover the core gem gleaming in his belly. Another offered him the core crippling potion. Rockhart took the vial in his cat paw. Logan and his cohort were cheating, even if Shadowcroft couldn't see it. But going against them as a jade leaf cultivator would arouse suspicion. With this nasty elixir, he could temporarily cripple himself, dropping his level to Azure Branch for the length of the exam. He would be considerably weaker, with the same general abilities as the Jade Leaf Catman. Still, he had no worries about his chances against Logan and the others, not even as a lowly B-class. After all, he knew everything there was to know about dungeons. With that knowledge, he was going to help those raiders destroy the Terrible 12th. A bonebreaker held up the red pants. "The things I do for this school." Rockhart sighed and put on the wretched garments. Chapter 34. The winnowing. The final exam. It all came down to this single Monday, probably the most epic Monday in Logan's life. Their 4 hours wouldn't begin until they took control of the Sandscream, and the very second their time elapsed, ruthless dungeoneers would be ushered in to kill and destroy, whether the Terrible 12th were ready or not. The deadlines were tight, and the work would be brutal, especially considering the dungeon environment they had to work with. The inner sanctum was just sand dunes, sand drifts, sand piles, and extra sand on the side. Sandstone ceilings hung over a sandstone floor, where a pathetic pedestal stood, just a block of stone. No frills, no carvings, as boring as nap time in a kindergarten classroom. But that was all about to change. While Logan had spent a week in agony, processing the energy of the Red Lotus and forging a new knot, his friends had been busy designing a new dungeon, one that incorporated all their unique abilities into something better than the sum of their parts. Logan gathered his friends around him. "You guys ready?" Marco smirked. "When am I not ready to be infected by my own personal mushroom lord? Hit me." Stealing his nerves, Logan let his symbiotic spores come drifting out of the gills in his floppy yellow cap. "Make sure to breathe them in. We don't have any time to waste. You'll be infected, but it's a good infection." Marco inhaled and held the spores in his lungs. "Yep, good stuff. Symbiotic spores." He had to choke out each word. Treacle's nostrils widened as he let the spores fill his lungs. Marco Lascarellis and Treacle Glimmerhappy have accepted symbiotic bonding. Notice, as the infecting agent, you alone can terminate the symbiotic bond. In addition, you will receive 10% of all apothos cultivated by Marco Lascarellis and Treacle Glimmerhappy from this point forward. Bonding initiating in 3, 2, 1. Inga stood by, watching with an amused expression. She'd been bound to Logan for most of the year, and even after the effects of the symbiosis wore off on Marco and Treacle, she would continue to be his partner in crime. As the spores took root and spread through his 2 new hosts, tiny crystalline mushrooms appeared on their shoulders. After a beat, each grew a crown of delicate crystalline mushrooms, until it looked like they were wearing fuzzy gold tiaras. Logan shuddered as energy and life flowed from his friends and into him, suffusing him with new apothos. He'd grown accustomed to drawing a minute amount of residual power from the bond he had with Inga, but basically tripling that power in a matter of seconds was a heady rush. And unlike raw apothos, siphoned off a dungeoneer, this energy didn't need to be processed. It was a part of him, because it was a part of them. Their cores were doing the work, while his reaped the reward. Once the euphoric sensation passed, Logan took charge. As one, their gems detached from their corporeal guardian forms, floating over the pedestal. Logan's a glimmering citrine, Inga's a vibrant amethyst, Treacle's a deep emerald, and Marco's a pale blue aquamarine. At first, the 4 dungeon core gems drifted randomly, bobbing and weaving drunkenly, until they finally started to spin in a clockwork unison. The energy flowing into Logan increased even more, and with it came connection. It was like they were having the best conversation of their lives. It was like midnight in a coffee shop, getting lost with friends. It was what Logan had been missing since his time in the army. Esprit de corps. He was overwhelmed with the sudden surge of information he was given on Marco and Treacle. There was so much to go over. Their guardian forms, their guardian core matrices, an encyclopedia worth of data each. He would have liked to spend days poring over all the ability descriptions, analyzing their spells and powers. But the clock was ticking. In 4 hours, not a second longer, the worst of the worst dungeoneers currently imprisoned in the Chaos Oasis would be coming for them, guns blazing. Metaphorically, at least. First things first. Inga summoned her centipedes, but they weren't going to be used as soldiers, not all of them. They were the raw material that Logan needed to grow his fungi. The harsh reality of a desert dungeon was that it had nothing but sand and sandstone. No water, no moisture, no life. It was so dry and so oppressively hot that Logan couldn't just bring out his badass spores without some serious help. But as the great sage of his time, Jeff Goldblum, had once said, "Life finds a way." That was where the insects came in. Logan created a digestive pit in the inner sanctum, a burbling 3-foot-wide moat of acid that surrounded the pedestal. Not only did the thick black ooze of his digestive juices break down the insects, Logan would have moisture and materials to grow his fungal forest in the heart of the desert. The antechamber? That was going to be all Marco's creation. He would use something he called Summon Feast to create a horrible banquet that, according to Marco, would be both deadly and delicious. Logan pulled the satyr's introductory information. Dungeon Satyr. Descendants of the high lords and ladies of the Fae, the goat folk of the green places love to drink, feast, and sing under the light of the stars. Although they are often considered to be gentle and carefree, those that step onto the darker paths can be fearsome creatures to contend against. Along the shadowed path of the muse, dungeon satyrs can charm, entrance, and seduce with equal ease, often leading dungeoneers to their demise, all while dancing and singing to the merry tune of this deadly piper. Would you like to know more? Yes/no. Yes, Logan absolutely wanted to know more. He wanted to know all the things. But once again, he only had a few minutes to get the basics down. He reluctantly hit no, and went on to view the satyr's matrix. Marco Lascarellis, Guardian Core Matrix. Base race, Dungeon Satyr. Current evolution, Dark Muse. Cultivator class, Iron Trunk Cultivator, C-Class rank 5. Primary elemental affinities, Aqua/Umbra. Racial abilities, Silver-Tongued, Blood of the Fae. Racial skill, Spectral Song, Unrelenting Debauchery. College of Rhetoric, Vicious Insult, Ventriloquist, Language of Dance. Nataraja's Wretched Rhythm, The Dumb Show of Burguk. College of Shadows, Living Artistry, Shadow Betrayal, Summon Feast. College of Form, Mannequin, Mimic Form. Marco giggled in a high voice. "Oh, you're looking at my unmentionables. Seems like you should buy me a drink when this is all said and done, assuming we survive. Now, how's about I get started on the feast table? It shall be my masterpiece. Though I'll also be setting up a little chandelier surprise. Think of it as your Aunt Agnes's chandelier, only crossed with a bloodthirsty crystal spider."
Hold there. Let me get the room fixed up first,
Treacle sent back. Their consciousnesses all shared the dungeon while their guardian forms stood dumbly, waiting for instructions. Logan moved from Marco's info to Treacle's. Minotaur. These bull-headed creatures are often known for their unmatched strength and brute instinct, but when paired with the keen intelligence of an alchemic machinist, the trundling Minotaur is transformed into something far more deadly. A masterful mechanic, capable of amazing feats of mystical engineering, while simultaneously perfecting monstrous internal and external sciences. Minotaurs have a driving need to forge deadly labyrinths, filled with twists, turns, and traps that can put even the most seasoned dungeoneers to the test. Would you like to know more? Yes/no. Again, Logan couldn't read more. He reviewed Treacle's basic character sheet. Treacle Glimmerhappy, Guardian Core Matrix. Base race, Minotaur. Current evolution, Horned Artificer. Cultivator class, Iron Trunk Cultivator. C class, rank 3. Primary elemental affinities, Malice/Fulgar. Racial abilities, Beast of Burden. Racial skill, Gore, Labyrinth Sense. Internal alchemy, Clockwork Origins, Engineered Anatomy. External alchemy, Rabid Mutagen, Electric Alchemist, Arcane Transmutation. Machinist Mastermind, Blacksmith Marvel, Engineered Weapons, Mechanical Monsters. Honestly, it was a damned good thing that Treacle had joined them. Aside from massively contributing to the Apothos pool they had to work with, he had also saved them worlds of work. His Arcane Transmutation, one of his most potent abilities, would allow them to turn the sand into harder stone and shape it into a vast labyrinth, separated into 2 levels, with numerous blind corners and dead ends. Since the timetable would be so tight, the Terrible Twelfth planned on keeping the heroes busy on the top layer of the maze, while they finished working on the 2nd level. Not only would it buy them some time, but Treacle said that a labyrinth was the optimal way to use the space. They could have corridors right next to each other, so that they utilized every square foot. Treacle also had a racial skill called Labyrinth Sense, which would make it impossible for him to get lost. Logan would share in that ability thanks to his symbiotic infection. Still, though they had big plans, and even with all the energy Logan was siphoning off from his friends, they would need more to support all of the minions, traps, and rooms they had in mind, not to mention the sheer raw energy and focus it took to keep all 4 cores bonded and working. He couldn't have done it without the additional knot in his core, but they would still need a kill almost immediately to keep it powered. Logan took charge as soon as Treacle shaped the simple stone corridors of the top floor of the labyrinth. Marco, we're going with your Dark Muse theme for this dungeon. Your job, once you get your basic beast room set, is to create statues, paintings, and works of art. Some will attack and some won't. Remember what Kavandri taught us. It's crucial to demoralize the raiders as much as you can. The more we can keep the raiders on the edge, the more we'll slow them down, which will give us time to perfect our Garden of Insectile Death and the Inner Sanctum. On it, boss. In Marco's feast room, gilded tables appeared, as well as an ornate marble fountain that wouldn't be pouring water, but some kind of edible wonder. The satyr wouldn't say what it would be, but he had a plan. Always a plan. He loved surprises, did Marco. Everything in the dungeon would be endogenous Apothos manifestations. Since the raiders were fighting for their freedom, they didn't need lures. That freed Logan and his friends to get creative. Once Marco finished with the rudimentary dishes for his feast table outside the Inner Sanctum, he got to work painting the hallways of the labyrinth's first floor. He summoned a pair of paintbrushes from thin air and began dancing through the halls, singing and laughing, while ghostly music bled from the air itself, giving them their own haunting montage music to work to. Marco was a whirlwind of paint and artistry. It looked exhausting, but Marco never tired thanks to his racial skill, unrelenting debauchery. As long as he was singing, drinking, partying, or dancing, he suffered no negative exhaustion effects. The dude was literally a party animal. Treacle summoned his Ugnaught Calflings for his own minion room, but spent most of his time and energy on a trap room designed to split the party. Inga loved the idea of splitting up the raiders, and since they had 4 dungeon cores, it wasn't a bad plan. Logan felt the Minotaur's excitement pounding like adrenaline through his veins. The former gnome was excited to break out his new internal alchemy abilities, which basically made him like Iron Man. Only Treacle's gadgets would emerge from his own flesh. He could snap a flamethrower out of his right forearm with minimal gore, or summon a screaming buzzsaw at will. However, the Minotaur was even more thrilled to be working on his mechanical puzzle room at the center of the first floor's maze. Treacle and Marco had spent hours designing it, while Logan was down for the count. The satyr had no trouble dividing his attention between sculpting statues, sloshing mystical paint on murderous canvas, and helping out his bull-headed buddy. Marco was born to multitask. Inga focused on the entryway, which would set the tone for the entire dungeon. Usually the entryway was a ruse, meant to ease the dungeoneers in, to give them a false sense of security. Knowing that, they planned to subvert expectations. There was no need to lure these raiders in, so it was wasted effort anyway. Instead, their entrance would be a death trap in every sense of the word, and would feature a huge heavy metal surprise amidst the mushrooms and insects. That was also where Logan put his second digestive pit, covered by a mucal film. Secret passageways embedded in the walls would give Treacle access, so he could drag bodies there easily. More pothos for Logan and the others to use. And thanks to digestion, they would have instant access to a huge reservoir as soon as the bodies hit the acid. Marco also sent some of his energy there to craft the entryway plaque and to animate several small weird statues that reminded Logan of the jigsaw puppet from the Saw movies. Logan would grow gem-studded puffballs on the puppets, turning them into creepy grenades. They were going to pull out all the stops for their final exam. With 5 minutes to spare, the first level was done. Marco then resumed work on his feast room, tweaking this and adding that, while Logan, Inga, and Treacle stood in the inner sanctum. Their starter centipedes were long gone, and the digestive pit moat was a couple feet wider and a foot deeper. Statues covered in fungal growths filled the sanctum, all standing motionless. Even to Logan, the place looked terrifying. "Marco," Logan sent, "focus here for a second. I wanted one more variety of canopy. You know, I was going to go with stuffed deep-fried mushrooms, but that's just, overkill. I went with fried peppers with spicy saffron breading. Spicy and delicious, and perfect for dipping in the fountain." Logan couldn't believe Marco's plan for his food fountain, but he had to get the satyrs' attention. "We don't have much time, and Inga has to get ready for her ambush in the entryway. Real quick, though, we need a contingency plan. It's likely at least one of their Azure branch cultivators will make it to the sanctum. If that happens..."
"If that happens, we'll die."
Somehow, Treacle managed to send them a despairing sigh. Logan disagreed. "Nope, not after making it this far. We've done some excellent work, and I know the second level isn't finished just yet. But all in all, I think we have this. Remember, any kill gets dumped into a digestive pit, either on the first level or the second. I'll need the energy." His core was burning like a V8 engine, gulping down nitroglycerin. He was running his core into the red, and the spikes in energy left him dizzy.
"I'll deal with the bodies,"
Treacle agreed.
I won't be."
Inga's fear came through her thoughts. If all went to plan, she'd go down early, and she'd go down hard. It would be for the best, though. After that, they had some diabolical traps, most of which relied heavily on Marco's dark muse magic. "Don't worry," Logan sent. "Once we eat the last raider, we'll fix your guardian form. We're going to win this." But while we were working, I had an idea. A nasty surprise, in case everything falls apart, and one of the raiders manages to get into the inner sanctum. This is what I'm thinking. When he told them his plan, Marco burst out laughing. Inga went silent, and Treacle grumbled.
"How do I get out of this chicken shit outfit?"
The Minotaur asked, oddly quoting a movie there was no way he could have seen. Logan didn't answer, because it was too late. With seconds to spare, Inga moved her guardian form into place, while Logan and Marco worked on the surprise to end all surprises. Logan prayed they wouldn't have to use this last ruse, but in his heart of hearts, he knew there was no way they would get lucky enough to kill all the raiders without at least a few hiccups. They had 6 raiders to kill, 4 C-class iron trunks and 2 B-class Azure branch cultivators. Hopefully, Inga would be able to level the playing field early, but at least one of those Azure branches would get to the inner sanctum. Logan could feel it. If everything went according to plan, however, they wouldn't be leaving alive. Chapter 35. Eulis Rockheart faltered the moment he stepped into the sand scream. Nothing was as he expected it to be. He squinted his stolen feline eyes, ears laid back against his head in agitation. Absently, he adjusted the leather jerkin armor hanging over the truly awful red pants and studied the entryway. He'd anticipated a Desert Lord dungeon, a pyramid tomb of scarabs, and a mummy or 3. Standard stuff for someone unused to working with dusty earth and shifting dunes. There was none of that, however. There was sand, to be sure, spilling onto the floor and narrowing the wide corridor, but neither sarcophagi nor scarabs. Instead, at the front of the hallway was an arch, where grisly piles of dead giant centipedes rotted into mere husks. They created a slop of fungal growth on the floor, but that wasn't all. Little puppet creatures stood in the stinking filth, covered in jeweled mushrooms. Those would be the fungaloid's gem-studded puffballs. Garish paint had been splashed at the top of the arch, splashes of color, along with more mushrooms. The words were clear, however inane the script. Welcome to the mad party of the dark muse's depravity. An entry room was an important statement in a dungeon. Rockhart was of the mind that the entry was meant to be welcoming in its way, to lure the prospective dungeoneers deeper into the labyrinth, before springing shut the jaws of defeat. That was how Arquetta taught the introductory underground feng shui course, which naturally meant most first years employed those same tactics in their winnowing final. Yet there was no reason to do so. These dungeoneers didn't need to be enticed. They were running the dungeon as a matter of survival, so putting them at ease was wasted effort. The four troublesome cores had been smart to realize that. Airgem stood with the snarled staff, the tip glowing and making his oiled black beard seem even more oily. His jewel-encrusted robes glimmered. He frowned as he read the name of the dungeon. The Dark Muse. So, there will be artwork. Artwork displeases me. The vampiric runecaster shot Rockhart a glance. Feel free to use your talons, Tearclaw, to rip apart any paintings we find. Rockhart nodded. He was trying not to talk. It was a good thing that the cat man he was impersonating hadn't spoken much before Rockhart had assumed his identity. He'd had to alleviate the fears of the other raiders when he returned, but he'd won their confidence with ease. He had spent more years as a professor than most of them had been alive, and he knew all the words to speak, all the lies to whisper. He was giving intel, he'd said. Apparently, the gargoyle has a vendetta against whatever dungeon we're running. He wants us to succeed, and he says it'll be worth our time if we can win. They were fools, easily manipulated. Gods, but this place is awful, the rogue, Flynn Corey, said, glancing around at the nightmarish dungeon entrance. The man carried no apparent weapons and wore no apparent armor, but Rockhart noted the 8 rings sparkling on his fingers, 3 of which were magical in nature. Puts my teeth on edge. The thief wasn't wrong. Truly unsettling work, and Rockhart was grudgingly appreciative of the mastery at play. The Rector Prime turned his gaze away from the room and took stock of the rest of his comrades, wondering if they would have the skills and power to finish the task. Orem Leadblade, a dwarven earthbinder and heavy plate mail, stood ready to fight with both an enchanted stone hammer and a shield crafted from crystalline glass. Eckley Arenial, a half-elven woodwarden, held up her rune-etched scimitar, which cast watery blue light across the ground. Their heavy hitter was a half-orc blademaster, called Lindag the Skinner. She had an armory worth of obsidian knives sheathed on every part of her sleek ebony armor, striking against her green skin. Besides her knives, she had a curved sword riding one hip and a wicked serrated buckler strapped to one beefy forearm. They were certainly formidable in appearance, though in truth, those 4 were only C-class raiders. All highly ranked, true, but C-class Iron Trunks nonetheless. Only Airgem and Rockhart were B-class. Still, these were the most dangerous of the lot. If they couldn't beat Logan and his ragtag crew of misfits, well, that didn't bear thinking on. Flynn Corey adjusted his well-coiffed hair, making sure it was as dashing as ever. Well, I'm not sure what's going on here, but I'm glad we have 2 Azure Branch cultivators with us, especially the great Lin-raced Airjam. He tipped his head toward the vampiric runecaster. How many times have you survived the slaughter pits? Airjam scowled. More times than I can count. Nasty place, the slaughter pits. Each time, though, I delve farther in, unlock more of its secrets. I will be victorious one day. I have no doubts on the matter, good sir, the rogue agreed. But first, you're going to get us out of this mess, right? You and Tearclaw? Of course, the vampiric runecaster said. This is an odd sort of place, but it holds no danger to one such as myself. Lindag banged her weapon on her shield. Well then, why do we tarry? This talk does nothing, and I, for one, am not afraid of dead bugs and digesters' puppets. From somewhere in the darkness beyond the archway, a slow rhythm started. Closer, far closer. An eerie, disembodied flute started piping a maddening tune. The eyes of the two white-faced puppets suddenly gleamed scarlet. Red swirls painted their cheeks, giving them a weirdly cheery appearance. The puppets, only a few feet tall, shivered to life in strange herky-jerky movements. Both danced out of the slop and started to sing along with the tune. Welcome you, welcome to the mad party of the dark muse singing, the mad party of the dark muse bringing, death and darkness to all you heroes. We'll kill you quick, and then have beeros. The puppets danced closer to the party. At the mention of beer, Rockhart rolled his feline eyes, ears twitching in disgust. The rhyme was forced, and so very, very Marco Lascarellis. Before Rockhart could cast a spell that would perfectly imitate Tearclaw's Ferric sorcery, Air Gem summoned living shadows from the air, a trio of twisting creatures with blazing purple eyes, conjured with Umbra affinity, then given the semblance of life through stolen Vita Apothos. Vampiric runecasters were a mishmash of summoners and blood elementalists, with a number of potent abilities. Shadow life was among their most basic. The runecaster flung the shadow demons at the puppets. The impish shade struck the puppets with tearing claws and inky black teeth. The gem-studded puffballs exploded, obliterating the attack shadows and spewing their deadly crystalline shards into the air. Air Gem called forth a blood shield with a flick of his hand, preventing the glass shrapnel from getting anywhere even close to the rest of the raiders. An insane voice broke from the darkness beyond. My darling little darlings are dead. You will join them before long. Now come into the darkness, my friends, for there are more songs to be sung, and more fun to be had. The voice belonged to Marco, though it was echoing and unnatural. Rockhart sneered even as a feeling of dread filled his belly. The dungeon is trying to demoralize us, he said. We can't let this fool frighten us. Air Gem strode forward on supremely confident feet. Never. I saw those puffballs on the puppets right away. This is a contemptuous attempt at a trap. They have no idea who they are dealing with. We are the best of the Tremblecloaks, the very finest new dungeoneering guild in Aurora, and on Eritreus. That was laughable. The Tremblecloaks were nothing more than a bunch of upstarts. However, Air Gem wasn't wrong about being the best of their guild. The Academy had managed to capture the best the Tremblecloaks had to offer. Too bad the guild standards were so substandard. Save for the runecaster, who truly was powerful. Air Gem pushed even farther into the entry chamber, raising his gnarled staff overhead in defiance. He turned, offering his back to the dungeon in a display of complete contempt. I am a vampiric runecaster. I can draw the power out of their very blood. I can summon shadows that will kill and kill again. I can divide my form to confuse and confound my enemies, even while stripping the flesh from their bones with my all-consuming sorcery. I am death incarnate. I have no equal, he crowed, throwing his head back. He had a perfect view as the ceiling opened up above him, and disgorged a deadly surprise. Air Gem let out a startled squawk, as Inga dropped down with an audible thud. But this wasn't Inga in her beautiful moth form. She'd used her metamorphosis ability to transform into a gigantic steel-encrusted caterpillar, 20 feet long, as thick as the dwarf was wide, and covered in razor-sharp spikes. The chrome larva's spikes ripped through Air Gem as the sheer weight of the thing crushed him into meat paste. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, the party had lost one of their Azure branch cultivators. Rockhart was dumbfounded. This was the Astral Moth, using her metamorphosis ability, right away, in the first room. He'd expected them to divide their dungeon into 4 floors, where each core would be a floor boss. Simple, straightforward, and practical, given the circumstances and time restrictions. But no, they had committed one of their most powerful resources early, and most unexpectedly. A bold move, yet one that had paid off. They had removed Air Gem, arguably the most powerful of the actual raiders, from the equation before the man could do more than sling a handful of spells.
Orm Leadblade howled.
By my beard. A fight. And this is a dungeon boss, or else I'm an elf.
He waded forward with the half-orc Skinner by his side. Orm dug his fingers into the ground, and it parted for him like hot butter. He scooped up a boulder that must have weighed half a ton, and slammed it into the side of Inga's caterpillar head, as though he were tossing around a feather pillow. Such was the power of an earthbinder. The great metal worm reeled from the blow, and Orm followed up, leaping forward to bash in her skull with his wicked hammer. Inga thrashed her head left at the last moment, goring him with her spikes. She nearly eviscerated the man, but suffered a grievous wound for her considerable efforts. Orm dropped, alive but in pain, clutching at his ruined belly. Lindag had used the Earthbinder's attack to maneuver around the Guardian. She shot in like an arrow, peppering Inga's side with a wave of Apothos-conjured Glacius daggers. Green blood splashed against the wall in a sheet. Even badly wounded, Inga fought on, swinging her head toward the half-orc like a battering ram. Lindag brought her shield screaming forward, catching the Astromoth's deadly spikes on her buckler. Swiveling, the Blade Master smacked off one of the caterpillar's mandibles. Then, in a flash, Lindag dashed up one of the piles of sand, leapt, and brought her sword down, carving through the caterpillar's thick hide like a surgeon's scalpel through silk. One of Flynn Corey's rings flashed, and ornate armor appeared, covering his clothes perfectly in bands of hardened black lacquer and soft but sturdy leather. Another ring flashed, and 2 silver rune-etched short swords filled his hands. He didn't rush forward, though. He yelled at Rockhart. "Tearclaw, you should probably do something. Hey, this is a straight-up fight, and I'm not too good at those. I prefer a nice, safe back to stab."
Coward,
Rockhart spat. The thief was right, though. He should act. It was just endlessly amusing to watch the Astromoth so thoroughly thwart the raiders. Rockhart had no love for dungeoneers of any stripe. Still, he was on a mission, he reminded himself. With a flick of his hand, he threw golden glowing claw missiles into the caterpillar, sizzling her undulating flesh and melting her metal spikes in a wave of searing heat. Inga turned and tried to get at Lindag once more, with her one good mandible, but she mistakenly exposed her belly in the process. Eclearenial seized the opportunity to slash through Inga's underside, spraying the room with more of the sludgy green blood. Inga then did something unexpected. She straightened, retreated, and used her bulky tail to push a mound of sand aside. A section of sandstone slid back into the wall. Below was a fungaloid's digestive pit. She was bleeding out, nearly dead, but somehow still managed to shove Linraced Airgem's body into the black fluid. Immediately, the fluid started to bubble and churn. Inga let out an insectile screech as Lindag drove a sword into her side over and over again. Meanwhile, Eckley continued to slash with her scimitar, carving great gashes into Inga's unprotected belly. Even Flynn Corey rushed forward, dancing around her spikes and mandible, laying into her with twirling silver blades. As for Rockhart, he saved his spells. This fight was as good as over, and though the Astromoth had lost the skirmish, she'd certainly won the war, no matter what happened now. After a few more moments of fruitless fighting, the metal caterpillar slumped forward, life draining from her inhuman eyes. Even with her guardian form gone, Rockhart knew Inga's core would continue to float on the pedestal in the inner sanctum, feeding Logan both Apothos and intel. Still, the Terrible 12 had just lost their best dungeon boss. Chapter 36. Rockhart had no idea how the 4 cores would fare without Inga's rather impressive guardian form. To lose a dungeon boss in the entry room was a devastating blow. Yet it was also a daring ploy, and Rockhart couldn't help but respect her sacrifice. He wouldn't show her mercy, though. He was more determined than ever to reach the inner sanctum, smash her gem to pieces, and then inhale her Apothos. She had talent, no doubt, but she'd made a mistake supporting the fool goat boy. Mercy had no place in a war zone, and this was but one front in a much larger war, a war for the Tree of Souls itself. He was obligated to honor the tree through action, and save it from those too weak to serve. He would do his duty, even if he might find pieces of it distasteful. Eclearenial stood at the edge of the digestive pit, staring down at the disgusting burbling goop. It was too late to retrieve Airjam's body. Already, Logan and his friends would be gathering fresh energy from the Azure Branch cultivator. The rank smell of the runecaster's corpse being broken down into its component energies filled the room. Logan would get 60% of Airjam's apothos immediately, thanks to his unique digestive abilities. Since Airjam had Vita and Umbral affinities, the rest of the energy would take longer to process, but the annoying fungaloid would manage it in time. The terrible 12th were already feasting and growing stronger, no doubt preparing to turn that power against the raiders at the most inconvenient opportunity. "Ah, loss," the dwarf cried, still clutching his ruined stomach. Inga had done a number on the Earthbinder. "I could use a healing spell, if you have a minute." The half-elf turned and glared at him.
And why should I, you bearded heathen? You said something nasty about elves.
The dwarf was pale under his beard. "All I said, lassie, was that the big bug was a dungeon boss. I didn't mean it as an insult to your people."
Oh, it was an insult. I heard your tone, the wood warden said in a deadly voice, crossing her arms like a petulant child. Don't you know how terrible my backstory is? I'm half elf, which means I'm also half human. It was hard growing up. I was a stranger to both worlds.
The dwarf winced, obviously in great pain. "Aye, sounds tough on both of ye. But a little healing would keep me from dying, and then you can tell me more." The wood warden sighed and rolled her eyes.
Fine, I'll heal you, but I want you to beg me.
Orem Leadblade gulped, fingers digging into the earth. His blood continued to drip onto the ground. "I beg you, Miss Aurenial. I'll die if you don't. And if I die, there's a better chance that you will too. That we all will." The half-elf sneered, but drew a ruby amulet out of her leathers.
You get the blessing of more life, Orem Leadblade, but you'd best keep a civil tongue.
Lindag the Skinner wiped her curved sword off on the dead caterpillar. She came forward and smiled, showing her tusks.
"I don't mind being half-human. Most years, I celebrate the Forever Green Festival twice, so twice the gifts. And I won't be begging for a healing, half-elf. And the dwarf shouldn't have begged either. You should be begging us to protect you. He is right. Without us, death awaits you. Just how long do you reckon you would last here on your own?"
Eckley lashed out.
"I am a servant of the Autumnbrook Forest. This roseflower amulet has life itself inside it."
"It's a trinket, fit only for a C-class dumbbell," Rockhart barked, already tired of the wood warden's dramatics. "If you had half as much cultivated Vita Apothos as you do attitude, you wouldn't need such silly toys to do your healing. Now silence your tongue before I take the amulet from you and throw you into the pool to join Airjam." That got her attention, and she finally shut her mouth, though she didn't look happy about it. The rogue cleared his throat before tension could escalate further, and pointed at the fungal growths around the entrance.
"Those are blisterwort. If we had more time, I'd collect some and sell them to surgeons. Once processed, they have formidable healing powers. As it is, we'll have to be careful passing through this way. Also, with Airjam gone, we'll need another light source. So far, I can guess 3 out of 4 of the dungeon cores we face. There's the insect creature we just killed, the Dark Muse, and then, of course, some kind of fungus lord. I'm not very partial to mushrooms myself." A sly grin slipped across his face. "Though I have to say, I did date this girl who made an amazing opal truffle soup." Rockhart regarded Corey. He was a smarmy thief, but he was better than the 3 other bickering dungeoneers. With the dwarven warrior healed, and casting nasty glares at the wood warden, they chose a marching order. Lindag the Skinner would go first, armed with Eckley's glowing scimitar for light. Orem the Earthbinder would go next, followed by Flynn Corey the Thief. Rockhart would take up the rear, walking behind the Elkie the Insufferable, who would have her roseflower amulet out as their second light source. They were careful not to brush the blisterwort mushrooms on the walls of the entrance, and soon found themselves in a massive labyrinth of sandstone. Flynn Corey laughed. "Ah, well, that makes it clear as the sun at high noon. The 4th dungeon core is obviously a minotaur. Don't worry, I've beaten a labyrinth before." He paused and scratched at his chin.
Though I don't suppose anyone has any golden magic thread. It would save us a lot of time and trouble. None of them did, which meant they would have to map the warren of passages the old-fashioned way. Trial and error. Onward they pressed, moving slowly through arched tunnelways filled with twists, turns, choke points, and blinds. Strange paintings in a variety of eye-jarring colors tattooed the walls in chaotic arrangements. They were off-putting in the extreme. Some were of mad bull-headed men, murdering innocent people in what looked like a wedding. Others were of mushroom people, with fangs and slits for eyes, devouring corpses. Then there was the Dark Muse himself, a goat-headed fiend who made puppets dance under a blood-red moon. Besides being utterly bizarre, the paintings made it hard to focus. The images somehow invoked movement, so it seemed as though the walls were alive. They turned corner after corner, and Rockhart's fury increased every time they had to switch back. With only 4 hours, Logan and his cohort would have been hard-pressed to complete a passable dungeon, which meant they were likely stalling. Right now, the terrible 12th were using Air Gem's Apothos and the extra time to finish their dungeon. Were they adding corridors even now? Again, begrudgingly, he had to admit it was a good strategy. Shrewd. Another hallway brought the raiders to a dead end. It was full of motionless plaster mannequins, all faceless, standing in various poses, their lifeless hands raised above their heads. Was that in fear? Or were they about to attack? Either way, the sight of those mannequins, motionless in the dark, was disturbing. And, as with the painting in the hallways, it was hard to focus. They all seemed on the verge of springing to life at any moment. "Bloody hell," Corey whispered. "But I don't like this place. Everything about it gives me the chills. Liable to have nightmares about this place for months, assuming we survive." He licked his lips nervously and gave his short blades a twirl. They pressed farther into the room, padding forward on silent feet, giving each of the statues a wide berth, in case they proved to be a touch sensitive. "Pretty pictures and silly statues aren't anything to..." Lindeg started. She didn't finish. The moment everyone was in the room, surrounded by the army of grave-still mannequins, the statues attacked in force. This time, Rockhart took a more active role in the battle. He forced Apothos from his core, cycling it into his limbs and imbuing his claws with the power of both Terra and Malice affinity, transforming them into shards of obsidian glass, capable of cutting through even stone or steel. Next, he summoned more Apothos and sent it coursing just beneath the surface of his fur-covered skin. He channeled that power with a whisper of wail, reinforcing himself with rose quartz and a spell form often called stone skin. He would be slower now, less dexterous than the generally nimble cat creature, but he would also be far tougher. That done, he stormed forward, arms and legs churning, effortlessly avoiding sloppy, unwieldy strikes while carving through plaster limbs. In seconds, he'd slashed apart every single one of the mannequin's sculpted bodies, leaving dusty ruin in his wake. The thumping music started again, and the piping, and the laughter. The dissonant voice resounded through the halls, eerie and distant. "My friends are dead, and you will be too. You will dance in your coffins, and you will jig in your graves, and when you drink, the wine will pour from the holes in your belly. The wine, the dancing, the singing. Dead, you will be my friends. Once dead, we can be the best of friends." More maniacal laughter. Rockhart saw fear in the eyes of the raiders, except for Flynn Corey. He was listening closely. "That voice came from this way." "No, we can't trust it," the Rector Prime said, shaking his head. "This dark muse can use a skill, ventriloquism, to throw his voice. It's a lure. I think I know the way." Rockhart had kept track of the twists and turns. He'd been teaching dungeon crafting for a long, long time, and worked with more than his fair share of minotaurs. They came to a long hallway, a fresh new corridor, which meant they were on the right track. Here, bright lights glimmered from the floor, illuminating paintings on either wall. Along the left-hand wall were more faceless plaster mannequins, a dozen of them, all standing in front of a hellish mural. In the painting, horned demons tormented the souls of various races: humans, elves, dwarves, and orcs, all burning in a lake of fire. On the right wall, there were clouds and cute chubby cherubs strumming harps. Their faces were innocent. Their wings were perfect. Their appearance welcoming. An obvious trap. The question was, were the mannequins the trap, or were the paintings? Marco did have the living artistry skill from the College of Shadows. It was possible that both statues and paintings were rigged. But considering Logan and company had a limited time frame and stunted Apothos reserves, Rockhart found it unlikely. Before he could determine where the danger lay, Lindag the Skinner let out a ferocious roar and charged, slashing apart mannequin after mannequin with Eckley's glowing scimitar and her razor-sharp buckler. Flynn Corey winced. Oof. I hate raiding dungeons with orcs. She or otherwise. None of the mannequins had come to life. They were simply statues. You're welcome, Lindag said over one shoulder. Corey turned up the smarm. Well, Miss Skinner, you definitely showed the plaster people who was boss. How can I ever thank you? The half-orc growled. You just thanked me, idiot, by asking the question. Of course. Such a blundering oaf I am at times. Corey caught Rockhart's gaze and shrugged. The Rector Prime found himself liking this thief. However, Rockhart still didn't entirely trust the hallway. This still feels like a trap. The half-elf laughed. Lindag is halfway down it. Nothing has happened. Keep walking to the end, Miss Half-orc. And good for you. You were probably happy your whole life. Not me. To be caught? Between two worlds? Alone? Or perhaps you're just a delicate, arrogant elf child. I, on the other hand, am a ferocious warrior, and I have a warrior's heart. The half-orc strutted the rest of the way, smug and self-satisfied. She'd made it to the other end without incident. See, idiot? Eckley smirked at Rockhart. How did you even make it to Azure Branch being so timid? Flynn Corey went to the mural of the cherubs in the clouds. There isn't any canvas, just stone. We could wash off the paint. That would be the safest bet, since we're dealing with the Dark Muse. I agree, Rockhart said. It will slow us down further, but it's better than being caught unprepared. This is stupid. You're wasting our time. Obviously, it's safe. The half-elf called to Lindag. And for your information, I have a warrior's heart too. The wood warden went storming after the half-orc in a huff. That, it appeared, was the wrong choice. The wall arch shimmered and morphed. The demons changed into laughing people. The lake of fire became a beach, and the tortured people turned into happy satyrs, drinking wine and eating mushroom canapes without a care in the world. In seconds, the mural went from a hellish eternity of torture to a Sangretta beach party. Because of course it did. On the right, the happy cherubs turned into fat little imps, their fluffy wings becoming leathery bat wings, and the golden harps transforming into wicked bows. A barrage of arrows shot out of the painting. Lindag and Orm had their shields to protect them. As for Flynn Corey, his armor ring flashed, and shafts bounced off his black lacquer armor. The arrows might as well have been sticks on Rockhart's reinforced skin. The tragic half-elf wasn't so lucky. The arrows pincushioned her. She hit the ground, eyes glazed over in death, feathered by a dozen shafts. That was no coincidence, Rockhart was sure. Once again, the dungeon cores were aiming well, eliminating the most powerful raider first, and the healer second. A textbook play executed to perfection. Once the imps ran out of arrows, they froze in place, and the music started again, deranged and deafeningly loud. Drums and piping and laughter. Flynn Corey strutted over, seemingly without a care in the world, and rifled through Eckley Oraniel's pockets. He took the rose flower amulet, but he tossed it to Rockhart. He had to shout over the thunderous music. You're our last spellcaster, Tearclaw. I'm hoping you can use this to heal. Rockhart turned the item over in his hands, letting his senses delve into its magic. The amulet was a simple core enhancer for a C-class druidic spellcaster. It wouldn't help him at all. Nor would it help the other raiders, since they weren't magic users. Technically, the Earthbinder was a body and elemental cultivator, but his skills were focused in the wrong areas. Rockhart tossed it back to the thief. I'm no healer.
and that amulet is worthless to me. If we get out of here, you can sell it."
The rogue brightened. "I misjudged you, Tearclaw. Thanks. When I buy my next wench with the proceeds, I'll think of you." He laughed and shot Rockhart a wink. "I'm hoping to get another wench at some point, though things seem dire. We're down to a party of—" A groan cut the thief off before he could finish. Flynn Corey sprang back, executing a perfect backflip as the sandstone floor tipped. In a heartbeat, the wood warden's body slid down and was gone, the floor sliding back into place on well-oiled hinges. There must be such hidden passageways tucked away all over the place. It reeked of Treacle's handiwork. Corey closed an eye and rubbed at his temples. "All right. So, I'm thinking that losing the bodies of our comrades is not helping our cause. Yes? The fungaloid is eating them, growing stronger, isn't he?"
"You're not wrong,"
Rockhart growled, hands balling into fists. Lynn Dagg had ventured forward, and she came sprinting back, eyes wide as teacups. "I found the center of the maze. Looks to be a trap room, or maybe some sort of puzzle."
"Finally, some good news."
Rockhart scowled.
"So far, this dungeon has been one step ahead of us the entire time. But if there's one thing I know, it's trap rooms."
Then, under his breath,
"I've spent the year teaching traps to these whelps."
the central room of the labyrinth wasn't the inner sanctum. There had to be a second level tucked away below, since that was where they'd taken Eckley's body. Instead, Rockhart and the three raiders found themselves in the middle room of the maze, facing an iron cube the size of a normal dungeon room. The walls were welded together and studded by brass rivets. There was a door leading inside the cube, but it was closed. Lynn Dagg burst forward to pull open the iron hatch. Unbelievably, she was going to waltz into the iron cube without a second thought. The stupidity of these dungeoneers was impressive. Perhaps he had been too hard on the goat boy, considering just how moronic their competition was. Rockhart caught her arm.
"No. One does not simply walk into a trap room. Not without consulting me first. I'm taking command of this party. We've lost our wizard and our healer, all because of blundering and impatience. I won't miss that woman."
The dwarf's frown was lost in his beard. He gripped his stony hammer tighter.
"And I say we let our last azure branch lead us."
"Fine." Lynn Dagg shoved Rockhart away. "It will be as you say." Corey nodded. "I'm assuming you want me to go into the room first. Check it for traps. Leap out if anything goes boom."
"Do it,"
Rockhart ordered. Corey carefully opened the metal door and slipped inside. He came out a handful of minutes later, scratching his head in bewilderment. "I scanned the floors, ceilings, and walls for pressure plates, tripwires, and hidden runes. Nothing. From what I can tell, it's as much a puzzle room as a trap room. There are musical instruments welded all over the floor and walls. There's also another sign, courtesy of the Dark Muse. The lucky piper calls the unluckiest of tunes. There's a door on the other side, but it's locked tight. Seems we have to solve his little riddle before we can move on." Rockhart's move didn't improve. This was the Minotaur's doing, working in concert with that buffoon Marco. Once all four of the adventurers were inside the room, the entry door slammed shut, which was no surprise. The iron room had slits as well as round holes in the walls. From his time working with Treacle Glimmerhappy, Rockhart knew deadly sauce could come buzzing out of the slits at any minute. Those holes were no doubt for spears or spikes. A keyboard stood on a metal stand in the far corner, with a series of panpipes nearby, also welded onto a platform. Trumpets, a brass pipe organ, a flute, a steel lute, and a variety of other instruments were spread across the room. A single note, from the metal piano, rang out, reverberating in the air like a struck gong.
"The luckiest piper calls the unluckiest of tunes,"
Rockhart murmured to himself. It was a clue, but it wasn't much of one. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the entire room rumbled and shifted to the right, with the groan of gears and the rattle of chains, the floor abruptly becoming a wall, one of the walls now the floor. Razor-tipped spikes erupted from beneath their feet. Corey executed a flawless handspring to a flip, grabbing hold of a brassy trumpet welded to a stand.
The dwarf would have fallen on the spikes if Lindag hadn't grabbed him by an armor strap. She herself clutched one of the pipes of the organ, formidable biceps bulging. As for Rockhart, he had anticipated the whole room turning, and so he simply walked onto the new floor. After a few seconds, the spikes retreated, leaving the party unscathed. Definitely needing improvement, Rockhart thought. The panpipes flashed, playing a low, sad note in a minor key. This time, Rockhart knew what to do. He jumped, caught hold of the pipes, and blew through the largest tube, echoing the note. The room reverted, righting itself. "The piper calls the tune," Rockhart said. "We merely have to repeat whatever note and instrument is played." The next note sounded as he finished, and so it went. An instrument would flash. They would have to mimic the tune, or else the room would turn again. Or saws would come roaring out of the walls, or spears shot out to clatter onto the metal, or a cloud of spores that left everyone, except Rockhart, sniffling and sneezing. Luckily, no one was killed, or even hurt. The puzzle was cunning in its way, but not especially dangerous. It was a bit of a disappointment, really, after all the other clever things his students had done so far. Too simple, really. As the instruments flashed faster, the four divided up the work to make sure they didn't miss a note. 2 notes became 4, became 8, and Rockhart knew there would be 13 notes in all, the unluckiest of tunes. By the time the last run of notes sounded, the 4 remaining raiders all waited in separate corners, ready to play their notes on cue. Rockhart took the large brass organ, pressing keys that lit up. Down the wall from him, Corey strummed the steel lute. Across the room, Orem blew on the trumpet, while Lindag used an obsidian dagger hilt to strike a xylophone made of yellow human bone, or blew through the twisted panpipes. They were going to beat the room. As Rockhart played the 13th note, the door on the far side of the room to swing open. He grinned in victory. Too easy. But that grin slipped a notch as a tremor passed through the floor. His eyes widened in shock as he realized what they'd done. This room wasn't truly designed to kill. The traps and weapons, spikes, saws, and spears, were little more than distractions. Clever sleight of hand designed to hurt the dungeoneers. Rockhart watched as a metal wall rose from the center of the room, splitting the party in two before anyone could react. Marco's insanely amplified voice filled the puzzle room. "I'm the lucky piper, and you 4 have played the unluckiest of tunes. Winning is losing, in this case, but our little party is only just beginning. You survived the first level of my amazing maze, but will you survive the second?" Corey threw Rockhart a weak grin. "Looks like it's just you and me, Tearclaw." A previously hidden iron door slid open, revealing stairs leading down. The thief laughed weakly. "Now, Catman, which one of us should go first?" Chapter 37. So far, Logan Murray couldn't believe how well things were going. He also couldn't believe how much Marco's plaster statues looked like the theater mannequins from Layers of Fear 2. Creepy. Creepy and amazing. Granted, Inga had only killed one of the raiders, but that had been Lin-Raced Airjam. When Logan first laid eyes on the vampiric runecaster, fear had hit him hard. This was someone who tackled Kavandri's slaughter pits repeatedly and had managed to survive. Deploying Inga so early had been a terrible gamble, but it had paid off in spades as far as Logan was concerned. They'd also gotten fortunate with the Wood Warden, though her death was really her own fault. If this had been Charlie in the chocolate factory, there would have been an Oompa Loompa singing a song about being difficult to work with and not following simple instructions. Like the rogue had suggested, she should have waited for them to wipe the magical paint off the wall. Had the half-elf just had a little more patience, she would be alive right now, instead of dissolving in a vat of digestive acid, providing Logan with a burst of much-needed energy. Things had turned out well for the Terrible 12, even down to splitting the party in Treacle's puzzle trap, which Logan had called the Bop It Room. Inga had been thrilled to split up the party. That was kind of her thing. While her guardian form lay dead at the entrance, her consciousness still swam in her gem, floating over the pedestal. She was still helping Logan, both with ideas and by feeding him more of her apothos. But there were still 4 raiders left to deal with, and the next big test was right around the corner. Using a set of secret passageways, Treacle had dragged the Wood Warden's body from the hallway all the way back to the digestive pit in the entrance room. Now he was hustling back through the twists and turns, beelining to take his place in the right arm of the labyrinth's second level. He had to move like the wind, but thankfully the Minotaur didn't get lost because of his special racial ability, Labyrinth Sense. Treacle's boss room on the left had been placed closer to the puzzle room stairs than Marco's feast room outside the sanctum on the right side of the maze, because Logan and his cohort didn't want to juggle two major battles at the same time. The dwarf and the half-orc would have to fight through Treacle's boss room, and then pass through a warren of passages filled with Inga's minions, before eventually arriving at the sanctum, assuming they made it that far. Meanwhile, it would take a bit for the Catman and the ever-smiling rogue to reach Marco's feast room. More paintings and mannequins would be there to slow them down, not to mention hallways full to bursting with Logan's fiendish fungi. Gem-studded puffballs, Ghoul's Snare, and the Blisterwort. Unfortunately, they didn't have the apothos necessary to make the artwork deadly, but the mushrooms were armed and ready. All in all, those would be a delaying tactic. If all went according to plan, Treacle would join them in the feast room for the final fight. They were trying hard to keep the raiders out of the sanctum. Treacle's boss room was more ironwork. Only this time, there were paintings of saw blades set in the metal walls. Real saw blades lay behind them. Ghoul's Snare covered the floor in vile purple-black patches, and the ground was uneven, making it difficult to walk. His Ugnaught Calfling stood ready, hidden inside the walls and covered in braincap spores. The Ugnaughts were miniature mechanical versions of Treacle. 4 feet tall, the little minotaurs balanced on metal hooves and mechanical legs, driven by pistons, cogs, and gears. Pale white mushrooms sprouted from horned bullheads, though honestly, they looked more machine than animal. Metal plates covered ropey muscles, brass tubes snaked along their backs, and clockwork gears spun merrily away inside of glass-fronted torsos. They carried pint-sized battle axes, spears, and tridents, perfect for keeping opponents at range. Their job was to wait until Treacle rose from the floor to show the dwarf warrior and the half-orc knife lady the power of his internal alchemy. "Treacle, are you going to get in your loading chamber in time?" Logan asked. The Minotaur answered in a huff.
"Yes, of course. I have a ladder down from the entrance. Almost in position now."
"The timing should be perfect," Inga sent. "Orem and Lindag have figured out the left side of the labyrinth. They'll be there in 3, 2, 1.
The dwarf and the half-orc entered the room carefully. They were clearly on edge, and for good reason. Sections of the floor were metal, but others looked like black mold. Logan hoped the pair wouldn't recognize his Ghoul's Snare. The Ugnaught Calfling stood tucked away, behind swiveling iron panels. In a flash of electricity, a whoosh of steam, and the grinding of gears, the entire room lumbered to mechanical life. A cloud of white steam crept along the floor, as Treacle rose from the center of the room. He was a terrifying sight to behold, a monster of muscle, fur, and metal. And instead of a Minotaur's typical battle axe, he had something a lot more interesting in store. Goggles snapped out of his face to cover his eyes, and armor appeared right out of his flesh. He flipped up his left arm, and a spiked morning star exploded out of his arm, sparking with electricity. From Treacle's right arm, a metal tube covered in gore appeared, spitting fire. Yup. His left arm was a combination of morning star and electrified taser, while his right was a legit flamethrower. The fearsome beast stepped forward, razor-edged hooves ringing out against the floor. More gears churned in the walls, and hidden apertures swiveled open, revealing the Ugnaught Calflings. The pint-sized mechanical minotaurs rushed forward, weapons raised and ready to kill. Logan tapped into his connection to the braincap mushrooms and sent his consciousness into a calfling with a golden trident. The creature was of a comparable height to Logan, but its center of gravity was off, thanks to the odd inverted mechanical legs and the hooves. Unlike the countless hours Logan had spent possessing Inga's centipedes, this was a whole new ballgame, a culturally specific reference no one else would understand, and he was extremely unsure on his feet. He didn't need to do the bulk of the heavy lifting, though, he reminded himself. That was why Treacle was there. All he needed to do was keep the raiders on their toes, distract them whenever possible, and herd them toward the Horned Artificer. But the raiders were smarter than they looked. Instead of closing the distance with a ferocious dungeon boss, the dwarf and the half-orc launched a barrage of ranged attacks. Lindag hurled deadly daggers, while the dwarf smashed his earthen hammer into the floor, sending a shockwave of energy across the room. Treacle stumbled forward, blood dripping down his armor, one leg bruised, if not broken, from the hammer shockwave. That Earthbinder was a powerhouse in his own right, and it was high time they did something about him. The Minotaur retaliated with a gout of fire, aimed at the dwarf, but he was one step ahead. He dropped to a knee and took shelter behind his heavy shield. The half-orc went to rush forward, but Logan bolted right to meet her, lashing out with his trident. The half-orc batted the pronged weapon aside, but Logan wasn't really wanting to kill her, just push her back a single step. She backpedaled as Logan feinted right, then lunged straight in, trident outthrust like a spear. Her foot landed firmly in a patch of insidious ghoul snare. Inky purple-black tendrils burst to life, mindlessly wrapping around her studded leather boots and crawling up her legs. She fought and bucked, slashing at the creeping vines, but the ghoul snare spread too quickly to be stopped. A spinning buzzsaw erupted out of the wall and bit into her arm with its whirling metal teeth. She let out a growl, fruitlessly trying to raise her sword, as Treacle barreled toward her. The Minotaur dropped his head low, goring her through the belly with his horns, then pulled back and removed most of her face with his Morning Star arm. The spikes tore through muscle and obliterated bone, and the electricity added enough juice to steam her skull like an Instant Pot.
By my beard, I shan't be killed by no cow.
The dwarf slammed his hammer on the floor again. This time, a shockwave rippled through the entire room. Logan's ghoul's snare withered from the raw surge of Terra Apothos. Treacle stumbled and dropped to one knee, while the Ugnaught calfling Logan was riding around in toppled to the floor. Its nervous system had collapsed, along with most of its spine. A number of calflings had survived the killing blow, but Logan didn't much like their chances against the bearded raider. A saw blade rose from the floor, but the dwarf was angry now, and hell hath no fury like a scared dwarven earthbinder fighting for his life. Did Shakespeare write that? Orem carelessly backhanded the blade with his hammer, stopping its spin and making it wobble. It exploded a moment later, the saw debris killing more calflings. Treacle got to his feet and sped forward in a blur of metal arms and augmented legs, raising his Morning Star. The flamethrower was sputtering flames. Useless now. He brought the spiked ball screaming down, but Orem sidestepped the attack. With a mighty yell, the dwarf bashed through one of Treacle's horns and turned his skull into hammer soup. That was the end of the Minotaur. Treacle hit the ground, tongue out, as dead as steak. All the saw blades stopped screeching and stopped spinning. With a thought, Logan took control of another calfling. But instead of engaging, he rallied the two other remaining minions and pulled them back into their respective hiding spaces. There was no way they would be a match for Orem, and they couldn't afford to throw away resources needlessly. The gears turned, the doors closed, and the murder room fell quiet. Orem went to the half-orc's body and knelt, bowing his head for a beat before making some sacred series of gestures, a blessing of some sort.
Sad for you, Lindag, but I still live, and I'll just take your gold, some jewels, a knife or two, and that glowing scimitar. I can see pretty well in the dark, but not perfectly.
He stood and checked his new gear.
Now, to get out of this madhouse,
he grumbled with a nod. Marco, right on cue, hit the dwarf with crazed laughter.
Not a madhouse, my friend. A mad party. Mad, I tell you. Mad, mad, mad.
Orem let out a roar, his face beat red, a vein pulsing in his forehead. Seemed like their handiwork was really starting to get under his skin. That was good. Angry, demoralized people made mistakes, and mistakes on a battlefield resulted in casualties. A lesson Logan had paid in blood to learn back in his real life, before Shadowcroft. That's like 75% fear, Inga sent, and 30% anger. Treacle didn't agree.
That doesn't add up.
Inga was the one to send her sigh.
I was using hyperbole. It was an attempt at mathematical humor.
I do not appreciate such inaccuracies.
the Minotaur sent back. Logan tried to focus the troops. The dwarf is hitting our room, Inga. I'm going to take control of one of your Tsuki ants.
There is no way our little minion is going to take out that dwarf and his earthbinding,
Inga complained. Never underestimate the power of ants. We have a culturally specific saying where I come from that I think applies here. All the ants weigh more than all the elephants. Let's show this joker how dangerous small things in great volumes can be. Logan sent his consciousness questing out, and suddenly he found himself upside down, clinging to the ceiling with stout segmented legs. This body, though different from his own, was far more familiar than the Ugnaught Calfling had been. Not far off from Logan was a blinding light source, equal parts Treacle's engineering and Inga's Luna power. Below, Orem entered the room, holding up his bulky shield and squinting against the terrible light. Big mistake there. Long strings of blisterwort hung from the ceiling, dangling at eye level, almost impossible to see in the harsh glare. The dwarf pushed his shield against the dastardly hanging mushrooms, clearly not realizing what he was brushing up against. The fungi strafed his face and his eyelids. The effects were immediate. Ah! Me eyes! Me bleeding eyes! Perfect. Logan released his grip on the gritty stone and dropped from the ceiling, landing on the dwarf's shoulder, conveniently near his unprotected neck. Logan squirmed forward and chomped down using the Tsuki ant's formidable mandibles, slicing into the dwarf's throat. Other ants fell around him like rain, one after another, and the dwarf let out a gurgling scream, batting at the swarming bugs. Orem did his hammer trick, smashing the ground and sending out a rippling wave of apothos, shattering the glowing orb overhead in the process, and plunging the room into darkness. The shockwave killed most of the ants, but it also caved in the walls, and then the ceiling came crashing down. An avalanche of sand poured in. This admittedly wasn't part of the plan. They hadn't known that a blinded dwarf would have a shockwave hammer, and he'd use it in a room with a thin ceiling that wasn't directly under the first-level labyrinth. Whether by hook or by crook, in a fight, you took every victory you could come by. With the powerful Earthbinder dead and buried, it was time to deal with the last two raiders. Logan recalled his mind from the humbled Tsuki ant and focused his attention on the Catman and the smarmy thief. It was slow going for them since Flynn Corey couldn't see, but the Catman could. Tearclaw was leading the thief through the maze, heading for the feast room. The Catman might have used his claws as a light source, and the thief had his rings, but both were probably saving their power for the final confrontation. A wise choice, considering what awaited them up ahead. And as for the dead Woodwarden's amulet, that must not have been an option. Okay, guys, Logan sent. We're down to 2 raiders. They're about to reach the feast room. Marco, are you ready? The satyr's voice blasted his brain. I've never been more ready. I'm gonna murder them with both my chandelier and my fountain. Logan figured that was the strangest threat that had ever been made in a dungeon. But hopefully, it was a threat that proved to be true. They were doing well, but the Tearclaw character was the one to watch. Actually, both the thief and the Catman were surprisingly competent, almost suspiciously so. Without the other dungeoneers, those two easily avoided the mushroom traps on the Mad Party's second level. Treacle piped up. Logan, there are 3 Ugnaught Calflings left thanks to you. Should I send them to the inner sanctum for the final fight? Or should we drag the dwarf and the half-orc up to the digestive pit in the entrance? It was a critical decision. Logan made his choice. Let's assume Marco's feast room will at least slow the raiders down. Get those bodies to the upper pit. We'll use the Apothos for my grand surprise. The Minotaur responded morosely. It's very hopeful. I find hope distasteful, but we'll do it your way.
The dwarf didn't get all my Tsuki ants, Inga sent. They're digging out the body now, and then I'll send them to the feast room.
Now that was overly optimistic. The whole dungeon might be undone by the time the translucent insects trundled into the sanctum. They were powerful thanks to their sheer numbers, but they weren't particularly fast. Tearclaw and the thief rounded the last bend, which dumped them out into the feast room. And what a room. Marco had really come through with his interior design. The mannequins, paintings, music, and riddles had tied everything together. but they all paled in comparison to the feast. The banquet table was an ornate carved monstrosity of opulence, easily large enough to seat 30 guests. Covering the table was enough food to feed a small army. Silver dishes of fruit, golden lalani, vine-ripened dragon welsh, star-shaped tangerines, and endless varieties of cheese. There were baskets full of warm, fresh-baked bread, fried peppers, bowls filled with soups, and platters heaped high with fish, succulent ribs, wine-glazed pheasants, watercress lobster, and, of course, opal truffle everything. Sauces, pies, bakes. It was a foodie's dream, though the pièce de résistance was the tiered silver fountain, which dribbled molten cheese into a central steaming basin. It was a nacho cheese fountain, but it was also so much more. Candles flickered on the table, casting uncertain light on the food, every bit of it alluring, and poisoned. More candles flickered from the huge crystal chandelier up top. There were other varieties of mushrooms in the room, of course, decorating the corners and the walls. Corey approached the table as though drawn there against his will. "Well, if you're hungry, there's enough food for us, Tearclaw. Or do you prefer cat food?" he asked, cocking an eyebrow.
Tearclaw glanced around. Turning the sand scream into this? Impressive. The 4 dungeon cores have worked together. And of course, it's the troublesome fungaloid's digestive ability that is powering most of this. That, and the cores of the astral moth, and the minotaur.
The way the Catman was talking made Logan pause. It was like he was grading them or something. And how did he know Inga was an astral moth? He'd fought her as a heavy metal caterpillar. Something was strange. Off. "I'm just going to have a little bite." The rogue eyed a fresh loaf of bread, a stick of butter, and some very stylish butter knives.
No, you're not.
The Catman sniffed. To his left, to his right.
The food is spelled. It also happens to be near to bursting with poison.
He pointed to the archway connecting the feast room to the inner sanctum.
There, across the room, is our quarry. The pedestal will contain the 4 gemstones. It would be easy to walk directly there. Too easy. This room is trapped. We'll stay near the walls, because I don't trust that damned table.
"What about the mushrooms?" Corey asked, nervously twisting a ring on his finger.
The fungaloid ran out of power a while back, I suspect. We'll have more dangerous fungi in the sanctum, but these are safe. Likely, this is all for show, meant to push us toward the grand feast.
The Catman fully extended his claws, and he walked in a crouch. Corey trailed close behind him, gripping his dual silver short swords in white-knuckled hands. The pair moved through the pillars of mushrooms along the wall, crushing them as they walked. Marco's feast room was about to fail on every level. Logan didn't want to face off against both of the wary raiders in the sanctum. He was about to get Marco to do something rash, when the satyr himself rose from the table, from where he'd been hiding under the food. Watching him emerge from the poisoned banquet was a bizarre, surreal sight.
"Would you be so rude that you'd ignore my feast?" the satyr thundered, his voice bleeding power into the air.
He stood on the table, a tall, wild-eyed goat man, his clothes wet with fruit juices and covered in buttercream frosting, cake smearing his hair. Despite that, he looked positively terrifying. A wild fey godling, ready to strike down rude interlopers. He snatched up a goblet and raised it in salute.
"But I'll toast you too. I'll toast you to your death."
He drained the cup, threw it to the side with a clatter, and drew a thin silver rapier from his sheath. He leaped from the table, his face monstrous with a shadowy power. He danced forward on expert feet. The Catman snarled, hate contorting his feline face, and hurled projectile claws of golden light. Marco ducked them and drew both of the raiders forward, with a skill Logan wouldn't have expected. Then he remembered that Marco had grown up as royalty, and he'd been trained in fencing. He dodged the rogue's thrust and kept the man between himself and the Feryx, with his wicked, glowing talons. The minute they drew close to the table, the satyr dodged back, and the chandelier came unhooked from the ceiling. It didn't smash into the table, but descended like a spider on its silver chain, morphing and shifting into a thing of nightmares. It was a mimic, not so different from the purple box that had eaten Logan, what felt like years ago, and set his feet on this new path. A single bulging eye appeared in the center, above a wide maw filled with a slavering tongue and hundreds of needle-sharp teeth. It moved on 8 legs of brass, covered in winking jewels and smoking candles. Those 8 legs all had sharp, spear-like points, perfect for skewering pesky raiders. In short order, both the rogue and the Catman were forced to engage with the chandelier as Marco fell back, posting up like a sentinel in the sanctum's entryway. The satyr started to laugh and jeer at the adventurers, his voice booming. Again, Logan marveled at how Marco changed when he truly accepted his dark muse persona. The rogue dodged back, avoiding the chandelier, but drawing too near to the fountain. It exploded, sending a wave of scalding hot cheese cascading over the unfortunate rogue. He screamed in pain, clutching at his face. He never even saw the mimic close with him before it impaled him on one spidery leg. The Catman also had the misfortune to catch some of the nacho napalm. It did damage, but then Tearclaw's entire body glowed, and his burned skin was lost in a blinding light. When the scuttling chandelier hit him like a Mack truck, that light blasted the mimic in a tsunami of malice-infused pathos. Raw force tore the creature apart at the seams, and in seconds, what was left of the creature curled up like a dead spider. The Catman let out a howl, took hold of the half-destroyed table, and flung it on its side with a flick of powerful arms. He then strode across the sandstone floor, a look of absolute fury painted across his face. That look was oddly familiar. Logan's own guardian form was inside the inner sanctum, waiting. It was clear to him that Treacle's calflings and Inga's ants weren't going to make it back in time. Logan watched with a knot in his stomach as Tearclaw stormed toward the inner sanctum. He didn't give Flynn Corey's body a second look, which was a mistake. He should have picked up those rings. But not Tearclaw. He was a man on a mission. Marco danced a little jig, laughed, and swept his rapier through the air.
I like a spirited guest, and you've turned out to be a reveler after my own heart, kitty cat.
Cut the nonsense, Tearclaw snarled. The raiders are dead, and I'm here to undo your dungeon, Marco Lascarellis. This charade is over. That voice. It couldn't be. It was Rockhart's voice, coming from the Ferrex warrior mage. Logan didn't have a throat to gulp in fear, but cold terror filled his core.
Chapter 38.
Eulis Rockhart still had most of his power left, even after the skin blast that had taken care of the chandelier mimic, though the little maneuver had cost him his reinforced stone skin. Being back at Azure Branch was terribly annoying, but he would make do. Besides, he wouldn't need much to finish his work. Killing Marco Lascarellis would be easy, and then only the Fungaloid would be left. And though Logan had proven to be formidable in some ways, he was no melee monster. Still, Rockhart would not underestimate them. This dungeon had been a rather pleasant surprise, and some of the flourishes had been deviously unexpected. The decorative mimic, for example, had been a nice touch to the feast table, and Corey would have sampled the bread and opal truffle butter if Rockhart hadn't been there to warn him away. But the fun was over. The game played nearly to its end. The Terrible Twelfth had played well, and even though their destruction was assured, it seemed only right to at least tip his hand and show them who they truly faced. There was a certain honor in it. He expected Marco's bravado to crumble at his revelation, but instead, the satyr laughed. A strange fire lit up the horizontal slits of his goat eyes.
Yuli? You don't mind if I call you Yuli, do you? Well, this is a surprise. You've embraced your inner lion, I see. From Griffin to Catman. Would you like me to scratch your chin, kitty?
Why wasn't this imbecile frightened of him? Rockhart powered up his talons, making them gleam, before sending them flashing across the room into Marco. The satyr dodged some, but not all, of the glowing claws. At the same moment, Rockhart increased his speed. He blurred forward, powered by a surplus of malice apothos, crossing the threshold of the sanctum in the blink of an eye. The cavern was full of towering mushrooms, and more of the satyr's mannequins, dripping with various fungal growths. At the center, Surrounded by a digestive pit moat was the pedestal, carved into the semblance of a grand grail, overflowing with wine, while the 4 gems spun in elegant swirls above. Rockhart raked his talons down the satyr, sending him flying. The goat boy smashed through a mannequin and made a towering mushroom shake as he slipped to the floor. He lost his rapier in the fall. Not that he ever would have stood a chance, even with the sword. He was a better duelist than Rockhart had suspected, but the Rector Prime had hundreds of years of combat training under his belt. Gore stained Marco's face, a revolting mixture of blood and cake, but the satyr continued to bray laughter, even as he sat sprawled out and mortally wounded.
To think, Yuli, you'd ruin the Azure Dragon clan's standing. You'd risk your job to come and kill us yourself. How pathetic. I have no idea what Arquetta sees in you. Yes, I know that you and the Hellgazer are an item. That's convenient. You're stone, and she can turn people into stone. It's probably a relationship based around convenience, not passion. I bet, deep down, she gets tired of your cold skin. I'd keep her warm. The word struck Rockhart's soul, infuriating him. Dimly, he thought this might be Marco's vicious insult ability, part of the College of Rhetoric, but it ultimately didn't matter. He was going to murder the satyr's guardian form, and then waltz right up to the pedestal and crush the satyr's core into powder. With a snarl, he advanced, ready to rip Marco's head from his annoying shoulders, but then spikeflies struck like a hailstorm. Rockhart heard their buzz seconds before he felt them hit. He spun around, conjuring forth a malice tornado of force that both he and the Catman shared. In that swirling typhoon of power, the spikeflies lost their wings, and then their bodies. Pathetic. They dropped to the ground, little more than dust. Rockhart turned to finish the job of murdering Marco, but the satyr had somehow managed to gain his feet. He was sprinting back toward the feast room, clearly trying to buy Logan more time. Still entranced by vicious insult, the Rector Prime turned and gave chase, but 2 spore wargs leaped out of the tangle of mushrooms, colliding with his legs, teeth snapping at his skin. Rockhart barely felt them. Even as a B-class, he was far outside their league. With barely a thought, he ripped them to shreds with his claws, then ducked as gem-studded puffballs exploded around him in a series of brilliant pops. The satyr stood shaking, barely on his feet. He started clapping, but Rockhart threw more golden missile claws to spoil the spell. Marco stumbled backward and fell into his furry butt. He was barely conscious. "Rockhart!" Logan thundered. The Rector Prime turned, and there, standing between 2 mannequins, was the fungaloid, nearly lost in a cloud of floating fungal spores. Rockhart gave in to his rage. You were an embarrassment at first, Logan Murray, but then you became something much worse. A thorn in my side. For the briefest of moments, I thought maybe you could be something special. But no. You disappointed us all by joining with the fool goat. This ends now, with the death of you and your friends. You are not worthy. Not worthy of the Academy, not worthy of the Azure Dragon clan, and not worthy to protect Ashvata. Rockhart powered up his skin blast, but he didn't set off the charge. He used the energy to burn off any spores that the fungaloid might be throwing his way. It would be rather simple to conjure another concussive blast, or he could rip the Yellow Mushroom Man's body apart with another whirling force tornado. But the seething irrational rage in his belly insisted that the fungaloid was unworthy of such a quick end. Rockhart wanted to feel the fungaloid's pliant body come apart in his claws. Then it would be a quick trip to the pedestal. Yuli? The fungaloid's flouncy top cap wiggled as he smiled. You have no idea how much I love that fool goat. Marco Lascarelis is the best of us. Inga agrees, as does Treacle, and you should love him too. And he wasn't wrong. He and Arquetta would make a much better couple than you. Rockhart started for the Mushroom Man, lips pulling back from his feline fangs. It won't happen. All 4 of you are done. Your spores won't help you. I won't get Athlete's Foot, and I have no allergies. There will be no mortal sneezing for me. Do you really think you can best me in open combat? The fungaloid laughed. I prefer closed combat.
What does that even mean? Rockhart thundered, feeling his blood boil. And why are you joking? You sound like the stupid goat buffoon. The Rector Prime increased his speed, rushed over, and drove a claw into the heart of the fungaloid. Only, he didn't feel the rubbery flesh of a mushroom. He felt the plaster of a mannequin. He shook what should have been Logan Murray, but wasn't. No. Up close, in a haze of spores, he saw that this was but another mimic, one crafted into a rough semblance of the fungaloid. And that voice, ventriloquism. That was why Logan had sounded like the worthless satyr, because they were one and the same. Rockhart pulled his hand free, but the mimic struck at that same moment, its arms and legs wrapping around him. A mouth appeared, full of vicious teeth, and they sank into the meat of his shoulder. The creature wasn't powerful enough to seriously harm the Rector Prime. With a roar, Rockhart let out a wave of power, ripping the creature's arms off and forcing it back. But he'd been so distracted that he heard the approaching footfalls a moment too late. He turned, just in time for a dagger to punch through a seam in his armor and into his ribs. There was the real Logan Murray. The fungaloid removed the blade and stepped back, armed with his ridiculous ruby shield and that pathetic dagger. Rockhart's laughter boomed through the sanctum. A single knife thrust will not end Ulyss Rockhart. Then he saw there wasn't just rust and blood on the blade. It was also covered in blisterwort. This one worked on Meg Marty. Logan exhaled, releasing a cloud of rapid growth spores into the air at close range. Let's see how you handle it. Rockhart gasped in shock. Then the pain hit, and he fell to his knees. He could feel the blisterwort burning his insides, but it was more than just toxic chemicals. There were blisterwort spores in there as well, and he could feel them growing like tumors. He clutched at his chest, claws digging down as fungi exploded out through his trunk, like some grim flower blooming in the spring. And that was the end of Rockhart's stolen body. He fell dead, all his plans foiled by the moronic satyr and his fungaloid friend. Logan watched as Rockhart lost his Catman form and morphed back into a gargoyle griffin. His stone wings ripped through the leather jerkin, and his legs burst through the red pants. That was a kindness. Those pants were awful beyond words. Shadowcross Rector Prime lay dead on his side, body riddled with blisterwort. His chest cavity looked like a baby xenomorph from an alien movie had come bursting out. Logan bent and used his trusty if-pitted dagger to pry out the Rector Prime's gem. Marco crawled over, covered in cake, a little cheese, and literal gobs of his own blood. The satyr collapsed onto his face at first, but then managed to push himself into a sitting position, offering Logan a lopsided grin. He spoke through his near-dead guardian form. All in all, that went well. I'd offer you a victory feast, but every bit of food out there on the table is poisoned with Coptician viper venom. Those fried peppers might be worth a little death. Logan laughed and held Rockhart's gem in his thick yellow fingers. Inga's voice floated to him. What are you going to do with this core gem? Treacle had the answer in an instant.
We should process it, share the apothos, and when they ask, we say we have no idea what happened to Ulyss Rockhart.
Marco had the strength to reach over and roll the dead gargoyle over onto his back.
Eating old Rockhart is one option, and he would deserve it. Coming at us like he did was messed up.
And I'm thinking this wasn't the first time, Logan said. I bet you he and Chattergroth planned that little ambush in the slaughter pits. So, we'd be justified in digesting him. And if they digested him, it would push them all up at least a rank, maybe more. Rockhart was a high A-class jade leaf cultivator. Consuming his apothos would give them a tremendous boost. But, if they let him live, they would only get the relatively small amount of manifested apothos stored in his physical guardian form.
But,
Marco countered, seesawing his head,
if we let him live, and if we don't tell anyone, then we'd always have something on the Rector Prime. You know, there's nothing that a little blackmail can't fix.
We'll call it leverage,
Inga sent, obviously shocked.
Or extortion,
Treacle added. Logan laughed. They would take the gem to Ned and Zed, and Rockhart could work with those rosebush doctors to get his body back. Because even now, the blisterwort was doing damage to the stony body sprawled out in the inner sanctum. Around them, a sudden wheezy voice, ancient and turtleish, spoke. "And so, you four have passed your winnowing. Again, the final battle reached the inner sanctum. However, you faced villains far above your level. You have done well, my friends. So very well. And as my dearest friend always says, you still live. You can do wonderful things."
Like loot the bodies,
Marco erupted. He was looking better. Already, he was using the Apothos in their combined pool to heal his badly damaged guardian form. He managed to get to his feet, only limping a little. Zen Ikix, the venerable threshing tortoise, chuckled. "We'll give you a couple of hours to put yourselves back together, gather your loot, and go through the magic items. Might I suggest you retrieve Linraced Airjam's staff from the entrance room? Logan wasn't about to leave anything behind in their dungeon. However, he could let go of some of the corridors, rooms, and artwork. The walls began to tremble and turn back into sand and sandstone. Marco's feast table wavered before vanishing, but they kept the two digestive pits working in overdrive, funneling sweet, pilfered Apothos into his core. Logan shivered. He was on the cusp of leveling again, and after all the kills and experience in the final part of the winnowing, he was sure to increase his cultivation abilities to at least rank 5, which would come with some benefits and new abilities. He and Marco slid Rockhart's and the rogues' bodies into the digestion moat. Logan might not eat the professor's core, but there was still loads of manifested Apothos in his guardian form, and that seemed like fair game. Treacle came staggering into what had been the feast room, drawing on the sudden influx of Apothos to repair his guardian form. He still looked worse for the wear, though, his head partially caved in, one horn hacked off. Inga joined them as well. She was missing some teeth and had some serious gashes covering her arms and chest. But she was up and moving about thanks to their colossal win. But they were gloriously alive, and that was all that mattered. The four went through the gold, jewels, magic items, and loot from the raiding party. Marco sighed over the Catman's red pants.
They're ripped beyond repair. I'm heartbroken. I love those trousers.
Inga threw him Airjam's jeweled robes.
None of us would be caught dead in this. It's not magic, but it's gaudy enough for you to enjoy, I'm sure.
Gaudy? I think you mean Grady.
Marco slipped on the rose flower amulet.
And this little baby goes well with my new ensemble. Bam! I didn't think I could be cooler or more awesome. But apparently even I'm sometimes wrong.
Inga took Airjam's staff. They weren't sure what it did yet, but she jumped at the chance to study it. Treacle pondered the Woodwarden's magical scimitar.
I'll break this down. Maybe get the blueprint so we can copy it. It's relatively nice. I'll also want the dwarf's terra hammer. I'm thinking I might be able to add it to my internal alchemy.
So you can drop the hammer?
Marco asked.
Will you get hammered with me on Friday night?
Treacle let out an annoyed grunt.
Puns. Gross.
Lindag the Skinner had a trio of magical throwing knives, which Marco called dibs on. No real surprises there. As for Logan, he took Flynn Corey's 3 magical rings. He'd be able to summon the silver short swords now, though the rusty dagger would always have a special place in his heart. It had helped him kill not just any raider, but Ulyss Rockhart himself. Logan had the idea that the threshing turtle knew what had happened, but wouldn't be telling anyone. In the end, Shadowcroft Academy for Dungeons was a utilitarian institution. Whatever worked was fair game. Rockhart had tested them to the best of his ability. Inga was pretty sure the Rector Prime had even crippled his core to do so, at least temporarily, since they wouldn't have been able to best him if he'd been an A-class cultivator. Logan slipped on the armor ring, which expanded to cover one of his 3 thick fingers. He felt his core respond to it, and he realized in a flash of insight that he could customize his own armor, and it would look like the real thing. Finally, he would have real armor to go with his exoskeleton. His friends, mostly Marco, helped him design his new look. Once done, he looked down, impressed. An enormous leather war belt, covered in opal glyphs, concealed his gemstone core. The belt worked with a fur-lined leather skirt, called a terugis. Marco swore by them both for their maneuverability and for the breeze. Logan added a pair of light leather greaves and matching fur-lined bracers to cover his vulnerable legs and forearms. A single spiked pauldron also decorated his right shoulder. Logan laughed. I can always have armor when I want it. And I get swords. Magical swords.
What about the third ring?
Marco asked. Logan shrugged. Not sure. Looks like we'll have to do a little research. And since we have the best crafter at Shadowcroft with us, it won't be long until we unlock its mysteries. Treacle sat, head bandaged, holding the hammer and the scimitar.
Logan, my friends.
The big bull-headed man started. Then he couldn't talk. Tears flowed down his cheeks. That made Inga choke up.
Treacle, what is it?
The Minotaur blinked.
We're alive. I didn't think we would. That we would survive our freshman year. But we're alive, my friends. My good friends.
Marco, who wasn't afraid of showing any emotion, leapt to his feet. He danced a little jig as tears dripped down his furry face.
You ain't seen nothing yet, my bovine friend.
Logan thought his smile might break his face. Their final exam dungeon was done. The mad party of the Dark Muse's depravity was now just sand, stone, and an inner sanctum, with a bare stone pedestal. The only sign they'd ever been there at all was the 2 digestive pits, still burbling away. Everything else might have been gone, but what they'd managed to accomplish would stick with Logan forever. Choosing the Fungaloid class had been a gamble, but in the end, it had been a jackpot. And Marco was right. This really was only the beginning. And Logan was still only an Iron Trunk cultivator. They all were. Who knew what was possible once they ascended? The dungeoneering guilds would tremble, and he might even find a way to save his homeworld, Earth. Chapter 39. Logan sat with his friends in the Golden Serpent Hall for the graduation ceremonies. The seniors were leaving for their own dungeon assignment. Well, the ones who had survived their 4 years. There were fewer than 50. Far fewer. It seemed the winnowing had taken out a few of the seniors as well. And the 4 worst-performing students of each class had been expelled to become wandering monsters on far-flung worlds. From the Azure Dragon Clan's freshmen, a couple of the Franklin 4 were sent out into the cruel universe. Logan felt bad for them. At the same time, he was grateful to be sitting there, sipping coffee. Most were guzzling wine, beer, liverkill from Vralkag, and even some of the gelatinous night Soonerberry hooch. Other freshmen had been murdered by raiders, and their cores absorbed. It was tragic in its way, but Shadowcroft had a brutal logic to it. Better to lose students before they found themselves in dungeons protecting the Tree of Souls. The Terrible 12th was finishing off the year with far more power than they'd had when they'd first been thrown together back in September. Marco had advanced to Iron Trunk rank 5, while Logan had skipped all the way to rank 4, which gave the both of them a bunch of new abilities. Logan wasn't going to rush to choose his next mushroom powers. There wasn't a need. He had 2 months before the next school year started up again in earnest. 2 months to decide. Shadowcroft needed time to reap new souls and prepare for the new year of incoming guardians. Marco, as impetuous as ever, wanted to choose right away, but Inga talked him down. Treacle ended the year as an Iron Trunk rank 3, and he looked forward to spending the summer getting special tutoring from Professor Ronald Crucible. Crucible had taken a shine to the Minotaur. Both could sigh like professionals, and both loved crafting. It was a match made in heaven. The Minotaur was confident that he'd be able to unravel the mystery surrounding the magic items they'd won in the winnowing. As for Inga, she was 1 rank away from leveling to an Azure Branch Cultivator. She was a C-Class, rank 1, and she was looking at trying out new cultivation techniques to break through to B-Class. That was Inga, unable to focus and always looking for the new shiny idea. She'd managed to get a job with Madame Origami for the summer, which would give her access to the bowels of the Codex Athenaeum and an array of new books. Naturally, she was thrilled. Logan was a little less pleased about his summer situation. Most of the 3rd and 4th year students would abandon Arborea, sent off into the multiverse on epic quests to hone their skills, help them cultivate more power, and acquire rare items to use in their future dungeons. 1st and 2nd years, however, weren't trusted with their freedom, so they had to help pull their weight around the academy grounds by helping the staff. Inga and Treacle were both set, and Marco was going to be working with the Gelatinous Knight at the Wayfarer Inn, deep in the heart of the Giru Forest. Logan, however, still hadn't been offered an assignment, which was a little concerning.
I think we're going to hear from the Rector Prime,
Inga said, drawing Logan out of his thoughts.
He's saying he had a little accident during the winnowing.
Yeah,
Marco spat.
That accident was us, kicking his ass.
The satyr wore the bright gem-encrusted robes they'd taken from the vampiric runecaster, and he actually was dramatic enough to pull off the look. Logan wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. Ulysses Rockhart leaned heavily on a ruby-topped cane as he limped across the raised dais at the front of the hall. The rest of the faculty sat in their clan robes on gorgeous thrones, with the smiling Skip Shadowcroft in the center seat. Arquetta the Hellgazer was there, in a fashionable scarf and sunglasses, sitting next to the vulture-headed Bartholomew Neckbet in wrinkled robes, who looked as dull as ever. That didn't stop Inga from crushing on him. The Shark Man, John Toothbite, was grinning and drinking from a big flagon, while the Rakshasa, Suresh the Merciless, frowned. His clan, the Crystal Tiger, hadn't won. Toothbite hadn't won either, but the underwater dungeon master was too good-natured and tipsy to care. The sharkish professor obviously loved GK's Soonerberry moonshine. Rockhart tapped his cane on the dais to silence the students.
I have some announcements to make. As you are all aware, the Azure Dragon clan has won the year, with over 4,000 points.
His core flashed, showing the leaderboard and the cohort standings, as well as the winnowing grades. The Azure Dragon equals 4,379. The Crystal Tiger equals 4,285. The Vermilion Phoenix equals 4,199. The Onyx Tortoise equals 3,956. Toothbite let out a hoot.
If you lose big, says I.
His clan hooted and hollered and stomped on the floor. Rockhart didn't like that at all.
Now, no sore losers.
He turned to give Suresh the Merciless a long look. Suresh grimaced and licked his big tiger chops. The Rector Prime continued.
For winning the year, all members of the Azure Dragon will each get a turn in the Sacred Hollow, which, as you know, is a wonderful gift, I'm sure.
Logan had no idea what the Sacred Hollow was. He threw Inga a questioning look. She mouthed,
"We'll talk later."
Rockhart cleared his stony throat.
Yes, and we have soul powder elixirs for the cohort who won the overall rankings. That would be the Azure Dragon's first cohort, led by Prince Chatagroth of the Eritreus Elite.
The Abyss Lord, the Archduke Jimmy McMarty, Her Lady Elasiel of Everstar, and Tedakot of the Coptic Champions, all rose and walked up to claim their prize. Of course they had won. Logan was pretty sure Chatagroth was within spitting distance of becoming a Jade Leaf cultivator, which put him well ahead of the rest of his year. A Vermilion Phoenix cohort won the second prize, which was purple animus potions for all. Professor Arquetta was thrilled that a group from her clan had done so well. Rockhart paused.
This next cohort has been troublesome.
He glanced down at Logan.
They were in my clan, and yet I will openly admit that I've loathed them to their cores. I know many of you have pitied them, and their various weaknesses.
Marco rammed an elbow into Treacle.
He's talking about us. I mean, you guys. Everyone pities you guys, but I'm still super popular.
Rockhart pounded his cane on the floor to silence the murmuring.
On a personal level, I would have expelled them all. Don't think I haven't tried.
That required another glare. Shadowcroft put a stick hand up to his face and sighed so hard a skull flower lost a petal.
However, the Rector Prime said, after an overly long pause, I was wrong about Logan Murray, Inga Thoratharian,
Treacle Glimmerhappy, and even Marco Lascarellis. Rockhart nodded. Yes, even the drunken satyr won me over. All 4 have worked harder than anyone at this school to improve their ranks and to embrace their mission to protect the Tree of Souls. Truly, their solutions have been innovative, their strategies sound, and as I've said, their work ethic beyond compare.
What's a work ethic?
Marco asked.
It's what we make you do,
Inga snapped.
Now hush.
Rockhart stared into Logan's face. Logan Murray, the headmaster and I are excited to see what the future holds for you and your friends. Most fungaloids die early, but those who find friends, good friends, their future is theirs for the taking. Come, you 4. Come and receive your hard-won prize.
Logan couldn't believe it. They'd risen in the rankings to become the 3rd best cohort in the school. Mostly it was due to how much they'd leveled, but there were also teacher evaluations, which meant Rockhart must have given them glowing marks for his end-of-the-year evaluations. In the end, it had taken killing the Rector Prime to win him over. Whoever would have guessed that would be the solution? Shadowcroft, Rockhart, and all the teachers gave Logan and his friends smiles as they applauded. The first cohort hardly clapped, except for Tet. The Catwoman was practically beaming at Logan, which meant she had the faintest ghost of a smile on her lips. It was still a victory. Logan and his friends were given something called suture powder in little ornate golden tins. When Rockhart handed the powder to Logan, he nodded.
I meant every word I said, Mr. Murray.
From here on out, I will be your cohort's biggest advocate. I have seen how powerful and merciless you can be. And to that end, I have decided you will be my intern for the summer break. Prepare yourself to be honed into a weapon of unimaginable power. He clamped a hand on Logan's shoulder and pressed down. Great things are in store for you, I think. Great things indeed. Logan offered him a thin smile and mumbled some vague platitudes. Prepare yourself to be honed into a weapon of unimaginable power. Logan was glad he finally earned the Prime Rector's respect, but he couldn't help but wonder whether having Rockhart in his corner was going to be more difficult than having him as an enemy. After the ceremony, they left the Golden Serpent Hall. Banquet tables had been set up in the northwestern fields, near the Dye Pavilion. It was a warm night, but torches still burned, and a big bonfire was lit. A band of Dungeon Core creatures struck up a rhythm, which brought out the dancers. Of course, Marco was the first person to shake his groove thing. Logan didn't sit to eat. He was still digesting the Dungeoneers he'd stuck in the digestive pits. Rockhart allowed him to keep one pit in the sand scream, until he'd chewed through all the adventurers. Since he wasn't eating, and he wasn't ready to dance, he wandered up onto the northern castle walls. There he was given a fine view of the ice-capped Grimsure peaks and a starry sky. A tall figure swayed down the ramparts, coming toward him. It was a mixture of limping and shuffling, kind of like how General Grievous walked in The Revenge of the Sith. That would be the headmaster. Shadowcroft towered over Logan. The yellow mushroom man glanced up at the towering tree guy. You know, I was super happy to get taller, but I still feel so short next to you. The headmaster chuckled.
You've come a long way, Mr. Murray. I wanted to congratulate you personally. You've won over the Rector Prime, which I thought would not be possible your freshman year. And I know Ulyss well enough to know that he cares more about the students at this school than clan or cohort standings. The leaderboard is fun, but your ultimate destiny is far more important. You have done well, all of you. Again, my sincerest congratulations.
Logan grinned and touched his mushroom cap. Thank you. He paused to remember his long, very strange year at the academy. It had started in the teeth of a Reaper box, and it had ended with him not only passing all his classes, but saving his friend from certain death. He thought of home, his dogs, his business, his Uncle Bud. He pondered aloud. So, Shadowcroft, one of the reasons why I've worked so hard this year is because I'm worried about Earth.
Earth?
The headmaster opened his mouth but butchered the pronunciation.
Urt? Uruth? Oh, you mean Uroth. Yes, Mr. Murray. It will be up to you to save such an out-of-the-way place. I'm afraid no academy nor dungeon corps cares much about it.
That stung Logan, but it also hardened his resolve. I'll get there, Shadowcroft. I've come this far. But what kind of wicked hijinks am I going to be facing my sophomore year? The headmaster laughed.
I do enjoy you, Mr. Murray. You, Marco, Inga, even Treacle have brought a certain life to my old school. There will be both highs and jinxes in your sophomore year, granted, but I would hope there will be far less wickedness.
Shadowcroft paused, and it was like he knew about Rockhart's various gambits to undo the terrible 12. He stroked his mossy beard.
Things won't get easier, though, I'm afraid. We need you as strong as you can be. For in the span of 3 short years, which will fly by, you'll find yourself holding the Tree of Life in your hands. Have a good night, Mr. Murray. And again, congratulations.
Shadowcroft swayed away, his limbs creaking a bit, like a stiff wind against a tall cottonwood. Logan inhaled, taking in the scent of the night. The world was alive around him, in the peaks, in the forests, on the castle grounds. He turned to gaze down into the courtyard, where the party went on in full force. Hundreds of monsters danced, drank, and feasted. He saw Rockhart dancing with Arquetta, despite his weakened body. Tedicott stood back from the first cohort, looking alone, but happy, at the party. Chadagroth and Megmarty were clearly talking smack about their fellow students, with Lady Elisiel standing there to chortle at their terrible jokes. The Abyss Lord caught Logan looking. Chadagroth pointed at his eyes with 2 talons, then pointed them at Logan. Yes, the prince would keep his eyes on Logan. Well, Logan could handle anything the asshat threw at him. He wouldn't be bullied. If he could beat Rockhart, even in a weakened state, he could take Chadagroth too. Maybe not in a toe-to-toe fight, but he would find a way. Guys like Chadagroth relied on their formidable strength, and as a result, they never thought outside of the box, because they never had to. Logan lived outside the box, and that was his greatest strength. Inga and Treacle shuffled and twirled near Marco, who danced up a blinding storm in his jeweled robes. Inga noticed Logan up on the wall. She waved him down, and by the look in her eyes, it was clear she wouldn't be denied. Logan took in the night air one last time. He'd get himself a beer, he'd dance a little, and he'd enjoy his victory. Then, maybe he'd take a week off, study up on the suture powder, and then he'd get back to work. He was sure Rockhart would push him, and he intended to be ready. Shadowcroft had said it. The next 3 years would fly by, and in the end, Logan would be in a dungeon, stationed at a celestial node, protecting the Tree of Souls from the foul dungeoneers bent on destroying the universe. Logan swore that he and his friends were never ever going to let that happen. And along the way, he would find the means to restore Earth. In a very real sense, he held the fate of the planet in his thick 3-fingered fungal hands. He might not look like a conventional hero, but he was all the Earth had, and that would have to be enough. The end of Year 1. Thank you for listening to Shadowcroft Academy for Dungeons, Year 1. Written by James Hunter and Aaron Michael Ritchie. Narrated by Henry Kramer. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Candace Lawrence. Post-production by Eric West. Copyright 2021 by Shadow Alley Press. Production copyright by Shadow Alley Press. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.